still well in the game. You're defending well, which is the main point. You're not getting blown away as of yet.
It could be a positive start for the Frenchman. Here's Yaya Toure. Let's have a look at the other games taking place here in the Champions League. This corner does come in from Curtadalo. Plays it short back to R9. Little ball roll. Finds Capdevere. This is nice. FIFA.
Still on.
Lucio, the wrong player really, isn't it, on the box? Offloaded to someone else. Kai. R9 just stuck in between three white shirts there. Didn't really have an exit. It was a case of let's try and do a skill move and somehow find a way out. I said there's been another goal in this game, Richard. You've just seen it go in. Leads 2 goals to 0. Have to keep in mind, it was in the Champions League final last year in Sweden, Stockholm. Got a top 6 finish. Yes, he became world champion many months after, but there's just something in him that wants to go the full way and put it right this year.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying at this moment. Is Umut.
Alawaran. Fana, one of the Champions League items that does make the team still.
He started very well the second half as Curtadalo. He stepped on the gas just a little bit. The quickness in the passing in the final third has increased. The tempo in which he's playing just ever so slightly. A little bit more emphasis on punching the ball into the feet of the attacking players. They'll be taking positive signs. They would have known about this game for 4 or 5 weeks since the knockouts. I can guarantee they've probably got a pinboard, a chalkboard, Anders' face on it, and they're just writing notes every day. They're watching gameplay, watching FGS5 from last week, seeing what he does, the tendencies, and trying to unpick this puzzle.
Oh, it might fall kindly, it will! It's a gift. The team of the year on Aldinho, but Anders is not going to moan at that after the penalty that he conceded in the first half. Back in front for the first time in this game. And what you said, Rich, was key. How does this first leg end? That is what will tell the story of this matchup.
Confidence and momentum will play the biggest factor in this match. Is Curtadalo still in the game going to the second leg? Will be a huge discussion point in about 6-7 minutes time between Sir Alex, the coach, and Curtadalo himself. Anders wants to squash that talking point and make it a very, very short conversation.
R9, Ronaldinho. Expect those two Brazilians to continuously keep linking up in the final third for Anders. At Trophy Titans, R9 is just the player you want and you have to have in your team. No one gets near to him up front. Curtadalo. Cal. Back to R9. Couple of step overs. Can he pin it back inside? Could fall kindly back. Great save. Not once, but twice. In the corner. Coming straight off the back of that. He's enjoyed playing it back to the edge of the box, but it's how he gets it in. Past this wall of white shirts. Across the other games, as we said, it's 0-0 so far in Hamburg's Daniel against Neat. When we can, we'll give you an update from the all-Italian matchup. There sounds like there's been a goal in it. Yep. 55 minutes in, it's Obron that's got the opening goal.
Just whipped into the box, got in front of his man, glancing header at the near post.
Hello.
Offside.
It looked too good to be true there for a split second. There's the latest scores on your screen coming through now.
4-1. Umut leading against Emre Yilmaz.
We only saw it about 4 minutes ago and it was 2-0. I mean, 4-1. That's only in its first game. Obron leads Jesus by a goal, so that's a really tough game. They play daily. I was speaking to both players backstage. Two really good friends in the Italian scene. I say every single day we are playing, we are grinding against each other. That game is going to be a chess match. Daniel of Hamburg against the only Spaniard in this tournament, Neat. That's 0-0. Of course, the game on your screen now.
You just
again leading 2-1.
You see the stats there in the top left corner. Passes almost identical as Curtadalo stringing a couple together right here. These are a few of those moments from Umut. Right hand side of your screen, twisting, turning, breaking his way into the box, and goalkeeper can't do anything about it. feel a little bit hard done by on that occasion. Emre Yilmaz did get one back just on the stroke of half-time. Building up, R9. Very simple finish in the end for David Ginola.
And then, 15 minutes later into the second half, Umit able to add another one onto the tally. It was a long ball through. That team of the Hullet continued to make the run, scoring against Team Hullet, unfortunately.
It makes it look so simple on the way he plays.
Just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But what a start for Umit there. Keep in mind, 2 wins, and he's in a grand final. Wins this game, will be in the upper bracket semi. I mean, look, that's a World Cup semi-final if this happens, Rich. Oberon against Umit. Saw that match happen in Copenhagen last year. Could be seeing it again in an eChampions League. There's those famous step-overs.
We just hear the PlayStation controller, I think. Just a very slight technical issue there. Curtis Dilo asking the admin over. Gives us a good chance to tell you about some of the other games currently taking place here at the eChampions League Grand Finals. That Umit versus Emre Yilmaz game, we saw it at 4-1. There has been 2 more goals. I'll not tell you which way they've gone, but there's been 2 more goals in that game. Oberon's still leading 1-0, and Neat, I can tell you, has just taken the lead against Daniel Seven. Neat leading 1-0, the Spaniard from Dux Gaming, 1-0 up against the German Daniel.
I think, especially for Emre Yilmaz, Richard, he's not lost a game in this tournament, has he? I mean, he'd be surprised to find himself 4-1 down that early on into the first leg. As we said, there has been more goals in that game. As soon as we can, we will let you know. We're jumping back into this one now. Kurtadalo, Anders Vergang still in the first leg. Keep in mind, the loser of this is out of the tournament. Top 8 finish it will be. Unfortunately, it won't be any more than that this time round in Istanbul. Corner played short from Anders so quickly we can't even catch up. Alawiran, it's brilliant feat. Marquez again called into action.
Did you see that in the top right corner? Emre Yilmaz 3, Umit 4. What a cracker we are seeing unfold right there. Hezer's got one back to level it up against Oberon, 1 apiece. Our featured match, Anders Vergang, as we approach the 90th minute, leading 2-1.
Added time will be the last chance of the game. Long ball over the top. Kurtadalo looking for a bit of a smash and grab ending to this one. He won't get there. And that will be leg 1 concluded. He does look disappointed, but he has to realise he's in the driving seat still, is Anders Vergang. Still 90 minutes left to be played. For him, that penalty, it could have thrown him many ways there, Richard.
He did well to get back on it.
2-0 down, 3-0 down instead. Bounced back, found himself in a leading position. There is still a leg to play. What's more important on the other side, Rich, Kurtadalo is still in this game. It's only one goal behind.
Still in the game, still in the tie. That was the big thing for Kurtadalo. I don't know if we can just see that Sir Alex is chatting. He is having the ear of Kurtadalo, it's got to be said. Anders Vergang obviously disappointed with the first leg. He feels though he should have got more out of it, especially with a few of the blocks on the line and the good saves being made. 2-1. First leg of action has concluded. We've got 90 more minutes left to play.
Yeah, still plenty more time left to be played here. As we said, we have got a second leg to come from the Champions League. But before we do that, we're going to go to our first break here from Istanbul. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for this absolute cracker of a second leg.
Well, we're very much underway here in Istanbul for the eChampions League finals for 2023. I hope everyone in the audience is enjoying it so far, right? Yes, see, I can get the audience worked up in here. Obviously, we have a massive game happening on the stage at the moment. Anders, of course, is 2-1 up as it goes into the second leg. We'll wait a little bit for that. Kyle, I wanted to ask you a question about that and to kind of give a little bit of an insight to the audience. Curtadilo has a coach behind him. Anders does not. Do you think that's a negative for him? Obviously, Daniel is the RB Leipzig coach. He's with Umit. He can't be here in two places at once.
No, he can't. And Anders is currently shaking his head at that question for the little bit of insight people can't see. He is currently, you can hear every single word that we're saying. I don't think for Anders that actually this is going to be seen as a negative at all. I think he'll actually use it. We've seen what he can do without a coach, and he'll certainly do that now.
Well, these are a couple as well of moments from the first legs across the four matches we're seeing. We're going into these blind, okay? So Umit there is 1-0 up at the moment, Mike.
Going to add to it as well. And he definitely put his foot out there and definitely reminded you who he is. Don't doubt us, because a lot of the competitors have been talking about Yilmaz, and in this circumstance, he's going to have to chase against Umit.
Well, this then is that Italian derby, remember. Oberon then 1-0 up at the moment over his mate in Hezes. Hezes then going 1 apiece in that derby.
You got to love the exchange, the knockdown, the vision, the 1-2 punch. Look at that. Give it back to him. Ronaldo to Ginola. Ginola, a lot of time, eyes it up. Goalkeeper Van der Sar can't do anything.
Well, the number one moment of the first leg of these matches comes from the Daniel 7 and the Neat matchup here.
You get a little bit of that reverse elastico. R9 again, 5-star weak foot. Does not matter the left, the right. He's in that bread and butter position, always going to convert here. And that little skill move puts the defender on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Neat was taking the lead, of course, after the first leg, as well as was Umit and as was Anders in the centre stage here. Well, I can see the boys over there putting their headsets on, which means only one thing. We're about to get into our second leg in the first round of matchups here. Richard Buckley is rubbing his hands in delight. You excited for the second leg, Rich?
Yeah, I am. I can't lie. Good stuff, as always, guys. We're here, second leg of action. And the game that we've actually got, Brandon, that we're about to get into, I'm looking at all the stats from the other matches. It's the lowest scoring affair so far.
It's always that way, isn't it? You get your featured match on screen, you get Anders Verga on screen. You naturally expect to see a few more goals, but we've had plenty in the other games. We'll do our best to give you all the headlines, all the scorelines in these second legs, because two people
play every game as it comes. If one player can do that over the duration of 4 or 5 hours, go from losers, quarterfinal to grand final, very well could be Anders Vergang on the stage as Curtadilo gets a consolation.
Yeah, unfortunately, won't be much more than that for Curtadilo. The chances, we must say as well, of the playoffs have run away from Curtadilo too. There are potential couple of playoff permutations here. There'll be players that are watching at home, praying that X, Y, and Z qualify or get a top 2. Anders wants another one. Well played, Alaba at the back. We will get over to that Italian game as soon as we get a full-time whistle here. I think we might be on for it. I'm seeing a goal from Hezes. We could be on for an Oberon Anders rematch in a lower bracket. Long ball over the top. It's a running race. It won't be much more than a consolation. Here's R9. Good save, Van der Sar. Play out these 2 minutes. And we'll give you the lowdown between Jesus and Oberon. Full time to come. Anders Vergang will remain in the Champions League. Curtadilo will be eliminated. Commiserations to the French player. There's the full time there. Let's jump across to Oberon against Hezes. But Anders has done his job into the next round after being 1-0 down. Was able just to run away with a tie in the second leg.
Yeah, the second leg was something that only a very few amount of FIFA players can do. Just flip the script, flip the tire of the game in one quick 15-20 minute spell. Anders did that and comes out victorious, 6-2 in the end. The Italian derby. We've been keeping up to date with the goals as they go in. We are now joining it live with 1.5 minutes left to play. And Jesus is on his way to a winners bracket final. Unless Auburn could do something ridiculous.
11 goals in this between the two of them. Keep in mind, whoever loses this plays Anders Vergang in the lower bracket. It's not a nice matchup. As it stands, it is Auburn that will be going down into the trenches. Jesus will be fighting his way through the winners bracket. Keep in mind, Jesus, he's not got a playoff spot right now. This is his ticket into the playoffs. Seconds left plus additional time.
You got to go, and you got to go now.
If he wins the ball back, there is a chance, but it's going to be a very thin chance indeed. Jesus looking to see this game out, will win the ball back, but the bounce is just horrible. And I think we can confirm it will be Jesus that is going through to play Umit in the upper bracket semi-final. And on the opposite side, Auburn is down to play Anders. They played in the knockout stages a few months ago in London. There was unfinished business there, and there will be one hell of a game coming up next.
Let me just run this by you very quickly. The games that we're looking at coming up: Anders versus Auburn, Emre Yilmaz versus Neat, and then Jesus versus Umit for an eChampions League Grand Final spot on the line. This is the Neat game. This is live shots. Neat did his business in the first leg, leading 5-1 on aggregate after winning that first leg 4-0. He will play, as it stands right now, Emre Yilmaz in the lower bracket semi-final.
Another elimination game, Richard. Neat looking for another goal here. Lucio will defend well. It looks as if it's going to be Daniel but he's crashing out of the tournament. His playoff hopes will loom large. He has got the virtual Bundesliga this weekend, but other than that, it could be back to the drawing board for him for next year. For Neat, though, playoffs already in the bag. One thing we've always said about Neat, we haven't seen it outside of Spain. Is this the time to do it now? To put on one hell of a performance. He's already got a top 6 guaranteed with this performance here. And after winning the Spanish Championship 2 years in a row, sort of finally come full circle again. This has been his best outing in Europe so far in a 1v1 tournament. He did make a FIFA World Cup final many moons ago, but unfortunately didn't take place. Hence why this is, on paper, his best running so far. Still so young as well, I believe 19. Only won over 300k in prize money.
What he's achieved so far has been unbelievable.
And another big Spanish community that are following every step of the way too. One more goal to add on. Oh, it's perfect FIFA. Fist pumps all round in the Ducks. Game inside of that booth.
Headphones come out from Daniel. He knows too big of a goal swing needed. I mean, Neat is it was 5-0 up at one point, 5-1, and now leading 6-1. Do you think he's having a little look around to his left and to his right and seeing, oh wow, Auburn just lost. Oh wow, I'm playing Emre Yilmaz next.
Anything can happen. Well, Daniel knows his game over. It will be a tournament to look back on. It's been his best ever achievement. He's only been playing FIFA since FIFA 21. Most of his achievements came in Spain. He's been playing for Hamburg for quite some time. He's been quite a loyal player. It might hurt now, but in a few weeks he'll look back. Top 8 in Europe in an eChampions League final. It will be a tournament and an achievement to remember, as you can see there. I think Daniel knows his game, set, and match. Neat will get the job done. Neat against Emre Yilmaz. Wow. Come on, Emre Yilmaz has lost the game. He's lost the game of the eChampions League.
It's where the finals, everything goes out the window. He said on that stage right there, it's a new tournament. It's a new event. Yes, he might have been outstanding in the groups. Yes, he might have been outstanding in the knockouts. he suffered a defeat in the first game. That throws this entire tournament for a spin. Because now he's down there in the losers bracket. If he wants to win it, he's going to have to win through the losers bracket, knocking out all these people who stand in his way. Anders, Neat, you name it, they're in front of him. Oh,
the game though, the game of the next round, Obrun, and it's a rematch. It's a repeat of what happened in London a little while back. But that is it from the commentary booth for this first round of games at the eChampions League. For now, it's back over to Rachel, Mike, and Kyle.
I like your salute there, Richard Buckley. I'll do it back to you. But Kyle, I have a question to you about that Italian derby there. If it was Inter Milan, Obrun's team, taking on Juventus, their Jesus team, in real life, the stadium would have been absolutely rocking, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would have. And let me tell you, a bit of more insight, all of us backstage, we were rocking in our little room as well, in that green room, because being able to watch that, having access to watching all of these games, this is what it's all about. The eChampions League, 8 of the best competitors taking each other on in Istanbul, all hoping to get their hands on this trophy right here. I mean, certainly I think these players have shown us in that first round of matches, they are not here to mess about.
They are not here to mess about. And talking of not messing about, we have a Mastercard moment of the match from Mike LaBelle. Mike, which games are coming from this time out?
It only seems right that we revisit that Anders showcase, and so many people ask, well, what skill moves do I need to learn? And it's all about the basics and mastering those. And we're going to look at a universal skill here. We're going to see a triple ball roll. Now, just one, but then again, you reassess your options. You have the overlapping run, and then you find that extra angling. You see Ronaldinho in action, which makes me very happy. We're going to review it, but I want to show you the importance of these intangibles, knowing the angles, these foundational elements of FIFA. As you can just see what Anders is kind of thinking about, and he's able to pull players out of position. They're very fine margins, but at the pro level, they just do it oh so spectacularly well.
I mean, he's not trying to be too clever, is he? He's just trying to make the basics really work for him there, Kyle.
He really is, and that's what I think we've seen so much, especially with Anders, being able to do those basics and get them right. I've got a question for the chat though, okay? What did you make of Anders' performance? Drop a W in there if you think that Anders actually can go on and do this and go on and win, because I want to see that. Anders gets people talking. I've been watching the chat, I've been monitoring it. Everyone's talking about his performances, doing those basics right there. It's working for him. Can he go on to win the tournament? I want to know. Let me know.
Unexpected goal fest as well. Obrun scored 4, Anders scored 6. So I'm expecting lots of goal in that next matchup as well. We're talking about lots of goals. Let's talk about top 5 moments from the first round as well. Let's see what we've got for you guys and see what we've got as well. We don't actually know. We're not privy to this before it happens. So it's pretty exciting for us as well. Second leg coming up. Where are we going first? This is number 5. Okay, Yilmaz Umit. So Umit's 4-3 up at the moment. Emre Yilmaz is trying to get back into this, Mike.
And this is something that Umit's really well known for, triggering these center mid runs with Mr. Hullet there, of course, taking up space, pulling players out of position, the overlapping through ball or the over-the-top through ball, and then he's able to convert. He kind of gallops through the midfield.
And Kyle, let's look at this one. This is the Italian derby we're talking about. Obrun 2-1 over Jesus in that one.
I mean, it was so close, and Hez has been able to pull that back there, making it 2-2. That was one of the matches where you actually look at them and you think, I didn't know personally where it was going to go. It was a tight affair. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, well, stick with this match as well for our third one. This was 2 apiece here. Hez is on the ball. What can you do, Mike?
You can see this knockdown. And another thing that we saw from Jesus a lot, where he was angling players, doesn't convert, but I like this approach to finding different ways to get into the space. It's a different way of being creative. We always talk about the skill moves, these knockdowns and the overlapping runs, the support runs in the right place at the right times.
In at number 2, couldn't quite make it on the top step there. This is the match, wasn't it? The world champion taking on undefeated Emre Yilmaz. He's already running away with it. 5-3 there.
You talk about moments in games where you could maybe shift the momentum a little bit. Maybe that could have been it for Emre Yilmaz. Unfortunately, though, it didn't go his way.
Last one. This is our first moment of the match here. 5-1 Bergan. Curtadilo. Oh, that was cheeky, wasn't it?
Walks around the goalkeeper.
I'm more interested in seeing the celebrations as well. What happens after it?
We have to get Andrew to celebrations. He plays FIFA the same way that I'm playing FIFA. I'm talking to myself.
Wait for it. Oh,
nothing.
That under-delivered.
I thought we were getting something good there. Jose, you just called us out on stream. We thought he was going to do a pop-up.
The production was like, there's something coming. I was like, I don't remember that being the moment. But if you watch him play a bad interception or a misplay or a penalty kick or a call he doesn't agree with, and he's talking to himself, he's looking out to the crowd. I don't know who's answering him, but he's out there.
I guess, going back to the basics we talked about very quickly there with Anders, to be able to do that in the moment as well, Mike, I mean, it shows that he's got the basics, but he's thinking in the moment. He's being fluid as well, creating goals just like that.
And guys at home, if you are watching, he does give us good reactions. We're not lying. Come back. He will pop off later on. Anyway, let's have a look at the bracket and see who unfortunately has already dropped out at this stage of the competition. So we are saying, aren't we, goodbye to Daniel, Seven and Curta Dilo there. So we're now left with 6. Mike, Kyle, just take us through exactly what we're seeing. Kyle, I'll start with you at the top here.
I mean, now obviously you can see Umet taking on Hezers, those two, another huge matchup. Winner of this one goes all the way through, remains undefeated in this top bracket, the upper bracket, to that grand final right there. The loser gets another chance, double elimination, as we know, and they drop down into the lower bracket where they'll meet, Mike.
We've got Oberyn versus Vergain. That's a rematch that we saw that went in Oberyn's favor. And then you got the likes of Yilmaz.
Too. We're excited for that one.
That will be the mainstream matchup. I'm happy with that. And then you have Yilmaz and Nee. You can't go wrong here. We're into the final 6.
Guys, come back and join us. We're just getting started here in Istanbul. Those 8, though, have already gone down to 6. Come back and join us. Vergain taking on Oberyn on the big stage. Well, you guys are joining us for another massive matchup. Anders is back in the hot seat on center stage. He's now taking on the Italian of Oberyn, who unfortunately has just come down to the lower bracket. If you're looking at them as well, in vision here on stage, you'll notice one big thing. Anders has got no coach. Oberyn, he has Hollywood, one of the biggest Italian streamers going. He's won like 1,000 matches in his career. He's a big dog sitting behind Oberyn there. Carl, the question I have for you about this matchup, we were talking about it off camera, saying if anyone can beat Anders, it's possibly the likes of Oberyn, who he's now matching up against. Do you believe we can see a bit of an upset here?
I actually do. I'm glad that Anders, you say he's in the hot seat, he's actually not here. I'm not sure where he is. He's still preparing for something. I don't know where he is right now, so you won't be able to hear me say this, but I think if there are a select few competitors that are here that could beat Anders, I think that Oberyn could be one of those. I'm really interested to see Oberyn coming onto this main stage right now. Anders has already settled in. He's already done it here as well. No No coach though, so it'll be interesting once again to see how does Anders, maybe if he finds himself in a difficult position, how he assesses it, and maybe if he doesn't have an extra pair of eyes that can help him out, how he adapts to how Oberon's playing.
Yeah, and Oberon is like, we saw what he did last year in Copenhagen as well, Mike. You know, he was top 4. He says actually top 3 in the world there. So he's quality. We don't talk about him enough. But what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, he's also won the E-Serie A, not this year, but the previous year. And my big takeaway in some of this is how many players or competitors actually have a positive record or even a neutral record against Anders. This is kind of one of those guys. And then I also think we should bring up mental momentum, because this is 5 minutes apart. If that last game just ended, Anders had a big win. Oberon had a tough loss, and I'm sure that he expected to get by Hezers. It didn't happen. It was late, and he didn't even get another chance to kind of score. That was the say-all, be-all. We were all watching that together.
Yeah, if you're just joining, remember, so Vergang, he had a 6-2 win over Curtadilo on the big stage. That was the last goal there, 6-1. He's saying, Oberon here, saying, quieten down, I'm here. But he did, unfortunately, go 5-4 down to Hezers, his mate is Italian, a countryman here. So like Mike said, that was hard to take. And in quick succession, Mike, the match has come.
Again, on that, and also in Oberon's case in particular, he was ahead on multiple occasions. So Hezers forged that comeback. And he was, if anything, you could say that Oberon was more poised to go ahead and get the win and carry that momentum, carry that energy, see out a game. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that Anders has only just come onto the hot seat, onto the stage here, is that kind of mind games? The fact that he can take his time.
I think it got hotter on the stage.
This is like his first big international LAN here, with his first time at the Champions League, and he's really kind of strutting his stuff, showing that he means business, that no one's going to rush me. I'm going to go down, maybe have a little bit of break, then I'm going to come back here and just make Oberon wait for me. Mike has just thrown his pen across the stage. He does
It won't be the last thing I throw, I promise you. You put the camera here, things are going to go flying.
Anyway, let's just pause on that, because I think he's ready to go over to Leah Ravel. We've got Ryan Pessoa and Gravison. And Grav, I have a quick question for you. Are you sweating watching Ducks Neat there, your teammate? How are you feeling?
I guess I am. I guess I'm sweating quite a bit, but yeah, lovely to be with you guys. How are you feeling, Leah?
Very, very good. Thank you so much, Rachel, Mike, and Kyle. Super excited to be here in Istanbul alongside Ryan and Grav. A lot of excitement in that last round. And we are here for the lower bracket quarterfinal with Anders and Oberon. Ryan, I'll come to you first. What do you expect from this next game?
It's difficult because, of course, we've got two players, different ends of the spectrum. One player is coming off of a loss, one player coming off of a quiet, I'd say, one-sided game, winning out against Curtadilo and Anders, of course. And they've played before, so it's going to play into the factors as well. So it could go either way, honestly.
What do you think, like, mental side of things? What do you think is happening right now?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Anders is a bit of a loose cannon, to say it the least. So it's like, I don't really know what's going on. He's always confident backing himself. But he said earlier with his interview with Kyle is that he's in the loser bracket. So it's kind of hard to back against himself to go the distance. On paper, he wouldn't say he's technically the favorite just because he's in the loser bracket. But if I'm being honest, playing against somebody that you've already played and already lost against could play against Anders.
Yeah, definitely. And let me talk, Leah, because he talked about the mental side of things, but I wanted to talk about the tactical side of things. And I think he's going to play the 5 defense at the back, Oberon.
Yeah.
It worked really good for him because of the German crosses, the triggering of the runs. And I think he's going to do the same if he wants to beat Anders again.
Yeah.
Well, we will see. We are just about underway in this first leg of the lower bracket quarterfinal. Speaking a little bit about Oberon, I think we would say we can unanimously agree that potentially he's a little bit of a dark horse in this competition, as he was last year in top 4 in the FIFA World Cup. I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily include him in conversations that he should be included in. Would you agree?
Yeah, and I mean, Ryan talked about him being one of the best players in the competition. And I think I'm not sure we talk about him that much, but I think that could change if potentially he knocks out Anders in this tournament. But yeah, I think Oberon also plays, his playstyle suits really well against Anders because he's so methodical in the way he builds up, in the way he attacks, in the way he defends. And that's what, in my opinion, made him beat Anders in the winner's bracket. But then you're playing your opponent in the loser's bracket, anything can happen.
Exactly, yeah. I'll be honest, I put Oberon down as my favorite coming into this competition. I know we also have Emre Yilmaz, who was unbeaten. We have, of course, Anders in the loser bracket now up against Oberon, the man himself. And of course, we have the world champion in Umut, but I just don't know. I associate Oberon he's underappreciated, I'd say, in the FIFA scene. I think he goes under the radar a lot, and I think if there's somebody that can knock Anders out of this competition, it's definitely he's got the ability to do it.
Well, we are underway here in Istanbul between the two that have faced off before in the knockout stages in London. You guys talked about how you would feel in a pro player situation like yourselves. Obviously, Oberon had given Anders his first defeat. So do you think that he's coming into this game with confidence?
Yeah, definitely. He's coming with confidence, but I think both of them are coming with confidence.
Yeah.
You look at Anders, the way he plays and the way he carries himself when he's walking throughout the green room and here on the stage and everything. He carries himself with confidence. But then, do you remember last year, both the players who reached the semi-final of the winner bracket and lost?
Yeah. They ended up
both of them, Predator and Umut.
Yep, eliminated
in a minute.
Straight away. Yeah, 2 losses in a row, and I think it's going to be tough for Oberon to bounce back after that loss again against a fellow Italian player as well in Hez. It was a really close game. It could have gone either way, but again, he didn't really show too much emotion. He was already set up, ready for the next game on stage, while Anders was getting prepared. So maybe he's already bounced back mentally. He's got Hollywood behind him, giving him the know-how and how he can bounce back from the game. But as we said, Anders is coming in on a high, and Oberon is on a low. So that could play into the game again a lot more, and it could mean that maybe the advantage is slightly in Anders' favour in terms of mental momentum anyway coming into it. But again, they've played already, so it's really hard to say which way it could go.
Yeah, and especially when you're in the semi-final of the winner bracket, you see that playoff spot, you see that top three,
exactly.
just like a feet away.
Yeah.
But then in the second, you're in the losers bracket and you're playing against a player who's hungry.
Yeah.
So it's just 50 minutes, 30 minutes, all changes.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, that playoff spot is massively important, getting into that spot. And I think it's going to be tough for Oberon because he was sort of, as you said, in touching distance. When you're in the winners bracket, you're basically a game or 2 games away from solidifying that playoff spot, as we are able to take a look at some of Anders' results.
Taking a quick look at Anders' road to the final. Obviously, 1 loss and several wins. This sets him up for a lot of success. The loss dropping him to the lower bracket, which he still remains in. Is this what we expected from the Danish Wonder Kid?
I mean, the bracket run is amazing. Yeah, look at the names. I mean,
I didn't even realize it was that, but that
Antonio Radelja, Montaxer, then beating Danny Pitbull twice, one in the Swiss format and then in the knockouts.
Yeah.
I mean, his run has been amazing.
Yeah, he's even beaten the previous, the holder of the eChampions League, Nicholas, to get here, knocked him out as well. And Oberon's record there has been fantastic as well. He's of course coming into it. Was in the winners bracket, so he was unbeaten in the knockout stage, but his first loss did come earlier on against Hezes.
I mean, only 2 losses, or 1 loss less than Anders, realistically, to come to the final in Istanbul, and one of those being a win against Anders. So I think that if that were me, which it's neither here nor there, but I think that would give me a lot of confidence going up in a rematch situation where it matters most.
Yep.
Yeah, and let's just say when in the Swiss format, when you reach that 3-0, it doesn't really matter if you lose some matches because you're already qualified. But if you are there, I mean, 5-0, it's just like a pin, you know? It's just like a pin.
It adds the fear factor a little bit onto it because, as we said, Emre Yilmaz and Anders were the only players that were 5-0. And they both, of course, have lost the game in this knockout format. Of course, Anders starting in the loser bracket. Emre Yilmaz in the winners bracket as well. Well, was in the winners bracket, losing a game. So there's so many names and so many big players that could end up being victorious in the eChampions League. As you said, the Ducks member Neat as well, performing really well.
I'm sweating.
Daniel Seven as well.
I'm sweating.
So there's so many players that could go the distance.
Obviously, 2 have left us in Istanbul already. Being eliminated in that first round, we will see someone else in this match go home, as this is an elimination match. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but we are back underway in the first leg of this lower bracket quarterfinal.
And I want to ask you, Ryan, because we've seen the right back position in this tournament might be the toughest position to put a player in because we don't have much. We've seen Yaya Touré, we've seen Valverde, we've seen Coit in the last match.
Yeah.
What would you go to?
I think I'd use Ginola.
Ginola?
Yeah, I genuinely use my homer anyway in the right wing back position. We see Oberon pushing forward with the player locks. I think that's just offside there as he tries to play it forward. But as you said, the right wing back or the right back position, definitely the most contested position. I think everyone now sort of has the staple in the team with Arnan Ronaldo, Ruud Gullit, Ronaldinho as well.
We talked a little bit about the confidence that Oberon might have coming into this game, having a chance here. Great timed, but just a little deflection out for a corner for Anders. Both looking relatively dangerous in the first 10 minutes.
Especially Anders. Especially Anders. Because you cannot catch a breath when you're playing against Anders.
Yeah.
And if you fall into his rhythm of play, you're lost.
Have you both played against him?
Yep. Well, I
I
have.
played, we won't talk about this the score. But Anders is unbelievable. We were speaking actually earlier on about his record in eChampions and his streaks. Of course, his performances in FIFA23 with his step overs, being able to utilize those mechanics in and around the area. He doesn't really do too many skill moves. It's normally just a reverse elastical or a step over, as we see him building up here again. But good defending from Oberon.
That's what makes him, for me, the best mechanical player. He just ball rolls, he just runs like this, and then he just does step overs. But if you do just 3 things and you do them as perfect as he does,
Yeah, exactly.
Oberon through here with Fede Valverde, but can he find the space? Is he going to take a shot? Look for some space. First time shot by Rudholit, but deflected and defended well by Anders. We talked a little bit about Oberon's confidence coming into this game, having won his last matchup against Anders, but how do you think Anders is feeling? We talked about it a little bit, coming off of a win, but do you think that knowing that he was defeated by his opponent previously in this competition, do you think that gives him any type of feelings coming into this match?
I think it'll give a little bit of confidence for Oberon, just because, again, he's playing somebody he's defeated by a
Ronaldinho
reverse
through, quick.
elastico. Oof.
Woof. Reverse Elastico through the shot with Ronaldinho. Anders leading 1-0 against Oberon.
and I'm not sure because we don't know the way Anders thinks, but I think he considers himself the best player in the world.
Yeah.
And he's right of thinking so of himself. But I think when he loses against someone, it just pumps him.
Yeah, exactly.
Internally. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna beat you now.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that with the reverse elastico. Honestly, almost a carbon copy of some of the previous goals he's already scored in this tournament so far. He takes the lead. It's been a bright start for him, getting in the area a couple of times. Similar to Oberon as well, who had a similar chance as well.
Taking a look at the game between Hezers and Umit in the upper bracket. This is a live match, so we are seeing these two face off head to head. Umit obviously being the reigning world champion. Hezers having won against Oberon in the Italian Derby. The two obviously being very good friends as well. Expectations for that one?
That's a huge match because whoever wins that match first wins the winner bracket and then got an advantage in the final. So that's huge.
Actually a chance here. An interesting shot, but save.
Yeah, as you were saying, just having that safety blanket of being in the winner bracket final, the grand final, knowing that you only need to win 1 out of 2 potentially. You can sort of afford to lose that first matchup against the winner of the loser bracket run. And if it is Umit, it could actually be a Red Bull Leipzig final with the two teammates in Verjgen and Umit. Of course, Verjgen would have to win all of his games to get to that grand final spot.
That would be quite the story, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it can happen. Definitely can happen.
Oberon on the attack here. He's got a little bit of space.
Oh.
Ronaldinho and a goal. He ties it 1-1. Light work for Oberon.
That is unbelievable, Gravison.
I mean, the timing, not even like the mechanical way of doing things, but the timing was perfect.
Yeah.
The composure, and then the step over into the left side. Whoa, that was something else.
Yeah, Anders isn't happy about that conceding. He felt as if maybe he gave away the chances. A little bit too easy there in the box. But yeah, that's a great goal from Oberon, and it's a perfect response.
A great goal indeed. I think Oberon would want to have scored that before halftime to make everything all square. And this is what we want. We want a storyline game in a big final like this one.
I think the first player we saw doing the step over into the body feint was Paulo Neto in the MLS, and it works just really, really good because it just changes the direction.
This again is a live game and a goal from Umit. 1-0 over Hezers. As it stands, Umit is going to the grand final.
I mean, we got a double Red Bull Leipzig goal in a second.
Perfect timing there for Anders.
Telepathic.
With the shush celebration as well. Manages to take the lead in this game again now. 2 goals or 2-1 up against Oberon. He's shushing the crowd as well. He's smiling. He loves it. He's box office, honestly. His celebrations are perfect. He's not afraid to show his emotions and express his personality on stage.
Are you guys theatric on stage or no?
Nah, not at all. It's weird that he sort of has the limelight, even though, of course, being a teammate with Omar, who is the world champion, it's sort of like all eyes are almost on Anders at all times just because of how expressive he is and how good he is, of course.
Oberon not looking to let that goal affect him any at all. He's on the attack here with Rudholit. Not able to find the man, though, and intercepted well by Anders.
And I gotta tell you, what you asked about before, Leah, I think you cannot fake confidence and character.
Yeah.
Like if we're chill players, we couldn't be shushing and everything because it would look fake.
Yeah.
But you know, Anders,
that's just how he is.
He is like
him.
that.
Yeah, that's him. We saw it on his famous, of course, unbeaten run in Foot Champions. He had a target on his back from a very young age with the unbeaten streak, because he pushes forward again here, Leah, but it was a great interception from Oberon. But we saw the score lines on the screen as well. I was just about to mention this game. Emre Yilmaz up against Ducks Neat.
A chance here from Emre Yilmaz, and saved. Great goalkeeper movement, but a rebound and a deflection. Emre Yilmaz takes the lead over Ducks Neat. Sorry, Grav.
yeah, I mean, if we're honest, that should have been a goal in the first place. So.
And that is halftime between Oberon and Anders. Anders leading 2-1. I think probably what we expected from this matchup, even relatively.
Yeah, that's what we expect in a match like this. You expect Oberon to be defensively precise, but I mean, you're playing against Anders, and Anders is doing the step overs. He's attacking you when you're going up with the fullbacks. So yeah, he's getting into it.
Yeah, exactly. We're able to have some of the polls on the screen, able to look at some of the statistics as well from the voting. And you can take it that unanimously, people anticipating Anders to win the eChampions League today. He's one of the favourites to win this competition. And rightly so, as I said, only losing one game in this competition so far. And again, it's up against the player he's playing now to be eager to redeem himself. And he's been playing perfectly so far to try and just get that revenge.
But Neat second with 37%. That's not a bad result, huh?
Not at all. What's a bad result? It's Oberon with a 0%. He didn't even count your vote. I mean, Ryan.
Hopefully he doesn't hear us.
I would vote Oberon as well, eh? Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm with Ryan on this.
100%. That's what you're going with? That's your vote?
I'm going with Oberon, yeah.
Okay. I guess we will see. We are back in the second half of the first leg in this lower bracket quarterfinal. Again, Anders leading 2-1.
That run there, Gravison, that's the one that we look towards. Just a triggered run from the centre mid with Rudholit there. He's dominant in the air. He's got the pace to get in behind and finishing when he gets in on goal, but just that block stopped it from being an almost guaranteed chance.
Yeah, and when I talked about the way of beating Anders, I talk about being methodical. And being methodical in FIFA for me means three things. First, triggering runs, as we saw. Second, German crosses. And third, not losing the ball when you're building up. If you do that precisely, you had a fair chance of beating Anders.
He got a great chance to score a lot of goals. And see the step over into space, well defended from Anders again.
I always look at what goes into, you talk about triggered runs and you talk about all these things that go into being a competitive FIFA player rather. And after these events, I always go home and I always go play my Foot Champs and realize actually how difficult it is, or maybe how bad I am, but
bit of both.
maybe a little bit. Maybe a little both. The chance here saved well by Van der Sar. Anders again with the trash talk. We love to see it. Would that trigger you? Would that send you over the edge mentally on a big stage like this?
I don't know. I'll try and answer that after this attack. But as if, it's good defending there from Oberon. I don't know. I think it would.
Yeah,
I'll be honest,
huh?
I think it would.
That's a great chance.
Oberon, a great ball. Rudholit has some space. Is he going to first time it? Is he going to find some space across the box? Defended well and read very well by Anders.
And he didn't fall for it.
No.
Yeah, the fake player lock, he didn't fall for it. And he didn't fall for the power shot either. Yeah.
But if maybe done a little bit too much. We saw that chance for Anders against Ketadalo, his fifth goal, where he's in behind. It wasn't a perfect angle to shoot from, but just green timing it across goal gives yourself the best chance to score. And this gets the ball back again, but great defending from Oberon again.
And this is what I said. You cannot afford. You cannot afford for you to do like I don't know a mistake when you're beating up against Anders, as Oberon is doing again and again and again.
Yeah, and he's got away with it twice now. I said we always say Anders is it's like the green machine in front of goal. Always green times everything, but twice there didn't manage to do so. But you don't want to give him the third time.
You mentioned, Grav, that one of the most important things in the build-up was not giving away possession. Do you think that affects Oberon in any type of way, or do you think he will manage to maintain his composure when he's attacking?
I mean, you know, when you have, this is a good chance for Aldebaran.
Aldebaran with 99 pace. He is in behind, doesn't have many bodies in the box. Defended well by Oberon, and we can hear the theatrics from Anders as well.
That's a great pass. But yeah, I like how you call him the green machine, because he's that.
Genuinely. When I played against him, just one little sniff, any angle, if he's able to just get the shot off goal, you don't move the keeper, or he seems to find a way to hit the back of the net.
What was the score then? Go on.
Yeah, so on to our other game.
I'm going to talk about my score. I don't mind. I played against him in FGS 3 and FGS 5. In FGS 3, I lost against him 1-3. And then in FGS 5, I lost against him 6-7.
Okay.
And what amazes me and what I really like about Anders, he's genuine in a way. So I was at the lobby on Tuesday, and I was talking with Umut and the players. And I actually said, Umut, you know, I played against Anders a few weeks ago. And he was like, oh, he looked at Anders. Anders, is Graberson a good player? And I looked at him and he looked at my eyes. He said, no, he's not. And I was like, oh man, that's hard. You just break my heart. Yeah, but he's genuine. The way he plays, the way he talks. And we appreciate that in the FIFA community. But that was a bit harsh. He broke my heart.
Ryan, go on.
I have nothing to say.
Come on,
it's an exhibition match.
Come on.
Just doing it for the cameras, you know.
If it makes you feel any better, if he beat you like that, he would beat me by multiples of 10. So
65. Minimum.
You think so?
Minimum.
All right then. Cheers. Got a chance here from Oberon on the power shot. Not quite what he was looking for. You can see that in his expression.
I think we could see potentially someone capitalizing on the double triangle when he pulls the keeper out.
Yeah,
maybe a power shot in the first post.
Taking a look at the matchup between Emre Yilmaz and Neat. This is live. Neat on the attack at the moment, looking to equalize against Emre Yilmaz. Emre Yilmaz obviously losing his last match, his first of the tournament, to drop to the lower bracket. We potentially have a goal here from Oberon, and we do. Oberon ties the scoreline 2-2. Anders is clapping. Hollywood is pointing to his head. Both teams have theatrics, and another goal in the Neat versus Emre Yilmaz game. Yilmaz leading 3-1 now.
Did you see that? That was crazy from Ronaldinho. Lob through pass into this beautiful. That's a
fantastic.
Crazy goal. Yeah, that's a crazy goal.
I think that's another key factor of just creating chances in the area. Of course, playing it on the ball, simple driven passes to the strikers is very effective, but also triggering the runs, just a little L1 triangle over the top of the defensive line. Always seems to find a way to create a chance. But Emre Yilmaz bouncing back from that loss, of course, being undefeated in the whole tournament so far, and then getting that first loss of the day up against Umut. So he needed to bounce back, and of course he's bouncing back against your compatriot in Neat as well.
Grav, I'll ask you, in previous matches with Neat that we've seen him come back from deficits several times. Do you think this is one of those situations?
I mean, he could do it, but I think Emre is kind of a possession master, control master. So I think if he wants to calm it down, he could do it. It's going to be hard for Neat, but yeah, we didn't see this, actually.
We didn't see this, but Anders is now leading 3-2. A quick comeback from the Danish wonder kid. The mental is there for him, huh?
Yeah.
He really is not phased.
Wait, I didn't even see the goal.
No, we just saw Anders Soshin at the crowd. That's what we saw.
I just realized.
I mean, it had to be like a quick kickoff.
Yeah. Almost, genuinely an instant reply from Anders there to take the lead again.
We might see, we're seeing the replay. Oh, you cannot afford to do that mistake. The green machine.
An open goal, and the shush came out as well. That's what it was for. I saw that. I was wondering what's he doing. Okay, it makes more sense now as we tactic towards the final moments of this game, Leah. There's going to be one last attack if he keeps it in play.
Anders looking to keep possession for this last attack. He doesn't. Obra might have the attack if he can get it quick enough, but he doesn't. Anders leading this first leg, 3-2, but all to play for in the second.
We're talking about this backstage, how you cannot afford to do a mistake against Anders.
Yeah.
And that was what it was.
It was. And
the offside trap.
The offside trap is tricky.
Yeah.
It's a tough goal to concede because, of course, with FIFA, you kind of have to offside trap. You need to bring your defensive line forward to try and press high up. And I think sometimes in those moments where, again, you mistime the offside trap and it's an easy goal, and those are the worst goals to concede. I say those and Trevellas. Those are the two.
Oh,
Trevellas. It's an easy goal. You've basically just given your opposition a gateway back into the game, and against Anders, he's going to take it.
Well, you guys, that is all for the first leg. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back shortly to kick off our second leg in the lower bracket quarterfinal. Don't go anywhere. You get triggered.
Football transcends all languages and unifies us, and that's what the UCL Global Native Jersey stands for, as it features the term football in different languages. You can now pre-order on the official UEFA Champions League store by scanning this QR code. We launch on April the 25th. At the same time, you can pick up the digital edition on the EA Sports FIFA23 Ultimate Team. Of course, use the hashtag Global Native to unite with other fans of the beautiful game. Have you got your jersey yet, Kyle?
No, not yet. It must have got lost in the post.
Same, guys. So anyway, we'll leave that there. I want to go through, like I told you, the stages of Anders Vergang and his celebrations. We saw them all in full force out there. Kyle, take us through them.
I mean, you were talking that he was going to be reacting. We didn't get any of them, and then all of a sudden, bam, he starts with the clapping, all right. He gets Bill up, okay. Then Rachel, next. Oh, too much talking. Don't be doing any of that. I'll be scoring goals against you. What? You're carrying on the talking?
Last but not least, what was it?
And then he stops him
Can you
from
hear me?
talking. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I can't hear you anymore. I'm scoring goals against you, doing what I do best. You promised us celebrations. He delivered.
He can hear us. We do love you, Anders. You're awesome. Let's see how he gets on, obviously taking the lead at the moment on the centre stage in his second matchup against Oberon, of course. Right, let's have a look then at the top three moments from that first leg in match number 2. Let's see what they are. Top three coming in hot. First leg, Kyle, where are we going? This is a surprise for us.
Well, third one. Let's have a look. Hezes against Umit. A huge matchup up there. And, I mean, for this one, what a goal that was. Hezes taking the lead 2-1 in that matchup. Did anyone expect it? I didn't. Did this man expect it? Mike LaBelle?
Late to the party. Late to the party.
Playing around. I was on the stream. I was doing the watch along. We had a lot of things happening there. You got Ginola on the ball. One of my favorite fullbacks now. He's been converted for some of these teams, some of these players. See him working, looking for some.
Oh, here we go. So it's the knee and it's the Yilmaz matchup, but that was obviously in the lower bracket here. Yilmaz is undefeated. He takes a second goal there with a rude hullet on the right of the foot to get 2-0 there. Then this is the last one. This is our favourite moment so far. This is Jesus and Umit. This is match number 1 here.
Yes, looking at it again, going back to this one, again, we saw the goal in a previous moment from Jesus. He managed to score, making it 2-1. Not that time. Umit back in it. Mike LaBelle, here you go. Results from that first leg. What do you make of that?
I've been entertained. I was there reacting. You got Umit down against Hezers. You probably didn't expect that, but shout out to Hezers. Well done. Oberon making things competitive with Vergame. You said there's going to be goals. There are goals. And then you got the likes of Yilmaz leading against Need, and I can't wait for leg 2. I'm ready.
1 goal in each of those matches. There's nothing pretty much to separate them. We all say that, don't we? If it's just 1 goal going into second leg, that's as close as you like. Are we going to see some upsets, Mike, in this one?
I think it's very possible, and I'm just going to say this. This is something that I love about this tournament. Once you get to the final 8, every single round, you're eliminating someone, and you're also getting a little more bankroll, and you're 1 step closer to taking home eChampions League glory. You're going to get that trophy that's next to us. It's gorgeous, it's pretty, it's shiny, and it's heavy. I tried to pick it up, it didn't work for me.
He's not allowed to pick it up because he's neither a real-time Champions League winner or an ECL Champions League winner. Let's go to the casters because Mike's not liking me tonight, is he? I've shot him down twice. Right, Leah, Ryan and Grav. I like you 3 though. Are you guys okay over there?
Thank you so much, Rachel. I love that you're channeling your inner Kate Abdo. We love to see that here at the ECL final in Istanbul. Lots of expectations in this second leg. What do you expect from all of them?
Hopefully more goals, to say the least. We just saw Mike getting cooked over there across on the holes. But yeah, it's been a great affair. All of the matches going on. I think probably, I'd say it's not, I wouldn't say an upset, but Hez is leading Umut after the first leg. Wouldn't have expected it so far. Hez is unbelievable, of course, but Umut being the world champion, you probably expect him to come out victorious in that game. And he, of course, still can come back.
It's surprising, but Hazard, as you just said, is the kind of player who can beat anyone. So that's what we're seeing. We saw it against Oberon, we're seeing against Umut, but then still second leg play.
Mike mentioned that when you get to this level, when you get to top 8, is there really any underdogs at that point or upsets at that point, or is everyone kind of deserved a spot in the top 8?
Yeah, everyone deserves it, I'd say. Of course, being able to get into the top 8 is definitely not easy. So being able to show your talent and secure a spot, I thought that pass was going to make it through, secure a spot in the final 8. Cement, she is one of the best players in Europe.
Well, we are underway here in the second leg of this lower bracket quarterfinal. Anders Vergang leading 3-2. A potential chance there from Oberon. He gets the deflection and equalizes 3-3 apiece.
I'm telling you, that was lucky in a way. That was lucky, and we see Anders clapping. But the pass was amazing.
Incredible, yeah.
The pass was amazing, and the way he triggered run was amazing as well. And we're seeing that from the Italian players because we saw that from Jesus as well.
Exactly, yeah. It's the triggered run where you always have to pay attention to it, but always seems to find a way to get through there. Sort of deserved the goal initially with Ginola in front of goal there, but it was a good save, and of course a bit of fortune to fall back for an easy goal. And Leah's right back into the game. It's a great start for Oberon. It's a perfect start. And he couldn't have asked for more coming into the second leg.
100%. I think all of these matchups, all 3 at the moment, are all close in scoreline, and I think it could go any way. And these are both your predictions for Oberon to go through. Would you consider that an upset for Anders?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, it isn't a debate. You expect Anders to win this tournament, not this match, this tournament, because he's one of the best players in the world. But he's playing against Oberon, he's playing against Emre, he's playing against Ketrudailo, he's playing against the top level of FIFA in the world, the top of the food chain. And you still expect Anders to win.
Well, Anders looking to come out ahead. Defended well by Oberon. Could have been a potential penalty there.
Yeah.
I'm sure Anders won't be happy with that one.
I think one of the hardest parts for Anders coming into it is just knowing that when you're in the loser bracket, you genuinely have to win every single game in order to get your hands on the trophy. So there's no room for error as he pushes in on goal here. Green time, bit of fortune again.
key, perhaps, deflection there from Obrun. Anders happy with that goal to come out ahead again. Let me ask you this, coming into the second leg, close in scoreline, both of you obviously have been in this position before. What would you do? What would you change? How would you feel knowing that, you know, in knockouts you had lost previously to your opponent? Would you change anything? How would you feel?
I wouldn't change anything because pretty much Anders plays 4-4-2, and if 4-4-2 works out for him well, you should keep using it. So it's more being prepared mentally and not being intimidated by your opponent beating you before. And I don't think Anders is intimidated, pretty much never.
Well, taking a look at the matchup between Umit and Hazers. Hazers leading 2-1. I believe we are looking at a live game here. Another upset that we likely didn't expect, would you say?
Yeah. I wasn't expecting Hazards to...
Oh! It's beautiful from Anders.
The ball roll, man. I don't know what's more beautiful, the ball roll, the shush.
Just time to perfection in a goal there, of course. Trying to watch both goals. He smiles there, looking into the crowd and the camera, knowing that he's got a 2-goal cushion now against Obrun. And he restores his lead again. Of course, Obrun scoring early on to make it 3-3 on aggregate. It's now 5-3 for Anders. And he's trying to get some payback to solidify himself in the next stage of the loser bracket, where he would, of course, be able to play against Emre Yilmaz or Neat. So it doesn't even get easier. As the games go on, of course, it gets harder and harder as the stakes get higher, the prize money gets higher, and it's the steps closer to the trophy.
Especially, Ryan, you mentioned that Anders obviously coming into the final in the lower bracket, has several games to play. Obrun with a chance here. Easy goal from Obrun and his coach, Hollywood. Anders upset with that, but we're not quite all square, but we now have a 1-goal deficit.
Do you know what's funny? Is that his sarcastic applause is kind of making the crowd applause as well. Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm not going to lie to you, those celebrations are sending me. I have no mental, composure with FIFA at all.
It happens to the best of us as well, so don't worry, Leah. But yeah, what amazes me about Anders, it doesn't matter if he plays against a player who's playing 4 at the back or 5 at the back, he plays the same.
Yeah, genuinely, it's crazy. It doesn't change. It makes the opponent adapt to him. I think that just showcases his ability, as we're able to see Hazers and Umar, and that's a goal again. Slice of fortune for Hazers, but he's up now 1-0 in the second leg, 3-1 up on aggregate against Umar. And that would, of course, if it stays like that, that would mean Hazers will be the win into the grand final through the winners bracket. And it would mean Umar would fall down into the loser bracket final, and his opponent, of course, remains to be seen on who progresses to that stage.
That's a signature move for Hazard, that look-through pass.
I keep seeing the same. I feel like I'm seeing the same goals
again and again and again. Yeah, definitely.
A great start for Hazard. He's got to be happy with that one. Another chance here from Obrun. The right idea, but not quite enough power on that through ball there. Even 5-4, not a huge deficit to come back from. It's still anyone's game, I would say, at this point. Would you agree?
Yeah. I mean, Obrun bet Anders 7-6, so the result could still happen again.
Well, Obrun on the attack here. Another misplaced pass. We've seen that a few times. But quickly regaining possession. Is there any item?
Look at the hole.
It's got to be.
It's got to be a goal. Square it back.
Oh my goodness.
Would you have shot there, or would you have squared it back?
Extra pass into R9. What about you?
I think I would have shot, I'll be honest.
Power shot.
I would have normal shot across goal. I would have tried to green it across goal there. That's why I'm here and not sat down over there. You know?
That's why you are here.
That was a sort of a trademark attack there, where you see the triggered run at the back post. You know it's coming. And the thing is, it's almost impossible to stop, even with how aggressive Anders is with the goalkeeper movement. Could it get to the ball in time?
The thing is, you're defending the player who has the ball, so you cannot focus on the trigger run. But if you don't focus on it, it's gonna pass like this.
Again.
Another great over-the-top ball there. Yaya Toure in the box, but defended well from Anders as we approach halftime between these two. Anders looking to waste all the time and go straight into halftime. between Oberon and Anders. One leg left, or one half left rather, in this second leg. One continues in the lower bracket and one goes home. Any predictions at this point?
I'm sitting on the fence. It's down to you two to make predictions, because I seem to make predictions and get them wrong every time. So I'm standing back for this one.
I think Oberon can make a comeback. I think so. I think he can. That's my prediction. So Ryan didn't say anything, but I'm
What's your prediction? Yeah, we need your prediction. You're the one always asking us.
I love an underdog story. I think they could both potentially be. We know the potential of Anders and we know how good he is, but we've not seen him in a competition of this caliber, obviously, given as it's his debut in the eChampions League. It's his first big LAN event, as he's been too young to compete previously. I think both would be a great story. Both would be really cool.
But we'll see what happens, yeah.
We'll see what happens. Taking a look at the matchups between Omid and Hazers and Emre Yilmaz and Neat. These two are both live. Emre Yilmaz leading Neat 4-2 on aggregate.
Yeah, we saw Neat having a clear chance over there. He's losing 4-2 at the moment, but he's still alive. Everyone's alive in this tournament at the moment. And then in the winners bracket final, Hazers was leading still.
That's a good result for Hazers.
I mean, winning winners bracket is a good result. I would love to love the winners bracket someday.
Hazers has a chance here with Ronaldinho. Read well by Oberon. Taking his time to build out from the back. Making sure he has the space to not give away possession another time. And a good ball. He's using the player lock, finding the space inside. Ronaldinho can't quite find R9.
That looked like the penalty and a red card. Oh, nice touch. Oh, yeah.
Great defensive header back to the goalkeeper there. I thought it was going to lead to a goal there from Oberon. We always see how... Oh no, wait, he's in. So they're going to get there. Does enough again to head it back to the goalkeeper there with Fofana. But
it happened twice.
Genuinely. But I feel like Oberon with his player locks, they're unbelievable, because you sort of have to mark the passing lane, but then he's very good at faking it as well and just progressing in towards the byline to create that pass across the goal opportunity. He's done it a few times, but again, he's always creating chances, similar to Hazers with the first time flicks over the top.
Yeah, and he worked out good against Anders in the winners bracket, because I remember a couple of fake player locks goals, and it comes to a point where you don't know if he's faking it or not, as he did now. He kind of did it to fake it, but then he had a good chance to do it, and Oberon has to be a little bit careful with the offside traps. Do you agree, Ryan?
Absolutely, yeah, because of course being punished by and stung already in this game from a mistake, kind of don't want that situation to happen again. You want to sort of learn from those mistakes. But as I said, you sort of have to play a lock. I feel like you have to offside trap in order to push your defensive line up.
See an even contested game here between the two of them. As a reminder, the loser of this game is eliminated from the eChampions League.
Poor control, poor touch. But the build-up was good.
Oberon reading Anders very well in his counterattack there. I say this so many times, but it's crazy to me. You guys talk a lot about player lock and just offside for Ronaldinho there. You guys talk a lot about player locks and like fake power shots and fake shot this and fake shot that. And I think it's wild to think as a more potential casual player how much actually goes into competitive FIFA and how much the casual player, I'm doing air quotes, might think they know about FIFA when in reality there's
a lot that goes in.
So much more.
Yeah, I mean, in this Oberon play, he triggered the run with the left back, then with the right back, then with the midfielder, and you just see like players running.
That's what I'm saying.
But to do that mechanically and not miss one single run.
Honestly, my left centre back's flying forward back. I'm having to restart the attack, bringing him back in defence, because it's hard to trigger the right player sometimes. And see the pause cue there. Last 20 minutes, we even saw a little bit of a press there from Oberon to try and get back into the game. So we're able to take a look at the other game going on in the winners bracket final. Umut, the world champion, up against Hezes. He's down 5-3. He's got a chance here. Green timed. And what a way to get back into this game. We've joined at the perfect time. Top corner, edge of the box, Travella. And Leo is right back into the game.
You think we see a comeback in this one? That would be a rough lead to concede for Hezers at this moment.
Yeah, of course. He was up by 2 twice now, but again, it's very difficult to say because all it takes is a couple moments in FIFA and you found yourself down by 3. Genuinely, it could happen so quickly, but Hezers is really, really good, so he could hold out the lead.
And especially playing against Hezers, you can see like how he scores like in 5 minutes, he can score 2-3 goals. And you're like, I had this in my hands and now I'm losing for 3 goals.
See both matchups between both Hezers and Umut in the winners bracket, and Anders and Oberon in the losers bracket. One makes it to the grand final. Could be Anders here, looking for the finesse in that green time shot from Ronaldinho.
Tried to be fancy there.
Cheeky.
I think he tried that Travella.
Yeah, I know. He tried that Travella, but
we'll say he tried to get fancy.
Almost led from a mistake as well from Oberon, just trying to transition there, giving the ball away. Just looking at triggered runs there. Pay attention to Ginola in behind. He's onside.
He's got a lot of space there with Ginola, but can he capitalize on this opportunity? He's got some space.
I mean, the composure from Auburn, that was amazing. That was so unlucky.
It was. Anders pointing to his head there. Wow, that was it. I thought the chance was almost a guaranteed goal there in behind. As soon as you trigger the run there, I just thought it was guaranteed.
Yeah, and
guaranteed.
Then poor control, poor touch, but then, wow, not again.
Meanwhile, in the matchup between Umut and Hezers in the winners bracket, it looks like exactly what we said might have happened with Hezers coming back and getting another goal. Or perhaps this could be live, but I don't think we've seen the last of goals between these two.
Maybe a corner.
On the left side of your screen, we have our lower bracket game between Oberon and Anders. Oberon on the attack with a goal.
No, that's unreal. I'm gonna be honest.
The composure's wild.
Clapping. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. That's unbelievable. I don't even think that one's sarcastic this time. That is a beautiful goal. I know it's from a corner and it's very easy to concede from. It doesn't matter. That's an unbelievable goal.
Simple pass into a simple pass into a simple pass, and then you find yourself with just a tap in.
Open goal.
And that's extremely hard to do.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He scored 3 goals like that already. Just intricate, quick, snappy passes in the area. Sort of knows the final destination of his last pass before he's got there, of course, just mapping out his attack before he's reached that stage. And it's a great way to get back into the game. And it came again moments after that chance from Anders when he had it with Ronaldinho. Accidentally tried to Travella it into the corner and it done a flare shot with Ronaldinho. But again, Anders could definitely still score again.
Let me ask you a silly question after this. This is another live match between both Umut and Hezers and Emre Yilmaz versus Neat. Emre Yilmaz still leading 4-2 on aggregate. Hezers leading 5-4 on aggregate. The goal we saw from Umut not long ago closed that gap between the two. Umut on the counterattack here, but Hezers composed in his defensive line. Potential chance here from Neat.
Game's on.
Game is on.
And remember, the player who loses in this match, Bergen and Auburn, is eliminated. And as well, the player between Neat and Emre Yilmaz, who loses, is also eliminated from the tournament.
Chance here from Anders.
Oh, nice defending.
A couple deflections there from Oberon, but great defending in the end. My question was, and it might be silly because I think it's obvious, but...
Oh my goodness, I thought he caught the bait.
He's looking for the space here. Not quite what he was looking for as it's tied 5-5 as it stands. We are going to extra time in this match. Anders wanting to keep possession for last attack, but loses it back to Oberon. Oberon looking to be patient in this last attack.
I'm sure your question was going to be interesting, but they're not letting you ask it.
Maybe it's a sign.
I think these moments as a player are the scariest ones when you're defending, even attacking, because you don't want to give away possession because you know then you're going to concede the last attack. There's moments left of this second leg, 5-5. Oberon pushing forward.
Oberon not looking to make too many mistakes, but Anders says, not today, let's go to extra time. The sarcasm on his face.
Let's remember last time the game went to extra time.
Yep.
Oberon scored
7-6.
Yeah, scored 2 goals. Anders kind of scored another one. But yeah, are we gonna see things happen again in extra time, or is Anders gonna be able to turn it around?
It's tough. I feel like Anders has been pretty composed in his game. So again, he's had a few chances that did go and miss, and maybe on another day, I don't know, maybe that's just bad luck in all honesty, because if he Trevellis it with Ronaldinho green time, it's almost certainly going to find the back of the net. But they're in extra time now, and it's going to be a huge period to see who gets eliminated. And of course, winner does play the winner out of Emre Yilmaz and Neat, and it was 4-3 in that game.
What's crazy about the green machine, as you call him, when you Trivela, the timing of the shot, it's different than a fancy. He green time it.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable.
Can someone explain this to me?
Every shot, more often than not, he green times it. So able to take a look again at some of the other games. It's the last moments in this game, of course. The loser of Emre Yilmaz and Neat is eliminated, and Emre Yilmaz is up 4-3. It looks as if it's going to be the end for Neat, as we see the ball out of possession there. And of course, the Spanish player, the Spaniard, is eliminated. It's tough coming this far, getting so close, but it wasn't meant to be for Neat.
I mean, when you make a top 6 result, if you played well today, if you're happy with the way you played against Daniel and the way you played with Emre, you're going to be happy. Obviously, you're going to go to a hotel, you're going to be devastated, but still, you're top 6.
Take the positives with that, yeah, absolutely. It's obviously devastating, but for Emre Yilmaz, bouncing back was the most important aim, and he's done that, getting the first win of the day behind him, and for his sake, hopefully he can push on as Anders here. Oh, it's beautiful play.
Goalkeeper movement, on point.
Great goalkeeper movement indeed. Let me ask you this, perhaps after this attack, Ronaldo on the ball, but defended well by Oberon. Oberon looking to counterattack here. What are the odds you think we see the exact same, like, carbon copy of their matchup at knockouts?
5%, 3%, like.
I'm a firm believer in odds. I think we could see it. Extra time, 7-6. Oberon going through.
I don't think it's happening because of the way they're playing.
Yeah.
They're gonna be playing like, it's not the same playing the winner bracket when you know you have another chance.
Yeah.
When you're in the lower bracket playing in Istanbul for a top 4, you're not gonna be able to afford any mistakes, or you're gonna keep it chill, as Oberon is doing right now.
Oh, that could have been. It's the intense pressure from Anders, but once you bypass that sort of first line of it, you can sort of get in behind there if you play quick, as Oberon tried to do there. Anders doing the same, giving it away.
Run through here. Player locked with Awawiren. First time shot from Ruud Gullit, but read well by Anders going into the second period of extra time. My question, now I can finally ask my question, I think, perhaps. If nothing else happens, that's too crazy. In a game of chess, we think often several steps ahead. How many steps ahead in the game of FIFA, especially in a scenario like this one? How many steps ahead do you guys think?
What, in terms of like chance creation?
In terms of chance creation, in terms of goals, in terms of attacking, in terms of defending?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, because you cannot think any further than that. But let's think about team press or player switching. You gotta think a step ahead.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Because if not,
Take a look here. We are back underway, and a chance there from Oberon, but read well again by Anders and Van der Sar.
Oh, the step over was beautiful. In behind here from Anders, defense to attack. Oh my God.
Read very well by Oberon as well, and it's just an end-to-end.
You were talking about the game being a chess game. He anticipated the offside trap, Oberon, and then Anders anticipated the player switch, so he stepped over.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're right, Leah.
Oh, it's a beautiful first time ball in behind here.
Oh, some space here from Ronaldo. Defended well.
Massive challenge from Anders there. You wouldn't think this is an extra time game for a spot in the next stage of the loser bracket. It's been end to end. Normally it's normally tentative, just more possession based, slow pace build up.
I'm feeling tense.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit stressed. My palms are sweaty.
We're all feeling tense. This build-up is good.
And just looking to find some space here. Oberon doesn't want to let it happen, especially into the later minutes of the second half of extra time. See the over-the-top ball there to Roberto Firmino. A late substitution for Oberon. Finding some space with Ronaldinho, but can't quite get the touch that he needs.
It's another great challenge there. Last ditch from Anders. It's going to be the last 2 minutes now of extra time grab. We know he's going to probably play for last attack. Maybe he's not. He's not. Just oh, it's sensational.
Oh, it's a great pass. And Ronaldo, R9, and Anders Bergen gets the last-minute goal in extra time. The theatrics are in full force for the Danish wonder kid.
It's beautiful. I was going to say play for last attack, but as I said, that's why we're here, I'll be honest, because I thought it was almost destined to play for it. But the space just opened up. The lack of get cancelled, the pass through, and the clinicalness in front of goal there, celebrating in front of Oberon's face as well. He's a better man than me, Oberon, I'll tell you that. He's a better man than me. But I love the celebrations from Anders.
I don't know. Sometimes you're watching greatness.
Yeah.
That's what happened here. We all expected for him to...
I think probably Oberon expected that as well. Maybe that's why he pressed so hard to try and get the ball back, thinking Anders would maybe play slightly slower, but just push forward for the goal. And it's a well-deserved one in extra time.
Yeah, the driven pass was...
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Mike mentioned at the top of the show that this is potentially the next generation of FIFA players. Would you agree with Anders and Oberon and the others that we see here today? Most of them being 21 or under.
I think it's a reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first time we don't see Tex, Nicolas, Moauba playing in a tournament of this caliber. So yeah, they've knocked on the door. We saw on the online events how good they were, but now they're playing at LAN events and they're showing their level, which is probably the top we can see now.
Absolutely. That's a devastating goal though to concede for Oberon. Devastating. The last moments of a game. You know that it's elimination if you concede. And he's conceded it. But for Anders, as we saw the celebrations, Oberon has to go forward. He's tried it.
And that does it for Anders Bergen, the Danish wonder kid. He moves on to play the winner of Neat and Emre Yilmaz in the next matchup in the losers bracket. Congratulations to him and commiserations to Oberon. Although he is going home, he should still be very proud of his performance up until this point. Like you guys said, top 8 is nothing to laugh at.
Absolutely, and again for Oberon, he's been phenomenal in this competition. Of course, was in the winners bracket, and we mentioned how hard it is sometimes losing that first game. You tend to it tends to turn into a spiral. You lose the one after that as well, and that was the case coming up against Anders, getting his revenge from the Swiss bracket or the Swiss format. Was it? No, I believe it was in the knockouts actually. The second rounds of the knockouts in the winners bracket, just getting his redemption and advancing into the next stage. We'll play Emre Yilmaz. So again, it's both players who were 5-0 in the Swiss format end up playing each other in the loser bracket. I believe it's the loser bracket semi-finals.
Loser bracket semi-finals. Yeah. Now I have to call you out because that's what I would do to Ryan if he made a prediction.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't make it, by the way.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. I did a prediction and I missed. So yeah, I'm not ashamed of it.
What's your next prediction?
The next prediction
Anders and Emre Yilmaz
is Anders going to make the same run as Matias Bonado did last year. So he's making it to the final. He's resetting the bracket, but then he's losing.
That's a big call. That's several steps ahead.
That's throwing that. We were talking about chess. That's my prediction.
All right, you guys. Well, let's throw it on over to Rachel, Mike, and Kyle to walk us through what we saw in that last round.
Thanks so much, you three. Well, that's a bold statement there because we now know who he's going to meet if he has to do that in the grand final. That's Jesus. You might not have expected me to say that. He defeated Umit 5-4 in the other matchup, which wasn't on stream. Give a shout out to Oberon. You both went over and just commiserated with him. Top 6 as well, you know. No mean feat there in the Champions League. Heartbreak when it goes to extra time in the final moments of that match as well, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you can see both competitors, I mean, disappointing for, as we've seen Oberon there. But Vergang, Anders, does what he does. He held his nerve until the final few minutes. That means that top 8, that bracket right now, he'll meet Emre Yilmaz.
And to give a little context, I don't even think Open played bad at all today.
No,
I think he played
so
really good in both games. And it was Hezzer scored a late goal, and then you saw an extra time, of course, with Vergain scoring the winner there. But it's just a credit to the quality of player and also how slim margins are at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're down to our final 4, of course. So let's have a look at a Mastercard moment of the match from those final set of fixtures. Mike, which one? Have you picked the middle one here? Or have you picked one off stream?
We got to go on stream. There's so many different goals. I think many of us will be reviewing this. I wanted to talk about why it's so important to limit your mistakes, especially at this level. And you can see the stop and pop, the freeze frame here. Yaya Toure is going to be able to go forward. He's got 2 different options. Finds Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho is going to have a classic step over, shall we say, with Vergain. And it's a rather simple goal, but I think it's really important to bring this light. If you're watching at home, you want to play at this level, you want to be at that upper echelon of competitive FIFA, you cannot have those types of mistakes getting on the back. And Anders does such a wonderful job of pressuring you and making you feel uncomfortable.
Well, that's exactly what we saw, didn't we, with the last goal as well. A mistake from Oberon, a driven pass, perfectly done from Anders just to score that 6th and final goal.
Yeah, and that's what I think has been key. The amount of times we've seen he's capitalised on opponents' mistakes. If you, as you said before, when you have the slim margins, if you make a mistake on this level, on this big stage, the competitors here, the best in Europe, they will make you pay for it. And Anders did that in those final few seconds, and you can see how much it meant to him with his reaction as well.
He paid for sure. He's gone out of the competition. That is Oberon, of course. Well, we've got 5 more top moments as well to bring you. We don't know what these are. These are a surprise, which make things very interesting for us up here on the stage as well. I'll take the first one. Let's see where we are going. Top 5. This is our 5th one. Okay, Vergang Oberon. We know exactly what happened here. This was when Vergang was leading 4-3 over Oberon in the second leg, Mike.
It's fitting. It's the Mastercard moment again. You're seeing a second go. You see the celebration with the gritty, of course, and the classic step over the ball roll. You take it around the goalkeeper, and there you have it.
They only made 5. Anyway,
Mike,
Kyle.
number 4 right now. Emre Yilmaz taking on Neat in this one. Talk to us. What are we seeing here? Oh, your reaction says it all.
Just filthy. You've gone short with the corner kick. That's not something that's unique. We see that all the time. But to stop, re-angle yourself, you've given us a little bit of that show and that flow with the elastico finish. Come on then, Ginola.
Well, we're back then, not with Ginola, we're back with Vergang and Oberon on centre stage. 5-4, this is...
The green time, that is so difficult.
Didn't quite
You heard
get
Grav talk about it.
5-5. He did say that, he said he needs to do it every time. This is number 2, Kyle.
Yeah, looking at this one, I mean, Hezer's here, 2-2, beating him 4-3 on aggregate though, Mike. I mean, a goal that pretty much finished and sealed the game.
And you're going to see that skill move used. Brand new to FIFA23, of course. It allows you to beat the goalkeeper and then to top the charts. Where else did
This has got to be the winning goal. Of course, it's got to be the winning goal. That was 120 minutes almost, that driven pass. Ronaldo there buries it, goes through to the next round, and those emotions just said it all. He's like, stop talking. Stop with that talking. I'm through.
I don't like this though. I'm going to be honest, okay? We talk so much about the reactions. They're great. That felt a little bit unsportsmanlike. I'm not going to lie. Screaming in your opponent's face like that. I think he showed his age a little bit. You have just won in the last few seconds. I understand it, but don't act like you were completely in control of the game. You've capitalised on your opponent's mistake. You're screaming in his face right there. I think Oberon took that. He was the more sportsman one, didn't react to it. I was a little bit disappointed seeing that reaction.
Emotions are very high in here because there's a lot on the line, of course. It's the trophy everyone wants to win in Europe. It's the eChampions League final. We're down to our final 4. Come back and join us in a few moments' time to see how the action unfolds. Well, we're back then, ready to go into action once again on the main stage. Emre Yilmaz is already sitting there. He's ready and waiting for who? Guess who? Oh, of course, Anders Bergang has jumped off again, ready to prep himself. Like the boys over there were saying, he walks in the arena with such a swagger now. He owns the stage here, and he's owned it already twice today already. And I'm going to ask you that question, Kyle. He's now had 2 chances up here. Emre Yilmaz has been backstage for his matches. Does that come into play when you go out here and you're watching the bright lights and you've just been kind of sheltered a little bit off camera?
I think ultimately it's a change, isn't it? And it's a change that you've got to adapt to very quickly if you've not been out here, though. For Anders, he has been out here. He plays to the crowd. He almost likes the crowd with those reactions as well. He likes having people to feed off in the audience. It seems like he uses that to his advantage. Emre Yilmaz, he's got to combat that some way. How is he going to do it? In game. That is what he's going to do. You can keep your opponent quiet by beating them, by scoring goals, by making them frustrated.
You can also feel in the room that the vibes have gotten a little more intense. It's got to be said, just because you're getting to that next round, that next stage. Also, Anders brought a collective. He's here. The RB Leipzig guys are here. They got a couple creators with them. They got people making noise. You got people representing. You got your family here. Why not lean into that? I would if I was competing.
And also, we're talking about Team Hullet. He's a Team Hullet member, is Yilmaz there. He's got one of the best icons in the game on his shoulder or on his badge here. I did note that Renzo's not sitting behind him, one of the guys from Team Hullet. Renzo's moving house this weekend. I mean, he should be here.
Wow, is that a spoiler? We're just throwing a spoiler out there. Okay.
Renzo, as I speak. I know who you're watching. Hi, Renzo. But, I mean, when you change things like that, obviously, you've got RB Leipzig, you've got Umit, and you've got Daniel in the audience, I believe. I think Umit went and walked up
Daniel's
there. They're
here.
actually now watching him. But the fact that Renzo's not here, does that make a difference?
I'm not internal in that camp, so I'm not sure how that looks in terms of some of the tactical breakdowns, the ins and outs. We never know exactly how important the coach is. I'm not there. I'm not there for the day-to-day training.
Well, they're not there for training, but obviously Renzo's at home. Anyway, let's have a look at this matchup. Emre Yilmaz is taking on Anders. Let's give you a little preview. This is obviously Emre Yilmaz a little bit earlier on in his last matchup against Neitz there. This was pretty tough, obviously, who stayed in. Then this is obviously the man we've been talking about a lot, Bergang up against Oberyn in their last matchup.
And you see that pressure play, we talked about it. It's a little bit of a fumble there. He's able to recover, but it starts with the press, the team press, the double teams, the risk to reward. He's so good at doing that. He just puts you into these positions where you're uncomfortable. You got the overlapping run, R9, steps through. Again, with the ball roll, realigns himself. You see the ultimate pop-off, the quack, are you talking? I got energy in the room. You name it. I'm expecting another high-scoring affair. Yilmaz goes forward, too. Both players are going to go for it.
Anders, though, obviously, we've seen it keep putting the pressure on every single match he plays, and maybe he just gets in the opponent's head. Let's look at his stats here. Obviously, possession, not as high as you possibly think. Passes, though, yeah, pretty high in 114, and then total shots, 22. Move on now to see his opponent. Oh, that's Bergang again, sorry. So played 4 and 1 in the entire competition. Goals scored, 12, conceded 7. Difference so far is 5. Do you read into them at all at this stage, guys?
When I look at Bergang, I always think about he's a decisive player. He goes forward so quickly. He's trying to change the pace and the rhythm of a game. He's not a possession guy. If you want someone to see out a game and swing it side to side and show you that type of game management, that's really just not part of Anders Bergang.
And how would you look then as Yilmaz if you could describe him in a sentence?
Yilmaz has better balance, actually, if you're going to try to play in that way and maneuver through different tactical approaches, but they're both offensive players. I'm going to call a spade a spade.
Well, slightly more possession. Kyle, if you want to take us through this one.
Well, exactly. Michael just said balance. Look at that. Average possession, 50%. Right on the nose, right in the middle right there. Average passes, 151.
Slightly more as well.
Yeah, a lot more than Anders. And then total shots, 28. Moving on to the second slide, we've got goals and goals conceded. That's what I want to see. Scored 8, conceded 9. Goal difference -1. However, sometimes numbers don't always tell you what you need to see, because Richard Buckley, he still believes Emre Yilmaz is the best player in the world right now. Sorry, Richard, throwing you under the bus. Private conversations in the back room and bringing them to the main stage.
He was undefeated, wasn't he, coming into this? Obviously, he's been defeated now to drop down. Do you agree with Richard Buckley?
I think if you talk to a lot of competitors, he's one of those guys that you know is kind of leading the charge, but you have to do it on a LAN event. And the reality is, every stage of the eChampions League, it's almost like a new event, where your elimination of these players, and also the game changes. Last time we were out and about, it was like 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. We see shifts, we see updates, we see new players being introduced. You have to orchestrate and incorporate them properly.
Would you read into facts as well? You've conceded more goals than you've scored. Would you personally read into that? You saw that pop up?
I don't think so. Not for this matchup. Not against Anders. I don't think so. I think he's at this stage in the competition, new tournament. We can look at everything that happened weeks and weeks ago. No one cares. He's lost that first matchup. Here he is. He needs to do it, and he's got a tough opponent in Anders right here. Emre Yilmaz does. So let's see what he can do.
And that's stats for today. That's not the stat from the previous events. I just want to throw that out there.
They'll chat all day long about this if we let them. We have to go to the cast, of course. Leah, Ryan and Grav are ready and waiting in the wings for this next matchup. Enjoy it, guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Welcome back, you guys. If you're just joining us, we had a lot of excitement in the first couple rounds. 4 players eliminated, 4 remain, but the matchup on the main stage between Anders Vergang and Emre Yilmaz, one for the stories, one for the storybooks, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Seed 1 and Seed 2 in the Swiss format that were unbeaten. There's only 2 players that were unbeaten in this whole format on the eChampions League Swiss format. Both 5-0 players. Of course, Emre Yilmaz coming off of a loss today, bouncing back, whereas Anders has won 2 in a row. So maybe that could play into it as well.
Yeah, in Swiss format, top 1, top 2.
Yeah.
But then FGS format, top 1, top 3 as well.
Exactly.
With Emre being top 1. But yeah, I mean, this is probably the best FIFA match you can watch right now, in my opinion. I mean, I know there's Umut, I know there's Nicolas, I know there's some big names, but I want to see this Emre against Anders, because we could talk about the people's favorite being Anders and arguably the best player in the world, but then Emre, he's just showing back to back how good he is. Last year in the World Cup, he lost in the top 4. This year in DCL, is he going to be able to make a top 3 result?
I think, as you said, in terms of like the favourite from the casual fans, I think Anders would have been the favourite. But as in for the casuals amongst us pros, I think we would say Emre Yilmaz, agree probably with Richard Buckley's statement, is probably, if not the best player currently in the FIFA scene right now. He's performed extremely well as we get ready to get into the game.
The countdown is on, and we are about to kick off 2 of the best and most in-form players in FIFA at the moment. One of them is going home. One of them remains in the competition. It's crazy to think that one of these players is being eliminated.
Yep, definitely. Again, it's 2 of the most consistent players throughout this season so far. And of course, for Anders, anyway, we've already seen him twice today. And with the way it's going, if he was to win the tournament, we'd have seen him every single game so far. So we were able to see the progression in this tournament for him. And of course, for Emre Yilmaz, it's first time seeing him today. We spoke about his loss earlier on in the winners bracket against Umut, a tough one to take. But he bounced back. He got a fantastic win against Neat. So that's a big boost of confidence, winning 4-3.
How do you think that affects these 2 players going into this? Obviously, Emre being undefeated in the entire tournament up until today, but starting today, a new month, a new week, a new event, losing his first match of the tournament, but Anders not having lost yet.
It's a completely different tournament, the finals. It's where it's like, if you make the Sunday championship, the finals, you know the tournament's completely different, because it doesn't matter. Everyone starts 0-0, and you just gotta pick up wins. So Anders is on a high right now, and Emre, I wouldn't say low because he just bet Neat, but he's not there.
Great over-the-top ball. Ronaldo looking to get in behind here. He's got 4 bodies on him and defended well by Anders Vergang.
That was a nice defense by Anders. We're gonna see 4 players at the back against 4 players at the back, which is gonna make
refreshing in FIFA esports.
Which is gonna be interesting. Oh.
You guys play 4 at the back or 5 at the back?
5 at the back. I don't know.
Chestic.
I'm not fair.
Yilmaz into space here, looking to find R9 in the box, but read well again by Anders Vergang.
And it's interesting how Emre did 8 wins in a row with the 5-0 and then the 3 wins in the previous phase. But now he's against the ropes in just one match loss.
Yeah.
This can happen, especially in knockout format.
He's here looking to create a chance. but read well by Emre.
And of course, he's up against somebody that's not afraid to show his emotions. So Kyle Walker's opinion on it. He's not happy with the way Anders reacted with scoring that last-minute goal against Oberon. For you, Leo and Grab, how would you say that looks? For me, I think it's just part and parcel of competing. You're always going to show your emotion as we see Emre building up.
Chance here from Ronaldinho, looking to get the first-time shot. Doesn't get it with Hullet, but does get it with Janola. Emre Yilmaz takes the lead, 1-0 against his compatriot in Anders.
Crazy croqueta pass into the tap in. The first one wasn't lucky enough, but then he scored on the bounce. And yeah, talking about the question you just made, Ryan, I think I agree with you. I think if I was his opponent, I mean, I would be fuming. And maybe I wouldn't be shaking his hand.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. It's emotions and...
Anders looking to respond here with Ronaldinho. He tries, but Van der Sar saves that. Quick and easy. Would you say, after this, Ronaldinho with the quick shot, equalizes easy, no reaction from Anders.
It just looks so easy, as we said, just a driven pass there out to the wide. First time, or just phased back into the box there, a reverse elastico and then a shot from Ronaldinho there to bring Anders back into the game now, the equalizer. Quickly responding from going 1-0 down against Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, the driven pass, the first time pass, and then the reverse elastico was there. But yeah, the timing.
Yeah,
we always
exactly.
talk
It's about the timing. Yeah, exactly.
You cannot learn timing. Like, you just have it or not.
Would you say that this is one of the biggest matchups of the year or the biggest matchup of the year?
I wouldn't say the biggest, because we have other tournaments, but one of the biggest, one of the top 5 for sure. Because Emre against Nico, or even Anders against Nico, they were a huge match.
Yeah.
Ronaldinho into space here, looking to find Janola, but defended and read well by Emre Yilmaz.
It's interesting for me to see how Emre is gonna build up his play, because Anders' second man press and player switching is out of this world. Yeah, it's out of this world. So is he gonna adapt? I don't think he will, because I would say his build-up is the best build-up in the world, Emre's.
He seems to find, even that, he just seems to find that the ball over the top, the first time balls with the L1 and triangles over the defensive line almost every single time. Even the passes where you think maybe it's not completely on, he'll still play those 50-50s and find a way in behind the defensive line.
That was a nice pass, but yeah, he made Nico look like an amateur.
Yeah.
Like, just from his build-up and from his second man press, he just made him look like an amateur. We're talking about Nicolas, current DCL champion.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about, for the people at home that don't necessarily understand the mechanics and the ins and outs of how competitive FIFA works. Talk a little bit about the play style between a player like Anders and a player like Nico, and how that can happen.
I think for Anders anyway, his main play style, as we say, pressing high up the pitch with the second man pressing and manual pressing as well. And it goes to show how good he is at pressing, because I would say over the years of FIFA, in terms of manual pressing, it's slowly started to, I guess, it's not as effective as it once was. So being able to still do that and force your opponents into mistakes. We even saw with one of the highlights against Auburn, he scored from forcing him into a mistake. The step overs, the reverse elastico.
Chance here. Emre Yilmaz is through with Alawiren. Tries to take the shot. Is that what you would have done in that opportunity?
Yeah. He got a little bit unlucky there. The ball sort of got trapped underneath Alawiren in behind there. In the normal situation, you expect him just to take it in his stride, bearing down on goal, and to find the back of the net there.
Well, he does have another chance here. Looking to find space with R9.
I agree with you. Anders' manual press and second man press is really out of this world, but Emre's as well. To talk about playstyle, Emre's he's not chaotic. He's methodical.
Yeah.
He builds. He passes to the center backs. He trigger runs. It's kind of the same playstyle as Oberon.
Yeah, and again, it's sort of very similar to other Team Hullet members as well. They all seem to have a very similar play style. They're very calm, composed in front of goal with their build-up play.
I mean, it's like an academy over there.
Yeah,
so
genuinely.
it makes sense.
And that is halftime in this first leg between Anders and Emre Yilmaz. I think relatively calm based on what we were expecting. Nothing too crazy, nothing too slow, kind of just right in between.
Yeah, we'll see crazy now, don't worry. We're talking about Emre and Anders. We'll see crazy eventually, don't worry.
Sooner or later, there will be more goals in this game. Of course, we've seen a few chances, though, that's going to miss from both of these players. As we start the second half, it's also key to mention, this is the loser bracket semi-final. The winner of this game plays Umut, who's ready and waiting, the ball in behind there.
Taking the shot with Janola from the right-hand side there. Ryan, you mentioned that the winner of this does play Umut. If Anders does go through, he will then have to have had defeated Emre Yilmaz, one of the best in the world at the moment, and then his teammate to make it to the grand final to play Hezers.
Cross.
Let's get a chance here from Ronaldinho.
Done everything right there. Bringing it down is the right choice there.
Maybe the green time finish would have been the perfect option in that situation, but yeah, he just, the timing was there with the cross and with the way he triggered the run.
Yeah.
If that is a situation we see with Umut and Anders in the losers bracket final, how do you think that affects both players? Obviously, playing for the same organization, having practiced together several hundreds of times, likely. Is there a mental game there, or is it every man for themselves?
There's always a mental game there.
Chance here from Anders, but doesn't quite connect the way that he wants him to. A corner taken quickly there. Short, looking for Hole in the back, but saved well by Van der Sar.
We cannot catch a breath. Hole it inside the box.
Ronaldo looking to find his counterpart. He does, it scores. Anders leading 2-1. You see the frustration in the face of Emre Yilmaz, but lots of time to still play. We've seen this before, and we'll see it again, I'm sure.
And this is a typical new generation kind of goal, because us, older players, we don't driven pass into a driven pass.
Yeah.
But they do it.
And he's taking the touch down rather than taking it up or maybe turning that. I think the touch down, allowing the shot to go in at the near post, I think just allows that to, I think it's more of a, I say more success rate to score from that angle rather than shooting across goal, because of course you've got the bodies in the way as well. So sort of shooting near post was the only option there, and he's taken it. And of course Anders leads now 2-1, turning it around. Of course, was 1-0 down at the start of this game.
I really like how Anders brought out the keeper, and Emre tried to capitalize on that mistake, shooting in the first post.
Got a 2-on-2 situation here. Anders looking to find R9, but Lucio and Emre Yilmaz does not allow him to pass. Again, David Alaba and Emre Yilmaz. A few chances there from Anders to get into some space to have a chance on goal, but Emre Yilmaz maintains some of that composure.
It's the pressing again.
Aloiron here looking to capitalize on that opportunity, but a few consecutive dispossessions for Emre Yilmaz, but he does get out of that tight space.
Oh, it's incredible. He's onside as well.
Ronaldo takes the first-time shot and equalizes again. 2-2 between Anders and Emre Yilmaz. What a goal that was.
Out of nowhere, Gravison. Honestly, defense to attack. Gave away 3 chances there for Anders to take advantage of there, just from incredible pressing from Anders. But again, defense to attack that quickly from Emre. He takes the lead, or gets to go back into the game, sorry.
He tried the volley the first time with Ginola, second time with Ronaldinho, and now a third time. That was a charm. 2-2. Crazy goal. You talked about the first time through passes, and he's been doing it again and again.
Another chance here. Ronaldinho looking for Hole. Hole takes the opportunity. First time, far corner. Emre Yilmaz leads 3-2.
Yeah, that's a tough one to concede, Grav. I'll be honest, it's very tough. He sort of read the interception there. You'd expect Anders to get the ball back, but it's bad luck for Anders, but good luck for Emre Yilmaz there. Takes advantage of that opportunity that fell back to him as well with Ruud Gullit for the team Gullit man, and he takes the lead for the second time in this game.
Nice press. A nice press by Anders as well, but yeah, that's a tough goal to concede, especially after a lob-through pass.
Yep, exactly.
Just conceded one, then you concede another one. You're fuming at this situation. Another one.
A lot of push forward from Emre Yilmaz at this point. Looking for Ginola in the box, but misplaced pass from both Emre Yilmaz and Anders. And again from Emre Yilmaz. Anders now looking
Nice.
capitalize on that counterattack.
Nice manual press from Emre. We're seeing it again and again and again. How he doesn't let Anders think, because if you let him think, this is what he's gonna do. Oh. It's nice to see a 4 defenders at the back against a 4 defenders at the back. It's just...
Not like you would know, huh?
Nah, I'm sorry.
The game's the game though, right?
Yeah, it's much quicker. It goes from the defense to the attack in just a second, as Ryan said.
Ryan, you're awfully quiet. You play 5 at the back too?
Absolutely. No hesitation.
To be fair, for him, he used to use it in FIFA 18, 19.
Me?
Yeah.
Absolutely
So,
not. Yeah, right.
Been one of those for a long time, huh?
No chance, man.
I know my stuff. I know what formation you use in FIFA 18. I know my stuff. It's crazy. Do you see how Anders' second man presses into a big point where it's always red?
There's no more, there's no more second man press left.
Like every single play.
This is a silly question.
Yep.
Are you not supposed to second man press till it goes red or what?
You shouldn't, because you should let it,
Good to know.
because it's like the stamina, you shouldn't let it be red.
I'm just asking you for a friend. It's fine.
Great pressing again from Anders.
Good tackle there from Emre Yilmaz, but doesn't quite get the opportunity that he wanted. Was that a red card?
No, yellow. We're going to see a pause, so maybe... I don't think we're going to see tactical changes, but we're going to see some substitutions.
Yeah, maybe some fresh legs as...
Yeah, talk.
I was just saying, as the game comes to a close, there's only going to be a couple more chances, if that, in this game, maybe one more. But I think for Emre Yilmaz, he's done really well to turn this game around. I felt as if Anders was creating a lot more of opportunities from Emre Yilmaz's mistakes there, giving away possession in his own area, and then it just turned around from that first ball over the top.
Chance here from Anders. Pulls the goalkeeper out, but gets the touch. And Emre Yilmaz is able to clear it out almost successfully.
Successfully
in the end.
But yeah, maybe last chance of the game? Probably.
Emre Yilmaz looking to maintain that possession, to see it out, get the last attack. And he does another over-the-top ball that ends up being offside. He steps back and lets Anders take the possession, kick it out. That ends the first leg. Emre Yilmaz leading 3-2 going into the second leg. What you expected?
I was going to say before, sorry for cutting you, how Emre uses all his attackers with the stay central instruction, and it works really, really well. So maybe people at home can try it. It works well.
There you go. Well, you guys, that is it for the first leg. We are into our second leg shortly after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, we're halfway then through the lower bracket semi-final, and the result isn't what you possibly expected. It's Emre Yilmaz leading 1 goal over Anders Vergang there. And the question I had about that, Kyle, was this is the first time going into the second leg that Anders been on the back foot. Does that matter? Is that going to change his outlook on the next leg of the match?
Ultimately, I don't think for a player like Anders with the presence that he brings, with the confidence he seems to have as well, I don't think that's going to matter at all.
I'm sure it won't. I had to ask the question. Mike, let's get into the highlights then from that first leg of that matchup. Let's see what we got then.
And just because you didn't see a bunch of goals doesn't mean there wasn't a lot of action. As you see Dino here working, trying to find some sort of penetrating pass, a lot of give and go, taking off with the speed, a bit of a rebound, falls to Ginola. Sometimes you need that in order to have those margins that we talk about, but it's more about the build-up play. Yaya, Ginola again, Dino, the Elastico, and you have that rebuttal, top corner, the best corner, a lot of extra emphasis, extra power, working with Rudholt again, near post, again. You love to see it. And it's a lot about can you get in behind when you're dealing with Yilmaz versus Vergang. It's that initial press, but it does leave space if you can beat it. Beautiful pass, beautiful ball, first time release there, over the top. Let R9 do his job.
Well, this is the last goal then, because obviously we know what happened in that first leg. Finds a way through and he does take it. 3-2. Emre Yilmaz to Anders Vergang in the first leg, heading into second. I hear they are ready, so let's just stop talking over here and get it over to the casters because the boys in the middle are ready. Grav, Ryan, Leah, are you ready?
We are ready to see what's in store for the second leg and who is moving on to the lower bracket final and will eventually face Hazards in the eChampions League final here in Istanbul. 3-2 to Emre Yilmaz in that first leg. I think it's probably half and half. I think the general consensus in the FIFA community is half Anders, half Emre. I've heard a lot of both. What do you guys think?
I mean, I will give the edge to Emre right now because he's leading 3-2, but Anders has shown over the whole tournament how he can just score goals in a flick of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. You can't rule him out because of how effective he is at creating goal-scoring opportunities. But for Emre, I feel as if he's come into the game as the game's gone on, created a lot of chances, even chances that he didn't end up scoring. He could be up by more than just 1 goal. So for him, it's just sort of about just continuing how he's been playing in the first leg. But for Anders, I don't think he needs to change anything. Nothing dramatic, just continue with his play style. And sooner or later, some goal-scoring opportunities will open up.
We are underway in this second leg of the lower bracket semi-final between Anders Vergang and Emre Yilmaz, 2 world-renowned FIFA players in FIFA23. An early chance from Emre, and Alawiren takes the lead 1-0 in the second leg, leading 4 goals to 2 on aggregate.
That's a really important goal because it shows how connected you are to the game.
Yeah.
First kick of the game, couple of driven passes into Alawiren, and the finish was there as well. He didn't matter how the goalkeeper was moved. That was a really good goal by Emre.
Quick, easy, definitely how he wants to start the game. And he's looking for a second here. Can't quite get the head on it that he wants. And Anders looking to respond quickly.
And it's interesting how Mike said a couple of minutes ago how if you fall into Anders' rhythm of play, you are lost. And I think I agree with him, except in this case. Emre's rhythm...
It's been faster, yeah. It's a lot faster than normal, and they're sort of falling into his hands a little bit more as we see the spaces open up. And this isn't doing the best at just tracking those runs over the top. And again, he's triggered Alawiren.
Look at the far back corner. You can see him waiting for the pass, but Emre decided to shoot that and saved by Anderson van der Sar.
I guess he tried to go for the near post, but the time finishing wasn't there.
Yeah.
That's why it went to the back post.
Pass intercepted there from Emre. Has some space again in on goal. Looks to take the shot. Not even looking for the pass anymore.
Yeah, it's been an incredible start in these first 10 minutes from Emre Yilmaz. He's got a corner, of course. We've seen how deadly they can be. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Anticipating the goalkeeper movement from Anders, which has been a very common theme.
Another power shot from Emre Yilmaz. He is like full speed ahead.
We're seeing everything. We're seeing step overs. We're seeing power shots. I mean, I love this.
How do you think this affects Anders and his mental in this first 15 minutes of this half?
I think it's hard for him because someone is bringing the fight to him.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Absolutely. I think he just sort of has to to ride the storm out because it's been an onslaught of attacks for Emre Yilmaz. Anders tries to get a chance there, blocked, and again, it's just the triggered runs in behind. Not this time though for Emre.
And we talked about how Emre uses stay central instructions with the attackers, but we also saw Anders' tactics being displayed in Ultimate Team actually.
Yeah.
So people can actually try them because they're good. And the 4-4-2 is so fun to use even when you're playing against friends or in foot champs.
I think maybe this is what makes Emre Yilmaz such a special player, is he does have the ability to adapt to different play styles.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's what makes a player the top of the chain.
I think that's why he was amongst one of the favorites coming into this throughout the scene in the pro community. Everyone's speaking about how he's played extremely well this season, been extremely consistent. So Anders tries to get a goal back into this game.
Ronaldinho here with the chance, but doesn't quite connect and get the shot away that he's looking for. As it stands right now, Emre Yilmaz will be facing Umit in the lower bracket final. Lots of time, though, left to play.
Oh. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. The way he wanted to pass the pass to Ginola.
If it wasn't intercepted, that would have been an incredible build-up play there.
Would you say that this is a completely different game for Emre Yilmaz than what we saw in the first half?
Yeah, definitely.
He's just playing on the front foot a lot more, creating chances, as doing a very similar thing to what he was doing in other games as well. Just triggering the runs, whether it's the left forward or the striker, the centre mids, the left back. Everyone is running forward, and you can't track every run. Of course, you manually can only track one run. So you're having someone off the ball, just getting into those spaces in behind. It's very, very difficult to mark and stop the attacks. And as we said, Emre, he's genuinely created a dozen chances.
It's here from Ronaldinho and Anders. Outside of the foot, green time Trivella. Anders takes it back, still down a goal, but a much closer deficit between the two.
Typical Anders goal, a ball right into a driven pass and a ball right into a Trivella shot.
Yep.
Green time. I mean, what can you say? Beautiful, perfect.
He needed that. I felt as if Emre got the next goal, it would have been a huge mountain to climb. Not just because it's that he's down by 3 goals, of course, but someone like Emre Yilmaz usually takes the lead and normally sees out those results. But now it's only a 1-goal deficit for Anders to get back into it. And it's definitely possible.
It is possible. It is possible. And I love how in the 4-3-2-1, he triggers the run with the midfielders, but also with the fullbacks.
The fullbacks as well. There's just so many options. So many options.
So if you defend one, he's going for the other.
Yeah.
Emre pressing much higher and a little bit harder, as you said, on the front foot in this second leg. But Anders almost through there with Ronaldinho and his world-renowned step-overs that we know Anders well for.
That's nice.
Emre very patient on the attack here.
That was lucky. But that's a way to counter-attack the manual press and the second man press. Just run with the ball.
A lot of press there from Emre Yilmaz, and he's on the front foot again. He's got players in the box. Who will he choose to pass to? R9 takes the shot. Van der Sar saved, but Ginola still has an opportunity here. Looking to find some space, and he does! Far corner, squares it to R9. Emre Yilmaz regains his 2-goal lead on Anders Vergeng.
That's a massive goal there. Playing towards the byline for the driven pass across goal. Something that we've seen a lot in FIFA23. Sort of a trademark goal there where the space just seems to open up. The run wasn't tracked to perfection there. It's just a tap-in for Emre Yilmaz just before half-time to restore his 2-goal lead.
And Anders is a master defending the byline.
Yeah.
But the timing from Emre, first with the player lock and then with the
player lock was beautiful. Yeah, exactly. He's got the ball back again. There's still time for maybe another goal here. It's the last attack of the first half.
Well, we see another goal from Emre Yilmaz. Defended well by Anders. Almost dispossessed in his own end by Emre Yilmaz. But Emre Yilmaz leading by 2 goals as we go into halftime in this second leg.
And knowing how aggressive Anders is in the byline, I think that's a tactic from Emre.
Yeah.
The player lock, switching between, because it doesn't allow him to be aggressive enough, because if he's aggressive, he's just gonna simple.
Yes, and the way that Anders has been moving the goalkeeper as well, he's doing multiple things at once. Of course, he's trying to track the back post cross, so you can use that as a decoy, which we saw Obrén do as well. He scored a couple of goals like that. We're seeing Emre Yilmaz do it now as well, and it's working in his favour as the second half commences. Anders needs 2 goals just to level this tie up and to give him any sort of hope up against Emre Yilmaz. I expect Emre Yilmaz to maybe slow the pace down slightly, and the opposite for Anders, just increasing the tempo slightly, sort of rushing attacks, which could lead to more chances for Emre.
The thing about it is, if anyone can come back from a deficit in a match like this, in a final like this, it is Anders. We've seen it before. We might see it again. 45 minutes separates these two from a lower bracket final against Red Bull's Umit. A chance here from Emre Yilmaz. Increases the lead by 3 goals. A huge mountain to climb for Anders.
German run.
Yeah.
He passed it to the right back, but he ran out of the second man press, so he couldn't actually cover the run, and that was an easy goal for Yaya Toure.
Again, just with the triggered runs there, it just seemed as if there were so many options you have to be aware of. You have to watch, of course, the strikers in the area, the right forward, the left forward at the back post, but then, of course, the triggered runs from Yaya Toure, from Hullet. It's very, very difficult to mark, and it's a great goal then. An important goal for Emre Yilmaz now. The 3-goal cushion for the first time in this game between the two of them. And as you can see, look at the space. The space is just going to open up, and Emre's going to be in on goal here.
Ronaldinho passes it back to Ginola. Green times it, but saved by Van der Sar. The confidence is oozing out of Emre Yilmaz in the latter stages of this second half.
He doesn't stop.
Doesn't, never. Again, through to Hullet, tries to get ahead on it, but an easy save for Anders and Van der Sar.
Whoa.
Another interception by Emre Yilmaz through to R9, takes the shot.
Wow, it's just a sequence of mistakes there from Anders, of course. Just trying to rush the ball forward. He knows that he needs a goal, and he needs it quickly. Intercepted from the corner for Anders.
Ender triggering the runs of R9. But read well by Emre Yilmaz. Nothing is stopping him at this point.
I thought the answer to Anders was going to be 4-2-3-1 and making like triangle passes, not like in the bottom, but trigonometrically.
Oh,
What a ball put to Yaya Toure, green timed. Saved by Van der Sar.
Just the L1 triangles over the top there. They're so difficult to mark. You know it's coming as well, and it's just being able to play a switch to the right defender.
Emre maintains the possession. Hullet trying to get the shot. A few deflections in the box. Some scrambling for Anders, but gets it out in the end.
Particularly, it's been unbelievable, this game from Emre Yilmaz so far. Just going forward constantly. I wonder how many shots he's had in this game. It genuinely feels as if every time he's in on goal, he can score. And for Anders, we can see the spaces opening up. That's natural, just because Gravesen going constant press or team press, you're going to leave spaces.
And he's going to punish. He's going to punish him because that's what he's doing without the contact press. Like every single... Did you see how high he pressed?
Yeah.
You cannot be afraid of Anders, because if you are, he's going to score.
It doesn't look at this moment that Emre Yilmaz is too afraid of the Danish powerhouse in Anders Vergang.
That's nice. And if you lose possession, it's going to be...
Yeah, exactly. It's high up the pitch, yeah.
Another misplaced pass there by Anders. And another misplaced pass by Emre Yilmaz. It's just over the top ball, over one after another after another.
How aggressive is Emre being? I love that. He's playing perfect.
Yeah, he needs to go here though, Anders. If he wants to try and salvage something from this game, he's going to need a goal from this corner. Whipped into the back post.
Oof.
But acrobatically cleared there from Emre Yilmaz. Last 15 minutes, but as it looks, or the way it's going, it seems as if someone's going to get the next goal, it's going to be Emre Yilmaz just because of how high Anders has to press to get the ball back. As we see here, it's a 2-on-1 situation again.
Got a run on the back post as well. Maybe a 3-on-1 situation. Janolo with some space, but a very poor shot by Emre Yilmaz. Laughing that one off with his coach as we approach the latter stages of this second leg and the lower bracket semifinal.
We saw the interview earlier with Anders and Kyle just speaking about, of course, Anders backs his ability. He knows he's one of the best players in the world, but being in the loser bracket coming into today, he would have had to win every single game in a row just to get to the grand final for a reset, to give himself a chance to win and put his hands on the trophy. And it might just be one step too far up against the seed number 1 in this tournament in Emre Yilmaz.
Semi-finals of the winner bracket, we saw Umut against Emre. Now potentially, it looks like it.
Yeah, a rematch again.
Yeah.
And that was a relatively close game as well for the two of them.
It was close.
Very, very composed by Emre Yilmaz in the back. Maintains the possession.
This might be it.
Anders pulled his goalkeeper out a little bit. Not looking to misplace any passes or make any mistakes. That looks like it might go out for a corner, and it does. Taking the short corner. Again, not wanting to make too many. He's got his 3-goal cushion that he needs.
Oh, and I think this is it. I don't think he has time to, and especially if he presses like that. Come on.
No time.
Wow.
The 4th goal might just be the cherry on top that sends Emre Yilmaz to the final of this lower bracket.
Look at the confidence with the dribbling, the skill moves, the pressing from Emre Yilmaz. It's been a fantastic display, and it'll be a performance to get himself into the loser bracket final. We'll have a rematch against the world champion in Umut. Anders' his teammate, trying to get redemption for Red Bull Leipzig in this competition. But for Anders, he's had a fantastic tournament, I'll be honest. He's been perfect to watch throughout.
Definitely. I think an upset that maybe no one expected, but perhaps some people did expect, because we know how skillful Emre Yilmaz is, and we know that he also deserves to be here as we approach the 90th minute of this semi-final. Anders is close to being eliminated from the eChampions League, and Emre Yilmaz is close to facing Red Bulls Umut again in a rematch in the lower bracket final. Congratulations to Emre Yilmaz and commiserations to Anders. Both players should be very proud of their accomplishments up until this point.
I mean, top 4 result for Anders. That's great. That's huge. But we're expecting him to win the tournament, because that's the level of expectation you expect from the Wonder Kid, and he's getting kicked out of the tournament. It's still a massive result for him, but I think he was expecting the title from the way he talked to Kyle at the beginning of the day, and he's getting kicked out.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel as if he sort of knew it would have been an uphill battle coming through the loser bracket, having to win all those games in a row, but he almost got to the loser bracket final. But for Emre Yilmaz, it's a massive, massive result. But it's bouncing back against his loss early on in the day against Umut. And of course, he has a chance now to redeem himself, which will be a massive, massive game to get into the grand finals. Up against Hezes, who's just been waiting, just analysing his opponents and just chilling out, getting prepared for the grand final when it comes.
Definitely, obviously, Red Bull Umut hasn't played in a game or two as well. Emre Yilmaz coming fresh off of this game and oozing confidence. Like we said, he was just toying with Anders at the end.
Yeah, at the end he was toying with him.
Yeah.
That's as easy as it is. And now we have this match. I mean, we're saying Emre playing against Umut again.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about Umut that much. He's the current world champ. Last year he got eliminated in the top 8.
Yeah.
That really hurt him. And he's
coming to redeem himself.
Yeah,
he's here to make a point, and of course, being the world champion gives you that huge boost of confidence. He's still young, he's very composed in his performances, and honestly, if there's somebody that could beat Emre Yilmaz, you could put it down to Umut to do it again, because he's already done it.
Definitely. Well, we will see shortly who takes that lead and makes it to the grand final. But first, let's hear from the 3 over across the stage on what they thought about that last match.
I wondered what you're going to call us then. Thanks, dear. 3 Musketeers, possibly. I don't know where you're going with that. But just picking up on what they said about Anders, commiserations, obviously, to him. Top 4, though, great. Half the battle is believing in yourself. Yes, he openly says he wants to be the winner, and he should do. because if you don't believe it, you're never going to get there. Let's see then how this lower bracket final now looks. Well, Umit is taking on Emre Yilmaz. That's a repeat of what we saw a little bit earlier. Look up there in the left-hand side of your screen. 4-6, Emre Yilmaz was defeated to Umit a bit earlier on. Can he kind of get his head around at the task in hand here, Kyle?
Well, I think that he's now warmed into the tournament. That's the very beginning of the day. He said it was a new tournament. He wasn't going to come off the back of the success he had in the previous rounds, and now he's fed his way into it. He dropped straight down into that losers bracket, winning 4-3 in his next matchup, then winning 6-3 as we've just seen there. He's hot right now, and Mike, his hands are definitely hot as we saw in this game.
I would not want to go up against this version of Yilmaz. Just had a little bit of everything from the skills, the passing, the unveiling of space. Some ways that he unlocks some of that space, the 1-2s. You're going to see a couple highlights here. There's one that I really love with the player lock, just because it's so advanced, it's so difficult to do. Beautiful splitting pass here, of course, from Berghain, green time, Travella. He steps through it. I mean, there was back and forth, but Yilmaz pulled away in this matchup, and this is the goal that we're going to look at in a little bit. I'm going to give you an early spoiler, but to be able to do that, to command what's happening, how it's happening, when it's happening, to micromanage that many players, it's so impressive, and then has the composure. You see the step overs, you see the extra pass again, Ginola to R9. You're not going to miss from there. You're always converting. That's going to be breakfast, lunch, dinner, all of the above, and this is kind of that icing on top. Apparently, I'm very hungry. It's getting close to dinner time. Valverde is working, finds space, takedown from Dino, extra pass. You see the triangle, Yaya, Torre, 50th minute. At that point, I think most of us started saying, I think this is done. I think he's wrapped it up.
That goal there, for me, that last one was pretty special. It just shows, doesn't it, when you start pulling away mentally for Anders, maybe he just sits back and goes, I can't quite do it. Let's go now to one of Mike's Mastercard moments of the match. He kind of teased us with where it was coming from Anders Berghain in that one.
It's okay, you need to see it again. You don't have this at home. I'm gonna be very transparent with all of you. This is so advanced in many ways. He's not just using the player lock, but he's moving multiple players. He's trying to pull those defenders out of position. That's what you're seeing here. He does a great job, R9, extra pass. He really should convert from here. Goalkeeper save from Van der Sar is brilliant, but then again with that composure, Ginola, you see the La Croqueta, the resurface, the step over, makes the run, triggers the run, R9's not missing from there, and there's so many elements to that goal. If you can't tell, I'm excited. It is that complex, it's that complicated, all of the details and the intricacies.
How important was that goal as well? Because he was winning 4-3, he then makes the gap 2 goals once again at an important time in the game. How important was the timing of that one?
I'm glad you brought that up. That makes it even more impressive. The fact that he did that when he did it, and all of these different details that a lot of us would be happy to do one of the above, yet alone combining them all in one sequence.
Well, that's why he was seeded number 1 coming into this. Okay, we've seen him come unstuck, didn't we, in his earlier matchup with a world champion nonetheless, so we can't really look too much into that. The world champion now walks onto the stage behind us. He looks full of beans here as well. Obviously, he's just sat that one out. Mike, what does that do? You've just had a chance to go and chat to your coach, have a little bit of food, watch the stress that Emre Yilmaz was under in that last match.
If you're Umit, I think you're probably relieved that you had another game to sit out. I can't speak for either of you or even people at home, but for me, they're also, from going through competitions, I have mental fatigue to a certain degree. I can only play so many games of consecutive FIFA where you're getting my best focus, and if I had games off, I'll take those. Please give them to me. And then it allows me to kind of revamp, talk to my coaching a little bit, just take a second.
Do you know, Mike, when I'm losing in weekend league,
I've seen you lose. You're not playing weekend league.
Yeah,
Stop it, Kyle.
I need an hour or 2 off after I've lost 6 in a row, you know?
These guys, they're rambling. They're mentally fatigued. Let's go to a break because they're not making any sense. Right, come back and join us. Lower bracket final is going down. Well, things are heating up then in the studio here. We have the lower bracket final coming your way. The players are getting ready on the studio. The three of us are getting ready as well. Mike's gone over and tried to get a word from Daniel from RB Leipzig.
I was stirring
the pot. Have you got any gossip for us?
Well, we've got a great relationship, and he said, Michael, I'm not giving you anything.
So, no,
he hit me with the Michael. He hit me with the Michael. I knew he wasn't going to give me anything when he hit me with the Michael, but
he even tried to massage him.
I went to the other camp, though, and I got a little bit of something. This is the third time. Previous FIFA World Cup. Now you're here. This is the second time today. They're feeling good about it. Yilmaz and company were feeling very optimistic into this game plan. That's what they had to say.
Well, they need to be feeling good. Obviously, it's a big one. It's for a place in the grand final a little bit later on against Hez as well. Let's preview then these two players. Obviously, we're going to have a little look back to what we've already seen from them earlier on today. Here we go. Umit taking on Emre Yilmaz for a place in that grand final. There we go. Emre Yilmaz there. We just saw him up against Anders Vergang on the big stage. The script possibly said Vergang. I mean, the match played out the other way. Talk us through this one.
Well, scripts are there to be ripped up sometimes, Rachel. And that is definitely what we saw at this stage. Yilmaz winning 5-3. And you can see he's full of confidence, but he's got to face this man, Umit, the world champion. He's got that title, Mike, and I think for him, he has to come with all that confidence that brings.
And if anyone has the mental fortitude, and we talk about the importance, that's going to be right up the alley with Umit. That's what he works on. He's got Daniel back there we're very familiar with. Beautiful through ball here, just on a side note. A lot of space to work with, and we've really been impressed by Hezers. I just want to give him a shout out in this game because he's sitting there in the grand final. Remember, he's waiting to see who's going to be his final opponent, but I saw brackets from some of you guys. We chatted before we got here. Nobody was talking about Hezers. I'm just throwing, myself included. I thought Oberon was going to be the Italian at the end of the day, but that's not the case. So shout out to Hezers. You deserve all the credit that you've earned right now.
Well, we have a world champion sitting on the stage looking for a European title, and of course we have Emre Yilmaz looking for his first major title as well. There's someone over there, though, who's got a couple of titles under his belt. He's a world champion and he's a Champions League winner as well. Special guest, guys. He doesn't need an introduction from us. You can introduce him.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, we are joined by the icon in the game. It's safe to say my padlock has come up trump with my icon, Paul. Ricardo Kaka, welcome to the eChampions League. Welcome back again. He was here last year in Stockholm. And Rich, I mean, look, we are in for one hell of a game.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of footballing ability
That's
on
still
this
fire every
stage.
time.
We've got a Champions League winner, a Ballon d'Or winner. I mean, we've done it all between us. But maybe just Kaka has done it all. What a moment. It's a massive opportunity for these two players here. In your situation, you're about to go into a massive semi-final. How do you feel?
So thank you very much, guys. It's really happy to be here again and seeing these guys playing. It's really amazing. And when you play a semi-final, so first you need to be ready for that. And I think these guys are ready for a game like that. And one thing that's really hard is control the emotions. And it's really important to have this control because there are a lot of emotions and feelings and something happen. And it's really important to have this control. So I think those guys are ready for the semi-final.
And I think one thing that we love about this, Kaka, as well, you said you have a bit of a dabble on FIFA. You play with your son, I believe. Do we dare to talk about the results in those games? Did you beat him or...?
I used to play more often when I was beating him. Okay. Now that I'm not able to beat him, so we are not playing so much because I don't like to lose. But yes, we do play every week, so...
Amazing. Well, look, this is an incredible game we've got in front of us now. Lower bracket final. Whoever wins this game goes into this year's eChampions League Grand Final to take on Hezers. There's so many storylines in this game, Richard. Kaka will be joining us across not one leg, but two legs to give us his insight and his thoughts on this game. It's the big one because Emre Yilmaz just can't beat Umit, it seems. We're looking through all the history books, all past results. He's the one man that stands in his way and he just can't get past him, so it feels.
Never beaten him in a competitive game of FIFA has Emre Yilmaz. He's never got over the line. Will it happen right here, right now? Did you have anybody in your career, a manager or a player who, anytime you come up against him, you just thought, I've never got the better of this guy?
No, fortunately no, but I had a lot of good opponents. So when I was
teammates as well.
Yeah, good teammate as well. But Brazil against Argentina, always a good challenge. Milan, Inter, good challenge. Real Madrid, Barcelona, good challenge. So it was. I've been blessed that I had this kind of opportunity.
And the better question off that, Kaka, how good does that revenge taste when you finally get the result?
Tastes good, even if it's different, because every game it's a unique story. I was here in 2005 and we lost against Liverpool in the final. 2007 I was in Athens and we won against Liverpool, but the team was different players, different situation. But I need to say that was really good.
I weren't going to bring up 2005, but since you did it anyway, we can talk about that, I'm sure, in a little bit. Losers bracket final underway, Brandon.
It is indeed. Emre Yilmaz kicking from right to left in this one. As we said, keep in mind they've already played today. It was the opening game of the day where Umit was able to get Emre Yilmaz's number. What's so much more impressive on this is that Emre Yilmaz was the only player to come into this eChampions League Grand Final without losing a single game.
Yeah. It was flawless throughout the entire eChampions League up to today. He suffered his first defeat earlier on today to the hands of this man, and now they're facing a huge rematch. Winner will get a place in the eChampions League final, potentially to hoist that trophy aloft. The loser, the top three, is all they can muster up.
Incredible scenes. I mean, this eChampions League is so special for every single player that is competing. Here we go, here's Captain Villa now. This is Umit looking to have an opening start of this game. Ball right back inside, finds Ronaldinho. I mean, speaking of Ronaldinho, do we need to introduce that man, Kaka? What an influence he had on the game. He is one of the best players in FIFA23 right now. Does it surprise you? He's just got this feel on the ball that no other player really does have, both in real life and in the game.
I played with Ronaldinho in Milan, in the national team, and he's just amazing. Just fantastic how he could create the play and how he could execute the play. And we can see that in FIFA as well. So this is the kind of player that's Ronaldinho.
And we talk about that a lot, Richard, because he's one of the few players that has his own custom animations of moving around the pitch, because EA knew that. Like, he just moved differently.
It was always de flair. He's just such an enjoyable player to watch, and we see it in FIFA as well. When you give Ronaldinho to me, in my hands, I make him look good. Never mind when you give him one of the best FIFA players in the world. They make him look incredible, insatiable, just the ability that he has on the ball.
Well, he nearly scored, actually, about 1 minute ago. It was probably the most unlike Ronaldinho goal. It was a header over the top. Here is Ronaldinho now with a through ball into R9. Just can't get around this man then. Speaking of Champions League, Kaka, how special of a tournament is that? How does it differentiate from World Cups to playing in the Serie A, playing in the La Liga around the world? How does this tournament, how does it feel as a player to play in it?
It's incredible. The emotion, the feeling to play a Champions League game, it's really unique. And also the music, they build this emotion behind this music. So every time that you hear the music, there is this kind of motivation to play a Champions League night game. So,
well, speaking of how does it feel, Yilmaz might be feeling pretty good right now. He leads finally by a goal. He was knocking on the door for quite some time and eventually finds a way through, Richard.
He did that same corner twice. He played it short, looked for the near post. Just a power shot into the near post. Van der Sar, the goalkeeper movement, a little bit nervy. I think the best word to describe it. Smashing it in at that front post. You talked about the Champions League anthem, that historic, almost the sound as soon as you hear it. For you, as a player, did you feel the same as a fan? Like when you walk out there, it's just like, wow, I'm playing in the Champions League. I'm playing in the Champions League final.
Yes, one day when I was still in Brazil, I dreamed to hear that anthem and to play a Champions League game. So when it happened for the first time, it was a dream come true for me. And Champions League is the tournament like that you, of course, it's every year, but every year, every game, it's a different. And you play with the best. So play with the best clubs, the best players. It's always amazing.
It could be another chance for Ronaldinho now, building up. Emre Yilmaz in for a second. And I mean, look, I know this game is over 2 legs, but he is building in the right direction there. 2 goals, quick succession. Is he on to finally take him down in no doubt one of the biggest matches of all?
We said he never beat him, and he's 2-0 up inside 33 minutes. It's been incredible. It's been one-way traffic for Emre Yilmaz at this point, but I don't want to remind you, Kaka, football's a long game, FIFA's a long, long game, and he's got a lot of time to get back into this, Just do the basic things right, pass the ball around, get a little bit of possession, and then potentially find your way back into the game just like this. The ball's going to fall to Ronaldinho, and just like that, he's back in the game.
Back in the game, just like that. Little smile across, I know it's a long game to go for Emre Yilmaz. Speaking of FIFA, across your footballing career, FIFA no doubt came out on the road around the world. From, let's just say, AC Milan days, who was the best at FIFA?
The best in FIFA, it was Nesta and Pirlo.
Wow.
They used to share a room, and every moment in every concentration, they used to play FIFA against each other. So.
And on the other side, for that Brazilian national camp, who were the out-and-out FIFA ballers there?
It was Julio Batista.
Yeah.
You remember him?
Yep.
So Julio Batista was the best one.
I used to watch Julio Batista in a career mode when I was about 12 years old. Nesta and Pirlo, though.
Nesta and Pirlo.
I mean, Pirlo, what a player. Just the ultimate player in the midfield. What were it like you playing a little bit ahead of him just dictating the play? He's almost the orchestra master, just pulling all the strings. What was it like for you?
It was amazing, because Pirlo was one of those players that I didn't need to talk to him.
Okay.
He knew the movement that I wanted to do, and he just find me on the field. So he was really incredible.
Well, half-time, we'll have a breather for a second and we'll continue to ask questions to this man. What an opportunity it is. Half-time, 2-1. I mean, at least we're getting goals here, Kaka. It was a great start for Emre Yilmaz. As I said, Emre Yilmaz yet to beat Umit ever this year on FIFA 23. But what was key, Kaka, is Umit got a goal back. He's still in the game.
Yeah, it's really important to have the concentration, be focused on the game, organized, and there's some miracles in Istanbul. So
I like the way you've got a smiling face. Speaking about Istanbul, as a collective, those couple of years as a player, you went to Istanbul, you faced Liverpool, we all know what happened there. I'm sure when you come back today, it was still a bit like, wow, I remember that in a bad way. But then 2 years on from that, you went and won a Champions League and you were the top goal scorer in the tournament there. It was an incredible couple of years for AC Milan, especially, and you.
Yeah, it was amazing for me, 2005 and 2007. But I don't remember Istanbul as, of course, I wanted to win. But I think it was one of the best finals in Champions League ever. And after 2 years, I had the opportunity to win the Champions League. But 2005, I have a lot of lessons from that game.
What was the feeling like in that dressing room when you're up at half-time against Liverpool in that Istanbul final?
We were very confident, but a lot of people say that we were celebrating, drinking champagne. That's not true, of course. We had a very experienced players, experienced team, very good coach, and of course we know that the game is not finished in the half-time. But we were very confident.
At what point for you, when you're in that game, we often say in FIFA, one thing will happen and the game will just switch. Was it just that first goal and then it was like, oh wow, something could be on here? Or even after the first goal, were you still confident that the game was there for you to take?
I think it was after the third goal, actually.
Okay.
When they tied the game, we said, oh, maybe something is really strange here. But after that, the game was really tied, and we still had a chance to win. I don't know if you guys remember, but Shevchenko had a great opportunity and overtiming. And Dudek made an amazing save. I played with him in Madrid years later, and I asked him, how did you save that? And he said, I don't know.
Hello, Emre Yilmaz back inside, just like that. It's another 2-goal cushion that he's been able to re-extend here. And as long as he can keep doing that and pulling away, he's going to find himself in a grand final, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. We're having a discussion here, we're watching the game, and it's just that instinctive. As soon as he gets in the final third, Emre Yilmaz, we saw it in the previous match against Anders. He's so quick with it. He's not double thinking. It's very instinctive FIFA that we're seeing here from Emre Yilmaz. Puts himself back in the winning position, 3-1 open. I would be wrong if I didn't. You talked about Real Madrid. What a team. I mean, when you were over there, talk to us about that Real Madrid part of your life, because it was just incredible to watch, sort of the outside looking in. Take us inside. What was it like?
It was really nice to play with those players. It's amazing. It's a great opportunity.
Oh, back in the game for Umit there. Again, he's still keeping as tight as he can be. Keep in mind, there is still a second leg to be played here. And when they did face in the opening game about 2.5 hours ago, it was a 6-4 win for Umit. He has got unfinished business with this eChampions League. It just sprung a memory, by the way. When I was 12 years old, right? Do you know what I got for my birthday? I got an AC Milan top with Andrei Shevchenko on the back. I absolutely just had a fascination with AC Milan. I'm not even just saying that because you're here, Kaka, but Dida, what's a keeper? I feel like he should be in the game.
Yeah.
Dida, he was the best goalkeeper that I ever played with. So,
and it helps he was Brazilian as well.
Yeah, of course. But he was really good.
Here's a chance, back to goal, and we're looking for a all-important third. Plays himself out of that spot above. 21 minutes left to be played here. You are watching the eChampions League. Myself, Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley and Kaka in the commentary booth. I can't still believe I'm saying that. Here's a build-up now for Emre Yilmaz. Alawaran finds Hull at the old goal scorer that just scored that third and really important goal.
You're just seeing everything here for Umit at the moment is going through Ronaldinho. He's sort of being the catalyst in the attacking third. Whether it's the build-up play, whether it's the attacking real quartet in the final third. Alawaran, Ronaldinho, Ginola and R9 as the focal point of that front four for Umit. If he's going to get back into this game, 17 minutes left to do it in the first leg. We then play another second leg of FIFA. Aggregate scoreline will be in use.
You'll be happy to know there's no away goals in this Kaka, so there's no late drama. Here's a potential equaliser though for Alawaran. Hello, 3-3 just like that. Umit's back in the game.
And we said, I spoke it into existence. It's going to come from Ronaldinho. It's going to come from Alawaran in the attacking third of the pitch, getting those balls in behind. And I mean, Alawaran, he's so fast. He's quick. He's just got that acceleration away from a defender. Was there anybody that you played with during your career where you just thought, I don't know, other than yourself, how are they so fast? Like, Alawaran in FIFA is just the pace guy. He can outpace any single defender in the game. For yourself, was there anybody?
For me, it was Pato. Do you remember Pato?
Oh, wow. FIFA legend.
That'll be a FIFA Twitch chat now, going crazy.
You made a lot of people happy at home.
Oh, man, Pato, he still is. He's playing for São Paulo right now, my team in Brazil. But at the best time of his career, he was really fast, really fast. The goal that he scored at the Camp Nou against Barcelona.
Right from the kickoff straight away. Yeah.
Last chance of the game here, potentially for Umit. Ronaldinho, there's those famous step overs. Is there a cut back inside? He wins a corner. What can we see here from the current world champion? Ginola. Back to R9. Yeah, Torre tries his best to work it around. The possession will change hands. Is there a counter-attack to come on the opposite side here? Pull it. All over the top, finds Capdevia. Keep an eye on Ronaldinho's movements he's making in the box. He's also got an overlap. Saeed Alawaran there. Once again, Umit just been able to win the ball back ever so kindly. This is going to come down to one final chance. Who's going to be able to create? It looks as if he's building into this one.
Yeah, just holding the possession. He's playing for the last attack of the game. Waiting for that clock to tick down, 89, 90th minute, so you guarantee the last chance on goal for Emre Yilmaz. Holding out the possession, he's not going to go forward. We expect maybe a switch of play coming in at some point, try and open up the pitch, and then look for that final chance.
Last minute.
I don't even think he's going to get an opportunity.
Terrible pass. I don't think he's going to have enough time to get the ball forward. I think he knows that too. Well, there we go. Halfway point in this lower bracket final here in Istanbul for the Champions League. We said it was going to be a tight one, and by God, it has been. 3-3. This game's on a nice edge.
Nice game, huh? What a nice
goals.
game. Yeah, 6 goals.
Evenly split.
You brought the good game. Incredible
Happy
stuff.
for that.
Anyway, that is it from the halfway point here. There is still a second leg to be played. Kaka will be staying with us for the second leg too. You do not want to miss this. Who will be going to this year's eChampions League final? Will it be Umit, or will it be that other man on the other side of the screen, Emre Yilmaz? Do not miss this. Come back in a few minutes.
Well, as close as you like then in the lower bracket grand final. 3 apiece for both our players, Emre Yilmaz and the world champion Umit, and as close you like in the European rankings as well. Emre Yilmaz is ranked 5th in Europe so far and Umit 7th, so just 1 point separating those two players. Well, let's just get straight into the what we saw in that first matchup then, so we can see exactly how these guys might play in the second one. Right, Mike, Kyle, tell us what we're seeing here.
Seeing that utilization of the power shot, which has been something that Yilmaz has kind of put into his little personal pedigree in terms of the way that he scored goals throughout the day. He's really the only competitor using it and not using it as a cancellation. So he gets off to a hot start, but as we kind of hinted at, or at least I did, I sold the story that Umit mentally is strong. And he showed that he battled back from being down in a couple different instances here. You see the extra pass to Ruud Gullit, always galloping through that midfield. I can't preface that enough. So valuable, just taking up so much of that space. Beautiful beautiful finish there from R9. Doesn't quite green time, it still works out. And we saw this late, great goalkeeper read near post, count it, 3-all, and sets up perfectly for leg 2.
Kyle, I say Umit was listening to Kaka there saying, always look at the positives. Obviously, he was talking about 2005 to 2007, wasn't he? Thinking of the positives, not looking at the negative.
Always. I mean, when you've got Kaka behind you or in front of you, you've got to listen to him. Umit's got his headset on. I don't know what he's doing. You've got Kaka over there. You've got to be listening to everything that he's saying. I mean, this guy is a legend. I can't believe that we've been separated last year. I got to interview him. My interview was so good that he said, keep me as far away as possible to Kyle this year. Kaka, I'm coming for you, all right? I'm going to come and find you after, I promise. We need to have a chat. Promise it's happening.
I mean, I have no words. He's absolutely just called out a world champion and a European champion right on the stage. Anyway, back to you, Kaka. You can have a word of Kyle Walker there. I'll let you. Just, fire on him.
Don't worry, Kyle. He's mine this year. He's all mine. Me and Kaka, we're linking up afterwards. Don't worry.
I'll be back to you next year, Kyle.
Next year. Get in the diary next year. She's having that for interview. Anyway, enough of that for a minute. Back to this one. Second minute. So it seems this year, and when you look at a game like that, he led on 2 different occasions there. Went 2-0 up, then the game went 2-1, then he went 3-1 up, but still, Umit keeps on coming back. The mindset right now for Emre, he must be thinking, what more can I do? Every time I try and go in front, Umit's coming back at me.
Yeah, it started a very important mental game for him, I think. Because when you say that you can beat this guy, so it's try to block your mind, and I do everything that I can, but I can't do it. So probably Emre is gonna face this challenge for the next game.
Yeah, and there's a famous FIFA phrase. Whenever you lose a game of FIFA at this level, it's always small margins, just small margins. It's all mentality. If you can keep your cool, keep your composure, just sort of always say play the game, not the occasion. It's very hard to do. It's very hard not to play the occasion when you're playing for so much money, you're playing for so much accolade. You can see the trophy on the stage right there that you potentially could be winning. It's such a big moment for these players, and I sympathise with them, because I would be nervous so badly and it would affect my performance. It's got to be said.
And how do you get over that? Obviously, when you're in the Champions League final, so to speak, Kaka, and you see the trophy, you're walking out past it as you come in to try and separate, right, we've got a job to do first before we can go and lift that trophy.
The problem is always before the game, because you can think a lot of things. But when the game starts, you can change that anxious in actions. So when the game starts, everything it's easier.
We saw some great performances from individuals in that game right there. Alo Wairan, Ronaldinho really being pivotal for Umit. When you talk about an individual performance, there's not much better than yours at Old Trafford, Kaka. Talk me through that game, because it was, I remember watching it on TV at home. Unbelievable. Like, we were watching people England at home just saying, this doesn't happen to Man United. Like, what a day.
Yeah, that semi-final for me was really important for my career, for my... Ooh.
Well. It looks as if Emre Yilmaz may have listened to you, Kaka, because the mental game is on point.
Yeah.
9 minutes in, it's another fellow Brazilian that scored that first goal. It's R9, but as you were saying, back to that special night.
Yeah, very special night for me, because I did a very good game at Old Trafford, and we still lost that game because the game was really unbelievable. And then we have the second leg in Milan. In Italy, they call that game as a perfect match for Milan, and we won 3-0, and we went to the final against Liverpool. But for me, that semi-final was really good experience.
Hello, this could fall kindly. It does again. Umit just says never. I'm not giving up. Again and again and again, he finds a way back through. It's R9 down one and Ronaldinho down the other. The only thing that hasn't happened in this game is that Umit's not been able to take the lead yet. Is it about to swing and is about to shift towards him?
And I've got to go out and say it. It's the World Championship mentality. When you've been to the top of the mountain, it was lifting trophies and checks last year for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You don't lie down easy.
Oh, R9. He's got that wrong, didn't he?
Speaking of R9, what a player. the floor is yours. I'll wait for this attack to come through. Talk to us about R9, because he's the best player in FIFA and potentially one of the greatest players to ever live.
Yeah, he was the best player that I played with, because it's really nice to see the player when you see how he can think about the action and how he can execute the action. And sometimes in a game or training, we watched Ronaldo doing something that we thought, how he could do that, or how he could even imagine that kind of a play. And so this is for me really incredible. So Ronaldo was the best one.
Best player you've ever played with?
Best player that I played with, yes.
And I'll tell you one thing, Kaká, it's the best player that these guys have played with as well. Every single year, R9 is the best player that just gets in these teams, Richard. It doesn't matter if it was back in FIFA 17, I believe, when Icons first sort of came into the game. Whoever created that R9 in-game item, the stats are perfect, the build is perfect. Here's Emre Yilmaz, there's the goal! And again, he takes that first goal forward, this time Ronaldinho. But can he build on it? There has not been a moment yet where we've seen Umit being able to take the lead, but one thing Umit does is he always comes back. 25 minutes in here, Emre Yilmaz will take the lead again. Keep in mind, winner of this is in the grand final, taking on Jesus, who is waiting there patiently.
What a game. What a game. 5-4. You mentioned about R9, you're saying sort of how those stats came to be. That's just how he was in real life. You just copied the player. A lot of people say, yeah, Messi might be one of the greatest sort of dribblers and technical ability. CR7 might be one of the greatest scorers. R9 was the perfect striker. He had everything. He had the pace, the ability on both feet, the strength, and that finishing ability, and he's perfectly replicated here in FIFA. Oh, that one maybe not so much. Did Ronaldinho ever do that in training?
He did that against England in 2002.
Oh, Kaká. I thought we were friends. Why are you going to do that?
Ronaldinho. Unfortunately,
What a player.
somehow, unable to time that one.
He's in again.
Here's the chance. Back to R9. There's that 2-goal cushion. Forget Ronaldinho this time. It's R9 that scores the goal. And if you haven't realised, Kaká, how important those two players are, Ronaldinho and R9 are a staple in every single one of these teams, because they're just unbelievable in the game.
Yeah, in 2002, Brazilian attacker, it was Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, and Rivaldo.
Oh,
3 R's.
it's not fair.
So for me, I was on the bench in that tournament, and for me to learn from those guys was just an unbelievable experience.
Speaking of Rivaldo, he has actually got a FUT birthday item. You've got a FUT birthday icon as well. He's new to this year. Little bumper up on the stand. And there's another one.
He is reeling right now. These goals off.
But it's a 3-goal cushion. We haven't seen that yet. If anything, Emre Yilmaz just looked tired there, didn't he? He's wiped his eyes. He's been in one hell of a game.
The third goal in this second leg, it was a mistake at the back. Umit gave the ball away. Emre Yilmaz capitalised on it. That was the 6th goal. The 7th goal, short corner, played into the edge of the box, and just that finish. I said it in the first leg, and I'm going to say it again. When he gets in those areas, he's instinctive. He's so snappy. As Umit looks to get one back, Lucio with an incredible block.
That probably would have been a goal, wouldn't it, if it wasn't for the Brazilian defender in Lucio. Corner. Played back to Alawara. The step overs are nice from Umit. I mean, look, there's a half to play. Do I dare to ask, is a 3-goal cushion safe? You never know.
You never know.
You never know, especially in Istanbul, right?
Especially in Istanbul.
There is still time.
What a pass.
For Umit to turn it around. Maybe not the best pass,
Maybe
but
not.
it was outplayed in the end.
It looked good, and then carried on all the way into the stands.
Is this going to be the last chance if the referee will play it? I think he will. Ball over the top of it, needs to score. Superb defender. That will take us into half-time now. 45 minutes away from finding our final two here in Istanbul for this year's eChampions League final, Richard.
And for Umut, you've come into this game, Kaka, you've brought the game back in the first leg. For it to have disappeared so quickly, mentality-wise, you're in that situation. You've got a coach there next to you. You've had some incredible managers. That manager, that coach has got a very important task now to get you back into the zone.
Yeah, the best coach that I had in my career, it was Carlo Ancelotti. And he was the coach that I performed in my top level. So 2005, 6, 7. And for me, it's most because he could manage the players, not just the tactics or techniques or something like that. He's really good on that as well, but the way that he manages people, I think, is the Carlos' best ability.
And what would you say was the small things that he did that brought the best out in you?
Well, some phrases or some moments that he brings back my confidence. So when you are confident on the field, and coach have this power to give a player the confidence and to be confident on the field, I think it's the secret.
Could be another goal here for Emre Yilmaz. David Ginola.
Oh, no surprise who it is again. R9 will add another one onto his account.
R8.
What a second leg. He's blown him out of the water in this second leg. David Ginola getting the ball in behind. Simple cutback into Ronaldo. He's got 4 goals in this second leg. It has been an incredible performance here from Emre Yilmaz, and this game almost looks over.
Yeah, and speaking of the Champions League, we're here in Istanbul for a reason, obviously not just for the eChampions League, but because there's a very big game happening on Saturday as there's a goal back inside. To get your thoughts on that, Man City Inter, what's your thoughts coming into that one?
Well, as a Milan fan,
I mean, it's probably obvious you're going to guess it's going to win, isn't it?
As a Milan fan and a Milan supporter, I think Manchester City.
Yeah,
is
I think any AC fan that's probably watching right now, if he said anything different, they wouldn't be too happy.
Talking about that Manchester City side, as we have a little bit of time here, the treble, 1 game away. Are they potentially building themselves as one of the greatest footballing sides ever? Is that fair to say?
I think so. Also because Premier League today is the most competitive tournament, and they won the Premier League. They are in the final in Champions League, and they won the FA Cup as well. So I think this season for Manchester City, it's just unbelievable. And I'm a Pep's fan as well. So I'm really happy that he's getting this opportunity with Manchester City too.
I'm sure if we weren't in at the eChampions League for another Global Series event, Erling Haaland would be in these teams as well. Just what he's done this season made the Premier League look easy.
It's just incredible, what this guy is doing. How many goals he's scoring. It seems really easy to score goals, and it's really hard. It's really tough to score goals in Premier League. Much worse. But he's doing really good.
He always looks like he's playing with a smile on his face as well. Was that important for you, and when you were playing, to enjoy playing football?
That's it. It seems that he's enjoying, and for us, of course, it's a professional. There are a lot of responsibilities on that, but he's playing as a kid. He's just loving the game and enjoying the game.
Exactly the same for FIFA. You have to enjoy playing. And I'll tell you what, Emre Yilmaz is 20 minutes away from enjoying a grand final here at the eChampions League.
Yeah, with a lump sum of cash behind him too. There is 20 minutes left to be played here. 3 goals are needed. We need to see one now from him if there is going to be a chance. Lucio just able to stick a leg in the way. That could be a mistake. Well recovered by David Alaba there. It's a case of game management now for Emre Yilmaz, just to see the clock tick down here.
Don't want to play too defensive and invite pressure, but you have to, very similar to real life football, just keep that threat in the final third, and there is so many bodies in the final third to get another goal.
Oh, 9. Oh! Dancing on the ball, and I think that shows the confidence that Emre Yilmaz is feeling now. Chance to break.
Umut just has to throw bodies forward at this point.
Ginola pushing and pushing and pushing. If he scores again, certainly would be game over. Alawiran looking for the nail in the coffin. There it is, game, set and match. It's just too big of a mountain to climb now, but what a result, what a statement. It sends out to Hezes in the grand final, a 9-5 victory potentially we're looking at here.
I mean, we look at the stats here from the eChampions League finals just in Istanbul. 22 goals scored he has scored, Emre Yilmaz. His nearest player is Anders Vergang, who scored 15. 23, just been updated. 23 goals scored for Emre Yilmaz. He has been flying forward.
Oh, we might have another one here. Yaya Toure tries to find double figures. I'm sure you've never been involved in a game of this many goals in your time. Otherwise, you would be asking questions of the defence.
No, the highest score that I participated was 10-0 with São Paulo. São Paulo, we played the Copa do Brasil, a cup in Brazil, and we beat a team called Botafogo, and we beat them 10-0.
Did you score?
I scored 1.
Could be another one.
Oh, speaking of 10. There is the 10th goal there. It's hard not to take the shine away from him as well here. Still a top 3 finish for him. Another incredible season. He will still be at the Global Series playoffs, although he didn't get it as a top 2 player. He's already got it. So, Rich, we will see him in a couple of weeks' time in London for those playoffs. You've got to remember as well, this time last year, Umut lost in an eChampions League top 6. He lost in a virtual Bundesliga final. What happened 2 months on, Rich?
He went and won.
He won a World Championship, and he won $250,000 via a penalty shootout against Nicholas. It'll be hard to take now, but he has to come back.
And they always say in FIFA, when you play twice, whoever won the first time never wins the second time. You always trade results. What a privilege this has been in the commentary position, Brandon, and not only the company, but a great game to go alongside it as well.
Yeah, Kaka, thank you very much for chilling with us here. An incredible opportunity. Handshakes all round on both sides. A round of applause for all involved in this lower bracket final. It's Emre Yilmaz that does go through and will be taking on Hezes. It's the Netherlands against Italy. You're guaranteed to see, obviously, a new champion there. On both sides of it here, it's going to feel hard to take when you've lost a game in that way. But what advice would you give to Umut for a player that, look, as we said, he's a world champion? It's difficult to take these results, but there's more opportunities out there.
Yeah, of course, you always have to take the loss as a lesson. So, of course, there are a lot of lessons for Umut here. And congratulations to Emre that he made the final. And also for the Italian boy, I think it's going to be a very, very good final game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Emre Yilmaz coming into this tournament, people say he was the best player in the world. A little bit extra pressure on him to back it up and get the win now in the final?
Yeah, you have also always the pressure when somebody says that you were the best or you're going to make the final. So there are a lot of responsibilities on that. Also, the mentality changed a little bit, but he did it. And now I think it's a great opportunity to him to show that he deserves to lift the trophy.
And quickly, a name, Emre or Hezes to win? Just a name. Give us a guess.
Emre.
Emre, after the back of that 10-5 win. We'll give him a round of applause. Kaka, thank you very much for joining us here in the eChampions League. It's over to Rachel and the guys. What a game that was.
Yeah, it was a real tough game, of course, especially for Umut. Commiserations to him, but a third place finish here at the eChampions League is nothing to be sniffed at. Obviously, it kind of ran away with him in the end there, Mike. 10-5, that final scoreline. And it must hurt a little bit more, the fact that he actually defeated, you can see up there, Umut Emre Yilmaz, 6-4 in that first match of the day.
That's the difficult takeaway, and I bet you Umut's still thinking about the Hezes game as well, knowing that if he won that, he'd be sitting in the final, then he'd have a couple chances, assuming that Yilmaz was going to come up from that bottom bracket. But either way, you should be very proud. Third place finish is a big result, and he's still got a lot to play for.
can I say that possibly he got a little bit complacent knowing that he'd beaten Yilmaz a little bit earlier on by 2 goals as well? Do you sit there and go, yeah, this is going to be a walk in the park for me?
I don't think that was the energy in the room at all. I just think FIFA, especially when you have to chase a game, the game can be a little cruel if you have to rush offensively, defensively, and that's why you're seeing the bigger spread. But it's a little bit misleading because you just have to take more risk.
Well, yeah, the ability there for Emre Yilmaz to bounce back. He played so many more matches as well of FIFA over Umit to be able to go through to the grand final. Well, we've spoken about him. Of course, he still has that title of the world champion. Let's welcome over Umit so we can have a quick chat with him. I know it's really difficult as well at this time. Umit? Mike, do you want to go and see if he's okay?
He's joining us.
And obviously he gets a 3rd place prize as well from Turkish Airlines. To obviously deliver this prize, we have Nuran Erda Habada, Miles and Smiles Marketing and Partnerships Manager, to present this award to Umit here today. Of course, he gets 100,000 air miles, which is a pretty great prize. Umit, we're going to receive your check here for air miles. This is a pretty awesome prize that he gets to receive. I mean, I don't know, I'd love that. Where are you going to go in the world, Umit? Obviously, it's a great opportunity here. I mean, I want to ask you a question, though. Obviously, it's tough. Everyone's got to lose, you know. We've seen Kaka over there. He was talking about 2005 here in Istanbul. It's gutting at the time, but you've got to learn how to bounce back. You know, obviously, you've got so much to play for this time out. You're a world champion still. I know it's tough right now, but just give me a little reflection on today.
I started the day very well. I played against Emre, I won. Then I lost against Cesars, and now I lost also deserved to Emre. So it's okay to lose, but I have to bounce back. I have to come back. The season is still young, still many to win, but of course I never won the Champions League. Now I was so close, so I'm really sad to be out now.
Well, heads up, I mean, getting 3rd place is still really impressive. I mean, a lot of your people were here as well. What do we have to look forward to going forward? You talked about it a little bit, but you have a lot of tournaments still to play in, from the Bundesliga to the finals for the year.
Yeah, of course, in 2 days it's the Bundesliga. Of course, I want to win that, but I think like the main focus for me this season is the 3 World Cups. I hope I will qualify for the 1v1 World Cup. We qualified for both 2v2 World Cups, so I hope I will gonna win at least 1 World Cup.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to us. I'm at 3rd place here at this year's eChampions League final. Nuran, thank you so much for awarding the 100,000 air miles as well from Turkish Airlines. Round of applause then for Umit, your 3rd place here at the eChampions League 2022. Right, let's go on then and let's talk about what we have still to see a little bit later on. Right, we have this guy, Jesus. He's been out of action for a while now. He's been sitting in the wings. He's ready and raring to go. And who's he going to be facing? That man there, Emre Yilmaz from Team Hullet, come back for the grand final. It is grand finals time there here in Istanbul for this year's eChampions League finals for 2023. We now have our two grand finalists, Mike Klebel. We of course had Jesus. He's been sitting and waiting quite a long time. He now knows who he's going to face, and it is Emre Yilmaz of Team Hullet. He'll be wanting to go and see if he can match Ruud Hullet, his team boss's accolades there. Obviously, Ruud Hullet's got two European Cups. Can Emre Yilmaz get himself one eChampions League Cup? That's the question we want to find out. And Kyle Walker is waiting by ready to welcome both our grand finalists to the stage.
Thank you so much, Rachel. 1,024 competitors started this entire competition online way back when in November, and now we're down to our final two. Yes, it's time for our grand final. Let's welcome them to the stage. We've got Jesus taking on Emre Yilmaz. As it feels like a few hours ago we were talking, we were thinking about what could possibly happen, and then you've been quiet because you've made it through to the grand final. No one's really been talking about you right now. That doesn't add any pressure. How are you feeling? You must be feeling great.
Yeah, obviously I'm feeling great, and obviously maybe if you are an underdog, you have less pressure. So maybe I use it, this opportunity for this good.
And Emre Yilmaz, for yourself, I mean, your fingers must be warm, you're good to go, you're used to the big stage right now. That smile is creeping onto your face right there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The first game I lost against Umut, I felt like this is over. Then I won against Need. It was a very close game. I didn't play good, but then it was just, I played good against Anders and Umut, so I'm happy to be here.
You had to do it the hard way. You dropped down, but you fought all the way back. You've got to continue doing it the hard way, because to win this, you've got to beat him and then beat him again. Are you confident you can go on and do that?
Of course, I feel that I can do that. Jesus is a very good player. Was as many tournaments, so it will be a great match.
It will be a great match indeed. Jesus, for yourself, the dream of lifting that trophy right there, how will that feel now that you're so close to it and getting your hands on it?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to don't think about that, because it will be harder if I think about that. So just play and try to win.
You've watched this man, you've watched what he's done on the main stage so far. How are you going to beat him?
No, I don't know. Just I have to play to my best. He will play at his best, and I hope that the better player will win.
Well, we'll see. The better player will win in this one. It is time for our grand final. Jesus taking on Emre Yilmaz. I'll leave you guys to go and get yourselves prepared, get yourselves ready. You can make your way round. Good luck to both of you. Only one will be lifting that trophy. Jesus, he is in that final right there on the upper bracket. If he wins this one, he lifts the trophy. Emre Yilmaz, he's got it all to do. Rachel, Mike, we're so close to the grand final. I'm so excited. How are you feeling, Mike? Rach, good?
Well, I'm just thinking, is it going to go to a bracket reset? That's what I'm thinking right now. We could see what happened last year. Of course, Matthias Banana, he came through, didn't he, and pushed Nicholas to play not one game of FIFA, but two in the end there. And obviously, Nicholas was our champion in the end. But, Mike, I love some rankings, stats here. I'm just going to throw a few out here.
Yeah, what you got for me?
So, Jesus, 27th ranked in Europe, and we already know where Emre Yilmaz currently sits. It's 5th in Europe. So, do you read into that?
I don't think so. We're in a final now, and you could say maybe coming into this tournament that you got a higher seeded player versus a lower seeded player, but Jesus thus far has been undefeated today. He sent down everybody that's been ranked above him anyways, and the man's been doing the business.
This is how Emre Yilmaz did the business a little bit earlier then against Umit, who he played a little bit earlier on in the day and actually lost to him, and then went back and defeated him 10-5, Mike, in the end, the scoreline.
And I do feel that Yilmaz has kind of came into form, started a little bit slow today, and then he's been able to score goal on goal on goal, and you just see so much variety in his gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jesus, remember, is a player we don't really talk about that much, but I remember back in, well, we'll actually go on to Yilmaz, then I'll talk about what I was going to there with Jesus. Emre Yilmaz, a couple of stats for you then. Played obviously a 1-4 4 there. Let's have a look about his possession. We know earlier it was 50. It's gone up a percentage there, 51. You saying how balanced he is as a player earlier, Mike. Average pass is pretty similar, 154. Shots, again, great stats to look at there. This man, this is what I was talking about a bit earlier. So in 21, FIFA 21, he was actually a semi-finalist in this competition. It's online, Mike. Does it count? He lost to Oliver PN. Do you know that man that came onto the scene?
I know all about Oliver
PN. He was a footballer and he won.
It still counts, but it's really about being at the LAN, and Hezer's thus far shown that he's the real deal at a LAN setting.
He said that, didn't he, when Kyle asked him, how are you going to defeat Yilmaz? He said, I don't know yet. How would you defeat Emre Yilmaz?
Right now, you need to slow him down. It would help if you score first. Put a little pressure, because remember, if you're Hezers, you got, in theory here, you got the reset in your favor because you're in that upper bracket. So if you can put Yilmaz under pressure, maybe he starts feeling that he has to chase the game, you don't necessarily have to chase.
But if you are Hezers, surely you want to just get the job done quickly. So maybe you are rushing your gameplay in this first matchup just to try and not press for a bracket reset.
It depends how the game goes. I always talk about FIFA can be kind of cruel. If you go down, and especially 2-3 goals, you have to make adjustments. You have to chase the game. And that can either go fantastic or awfully wrong. We just saw that it went for Yilmaz and Umit. Umit wasn't able to get himself back into it, but he had to take those gambles.
Let's hope no one rushes their FIFA here and we get a composed, even game of FIFA in our grand final for the eChampions League in 23. I can see our 3 musketeers, I'm calling them that this time, are ready and waiting. Richard Buckley, Gravison, and Brandon Smith. Throwing it over. Guys, have fun out there.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will. Here we go then. The tournament that comes around every single year in Europe, and FIFA players can only dream of getting to the grand final. Myself, Brandon, Grav, and Rich taking you through this one. What a game, gents, by the way. $75,000, and someone will be lifting that trophy. Doesn't get bigger than this, does it, in Europe?
Kaka out, Gravison in.
I'm sorry for the downgrade. It is what it is.
I mean, you're joining us at a perfect time because we've got 2 players on the stage right there that have had completely different tournaments. Hezers came into the knockouts. I'm going back to April. No one really talking about him, let's be honest. We were talking about other players in the FIFA scene. He just quietly went about his business. Here in the finals, he's only played 4 games. He's only played 4 legs of FIFA. He's won both of those games. Emre Yilmaz has played double the amount of games. Will that potentially play a factor in the fact that Hezers might be coming in, no fatigue, but maybe even a little bit cold?
Maybe if we look back at last year, it played a factor because Nicolas was kind of a bit cold in the start of the first leg and Matthias destroyed him. But then on the reset, it worked out for him because he was fresh and Matthias was tired. And I think this could potentially happen again.
It's just so many games Emre's got to win.
Yeah.
He's had to be flawless throughout this losers bracket. Will it come crashing down to the hands of the Italian in Hezers? He's got people in the audience as well who came with him to support him. Katia behind him. I saw Danny Pitbull milling around the arena here in Istanbul. He has come to win.
Well then, this is it, the big one in Europe. The eChampions League Grand Final. Hezers, the Italian, the surprise package in this tournament, up against Emre Yilmaz. A new player that came onto the scene last year, a player that was just grinding division rivals and then suddenly got picked up by Team Hullet. He made a top 4 in an E-World Cup last year. And ever since then, he has been a force to be reckoned with, no matter the tour. What a gift this could be from the get-go!
That's a huge...
You're not going to get a bigger gift than that in a grand final. Damage Ginola 6 minutes in will put Hezers into a lead.
I mean, we would expect that on the other side of things, maybe Hezers jumping in, not being that comfortable, but that's a huge mistake and a one you cannot afford to do at this stage of the tournament.
I know we spoke about Hezers maybe coming in cold as he looks for the kickoff there straight over the top. Emre Yilmaz has just won a game, but he walked over the finish line. It weren't a sprint. He was 5 goals up. The game had finished by the 80th minute. And I think there could be that level of, yes, he's coming in warm, but maybe he's coming in not at the pace and the tempo that he needs to come into. He's coming in warm, but he's not boiling. He's gone off the temperature a little bit because of how comfortable a result it was in the end against Umut.
I agree with you. He was playing at maybe 70 or 80%, so maybe you have like a 10-minute layoff, and then you're not 100% when you come back. I agree with you, 100%.
It's a rarity. Someone agree with me on this stage.
I love you, Richard.
Cheers, Graf.
I love you.
Referee pull that one back. I mean, look, if we look at the storyline here, yes, there's always the ultimate goal to win the Champions League, but on that resume, Richard, it would have been, look, I need to get playoffs here. This was his last chance to get Global Series playoffs. You don't know what the playoffs is. It is your ticket or your opportunity to get to the E-World Cup, the biggest tournament outside of the Champions League in terms of a worldwide tournament in Europe. This is the one that everyone wants to be at and win. The top two here. Hezer's looking for a second. Ronaldinho, there's the step over. Save Van der Sar. But he got playoffs. Playoffs in the bag of a top two.
Hezer's is heating up right now on this stage. It should be 2-0 up. It just should be 2-0 up.
Keep an eye on that lofted ball. It could find R9. Well played, Capdevila. It just about comes across the defence, that one superbly well. Just want to have a quick word on the man that's sitting behind Hezer's there, Erkakacia, who came second in this tournament in 2021. They actually played against each other in the Champions League. They weren't teammates back then. Now they are teammates. They've quite a journey in the Serie A this year. Ball forward. Here's a chance for Emre Yilmaz. Power shots! And just like that, Emre Yilmaz back in the tie at 1-1.
For Emre Yilmaz, it's just all about maintaining a 7 out of 10 performance throughout, 4 legs of FIFA. As soon as the game goes a little bit 50-50, I think it suits Hezer's. It suits Hezer's a lot. He has to have control, Emre, over this game because it is a marathon. Maybe 2 hours of FIFA that you've got to be very, very consistent over. As soon as the game, I'm not saying it is, but goes in the style that we're seeing it here, you attack, I attack, you attack, I attack, in my opinion, that suits Hezer's.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Hezer's using probably 70 or 75 depth on the defensive side of things, and I think that plays a huge factor. If he driven passes into a striker and then just make a speed boost, he's gonna be on a 1v1 situation every single time. And I think Hezer's is not exactly known for being a great defender.
I remember some of those games in the online season, 11-8, and just crazy scorelines like that. But if we look at his numbers today, he's only scored 12, he's conceded 10, so once again, backs up your point, defensively, not the best. Emre Yilmaz, granted he's played double the amount of games, has scored 25.
Which is double, yeah, double.
A ridiculous number.
Speaking of Emre Yilmaz, he might be getting a thank you message later tonight, because I believe with him getting a top 2, it allows a new European player to come into the playoffs. I believe that is Eldos of BVB, the Austrian player. He would be over the moon right now. He'll be giving Emre Yilmaz probably more than a thank you message. There's a long ball over the top, finds Capdevila, back to R9, massive save from Van der Sar.
Just gone out and bought himself a Team Hullet jersey.
He's getting Emre Yilmaz printed on it right now. Lots of implications coming into this one with those playoffs around the corner. Referee is on it. The goal's down just outside the box. Free kick taken quickly from Ronaldinho. Van der Sar's off his line. Could he get chipped? Off the woodwork!
I mean, power shots, driven passes.
Hezer's is all over the place here. Punched in back to R9 again. It's going to fall kindly. Alawiram will get it on the second time of asking. Lacroqueta back in. R9 will try and twist and turn. Look at the close control. Dribbling. Emre Yilmaz. You are not human.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
What a goal.
For people at home who'll be thinking, why are these 3 idiots getting so excited about this? Mechanically, what has he just done there, Gravison, that's better than anyone else?
I think it's the patience at the time, because he waited for Hezer's to actually predict a pass a couple of times, and he just waited. Then croqueta pass into a driven pass into a reverse elastico. I mean, the timing of things is just out of this world.
That gave me text flashbacks to Atlanta many moons ago. How special that was in an eChampions League final. You must keep this in mind. Back to goal. Hezer's looking for an equaliser, can't find the exit he's looking for with R9.
I think that we're on. I think he had the exit there, and he sort of
went back inside.
He double backed on it, yeah.
Again, as he did before, but Emre learned from his mistake and he defended this time. And that's also all FIFA about. If you do it twice and you're playing against a smart opponent, he's gonna catch you the second time. So maybe next time a speed boost.
Well, a couple of minutes left before we get to half-time in this one. Does this have got an Anders in a final or an Umit in a final?
Yeah.
Or just how good a player like Emre Yilmaz or Jesus is?
I'll answer at half-time.
I'll give you one added minute to think about it, Rich, your answer. Gravison, you said yes.
Yeah.
Does surprise you?
It does surprise me because I thought Umut was going to win the tournament and because I thought Anders was going to reach the final. So yeah, it surprised me.
Last chance of the half. Emre Yilmaz will look to have it. That will do us a half-time. 2-1. And Richard, what is your answer?
Jesus, yes. I actually thought Auburn would have beaten him earlier on today. That's 50-50 game. And then I said I've stuck by this the entire tournament. I think Anders starting in the first round of losers was just too many games. It's just too many games against elite opposition that you have to win. I mean, Matthias got so close last year, didn't get over the line. He ran into Nicholas in the second leg of the reset. I just think it's too hard of a task to do. I'm not surprised that Emre's here. I'm actually surprised. I'll give you a little bit more that Emery's got to reset the bracket. That's what I'm surprised by.
I forgot about that.
I thought Emre would have come through the winner's bracket.
You don't know what that means. If Emre Yilmaz does win this first two-legged game, get your popcorn out because we're doing it all over again. 2 more legs of FIFA. It happened last year.
That's a great
What
ball.
a pass.
Can he get it down just offside is Ronaldinho.
That's offside. What I love about Heathers is he's actually top 27 of Europe right now. And maybe...
Oh, that's clever. Is he onside? Do you know there is? Game on! 2-2.
Game on. And Heathers, if he would have been lucky with these results and then Bundesliga and some leagues, he would have probably grabbed the playoff spot. But he was no. I don't want to depend on other people. I want to do it by myself. So he's here in the final, top 2 playoff spot. And he's just not happy with the playoff spot. We're seeing it. He's coming to win.
Well, his best sort of success in tournaments does come in the Champions League. Back in 2021, he was top 6. Can he ball roll Van der Sar? No, he can't. 2 years on from that, he's got on top 2. He's in a grand final in a match which could change everything for him. 75k if he wins this. Will be on that trophy alongside a list of champions from all over the world. Denmark, Argentina, United States of America, potentially an Italian.
What a pass.
Or a Dutch player down the throat of Van der Sar.
I actually eliminated Heathers on FIFA 21 playoffs. That's funny.
Hello, Ronaldinho. Cheeky chip. Oh, stop it! When you have to be clever in those moments and you have to have ice in the veins, that's what you do.
So delicate. The green time chip over the keeper, just perfectly weighted. And again, it's not necessarily that it's something that mechanically is unbelievable. It's the thought to do it. Okay, let me take my situation into accord. Green tag chip is the best situation here. Highest percentage chance.
And it's not easy to do when the goalkeeper is coming out because the pressure is on you. And if you miss it, you know that's a clear chance that you cannot afford to mistake. But
we're going back down the other end for a third. Ronaldinho.
What a game.
Rule square again. This is going to be going potentially the really long way here. 3-3 in the first leg. Both players just clinical. When they have to be, they are.
I'm telling you, this kind of match, I agree with Richard, it suits Heathers. If it goes back and forth, it's his style of match. But if Emre were to calm down things a bit, I think it would be better for him.
Yeah, I think a period of possession or just sort of... It's hard to do because when he's going forward like this, he looks like he's going to score every time. But just taking the sting out of the game ever so slightly suits him. I really think it does. Heathers at this tempo, if you're going to go back and forth with him, typically it comes out on top.
Well, it's
That's a nice
Jesus' turn to attack. Alaba gets back to defend.
Player lock.
Smart.
Little 1-2 available potentially. Ronaldinho. Keep an eye on this hand side of your screen. Capdevila. A chance to break forward again.
Fault?
Oh, referee. No. Deemed is a fair tackle from Lucio. Keep in mind, these two have never played yet on FIFA 23. It's the first time we're going to see a match. What a time to play someone for the first time in a grand final. Hello. Oh, 9. Teeny bit of goalkeeper movement there. Just as steady. Edwin van der Sar back in his goal.
It reminded me of FIFA 19. Torre, how he moved the keeper inside the net.
And just got some crazy animations.
Especially previous years.
Yeah. Look how wide he is at the top of the pitch there as well.
Ball roll.
Well, he's not really gone wide, but it's just the threat of the switcher players always on. He's very, I don't want to say simple the way he plays, but he gets the ball and just pings it straight into the attacker. It's almost impossible to defend.
That's great FIFA. That post could be available. Does he want to go on his own? Capdevila tries to heel around the goalie. It was hard to see if David Ginola was free there.
Right decision?
I think right decision, but it's Capdevila. He might do a poor touch and you cannot expect it.
Jesus with his last chance of the game. Back to R9. And it will be the Italian that looks to have the lead at the end of this first leg.
I love the step overs into a body feint. I love the way they do it. I think it's Paulo Nero, the player who started doing it. And I think it just adds a little bit of depth to the game because you expect the step over to be frontal, to be coming into your way. And when they turn it around to another angle, it's just so hard to defend.
No, I definitely agree. And I mean, look, again, what Hez has just done there, with one through ball, just straight through, open up the pitch, and he trusts himself that he's got the ability, the mechanical ability on the sticks to only need 1 or 2 attackers. R9, Ronaldinho. Yeah, that'll be enough. I'll create something out of that.
Whoa. Oh no, surely not again. You score, I score. That's what this grand final is just going to be.
It feels like an exhibition game.
Yeah, but what you said, Richard, he used the right back as a decoy.
Yep.
Ball roll, driven pass into a striker. And that's what FIFA is about, decoys, in a way.
Just going to play for the last chance here is Jesus. If Emre lets him.
I mean, look, what an advert for a grand final, gentlemen. 4-4 at the end of what has been an action-packed first leg. Have we got another attack to come? Alawiran, is Ginola on side? He was, but Ginola gets back to defend for Emre Yilmaz. And that will do us for the half-time point in this grand final. Still a half to be played, maybe even a bracket reset, but 4-4, evenly split at the break.
Grav, what a game. I mean, just your thoughts on it then. This is a unbelievable grand final we're seeing here unfold.
We didn't see many mistakes on the offensive side of things or in the build-up. In fact, the only mistake we saw was from Emre at the start of the game. Maybe it's a game of mistakes, and if they do many more mistakes like that, a player will win. But I think it's just tied up at this level. And is anyone gonna be able to stop Hazard's 8-win streak at the moment? 3 wins at this format, 5 wins at KO. Is anyone gonna spot him?
You tell me.
Emre, probably the only one. Well, I think one thing that's really important before we go to break, Rich, just how the game was. There was never more than 1 goal between them.
And again, whoever has that period of control over the game wins this match. It's very, very simple. Potentially, will we see a slower second leg start to unfold? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see indeed, because if Emre Yilmaz wins, we do it all again. It's a bracket reset. Do not go anywhere. Things are heating up here in Istanbul. We'll be crowning a champion very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this.
Well, there is absolutely nothing to separate our two grand finalists as we are halfway through leg one here. For a piece, I don't think we particularly expected it to be that much of a tight affair. I'm going to say Jesus is playing out of his skin right now, guys.
Something that I like, because he rips up scripts, but I'm saying you couldn't have written a better script. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm playing devil's advocate. It's 4-all. We got 8 goals in one leg of FIFA.
All right, we'll look at the highlights now because, Mike, I need your opinion on this. Every single time Jesus took the lead, Emre Yilmaz was back in it. It felt like it was just back and forth, back and forth. Is that because we're on such a big stage, the mistakes were being made, the nerves were there?
I actually would argue that both guys have made more mistakes than their previous matchups. A lot of these goals come from errors. There are moments where the goal is just absolutely beautiful. This is one of those. Look at the resurface, the recycle, the outside of the boot elastico, the reverse elastico. Some of these first-time passes from Jesus has been impressive, to say the least. But at the same time, some mistimed offside traps. Your back line getting caught flat. That's why you have the space to work with. And look at the chip. That is filth. Absolute filth.
Mike's just running off the back of the studio because he's loving what he's seeing here. But for me, when Jesus got that first early goal as well, it just gave him the confidence that he needed to go, actually, I'm ready for this and I can step up in this grand final.
This is what I mentioned when I spoke to him before, saying that no one's talking about you. You've not got this pressure. You've not been on the main stage for a while. It feels like now he's here, got that early goal, and he's made a name already. And 4 goals apiece. They were just watching them as well, back, enjoying it themselves. What a first leg for a grand final. And I mean, for both of them, what happens next? It's in their hands. Who makes the least mistakes this will be?
But neither of them have claimed victory of being in that higher status in the FIFA scene. We would both say they're good players. We've seen Yilmaz last year, we've seen Jesus over the last couple years. But if you want greatness, you need this. Both of them need this under their belt. They need this title.
Well, only one of them can get the title. And if they were nervous beforehand, they're going to be a whole lot more nervous now because we have a special guest who's just come in to step up to the commentary booth. He's actually from Team Hullet himself, so possibly going to be biased to Emre Yilmaz over there. Of course, it's Ruud Hullet.
Ruud Hullet, welcome to the eChampions League. He was here back in Madrid a few years ago. We saw you when it was Didi Crislito that won the tournament. A few years on, after creating an esports team, did you ever imagine that you'd have a player in a grand final that could win the whole tournament?
No, I'm very proud of him. He's done really, really well. Developed himself also in Team Gullit. To see my jersey on the screen is already something fantastic. So I'm very proud of what they have achieved.
Amazing. And this could be a double whammy, Rich, because as many FIFA players will know, this man is one of the best players in the game, and he could win an eChampions League with his esports team too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about your in-game item. It's unbelievable throughout this game. We'll see him in use. I want to talk a little bit about mentality. They've just played one game, 4-4. Would you want to change anything coming into the second leg? If you're going out onto the pitch, you've already played one leg, the second leg, do you want to change?
It depends on if you've shown some weaknesses. You don't want to show that. If you then can change things. I wish I could change the players in my team all the time in normal football, so therefore it's not possible. But sometimes you need to change to get a grip of the opposition.
Yeah. I agree.
Amazing stuff. Well, look, the timer's on the screen. We've got 5 seconds before we jump into this second leg. What's more important here, Ruud, is that for Emre, he has to win this game and then do it all again.
But he's a good player. He needs to stay calm. If he does that, there's no problem. But it's a final. The nerves can kick in. You don't want that.
One game at a time.
Yes.
One game at a time. 4-4 was the score we saw in the first leg. It will be Emre that's kicking from left to right in that famous Team Hullet strip. Jesus from right to left of AC Monza. Looking for an early start. Ronaldinho! It must be the lucky charm of Ruud Hullet being in the commentary booth. How about that one?
That's a quick start. That's an unbelievable start. But also I like the combination also. Good kick. Don't think. Some of them, they want to dribble the ball into the goal, just hit it.
I was just saying this earlier on, Ruud. One thing that Emre does so well, instinctive.
Yeah.
He gets the ball, is there a shoot on? Is there a chance to score? Yes, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, you have to take it. It's like in real football as well. Some players want to dribble the ball into the net. It's not going to happen. So therefore, if you have a chance, be composed, stay calm, and just hit it.
If Hullet does score on the pitch for Team Hullet, will you give us a little celebration?
I will. I remember the first time I have been invited to the
World Cup final.
In London. There was Gorilla, and he scored. He pointed at me like, okay.
We always said that because from the outside, here's another chance for Emre Yilmaz. Now with R9, great save from Van der Sar. We'll talk more in a second when this corner comes in. Played short, finds Ronaldinho. One more. Falawaran goes to the edge of the box for David Alaba, who's going to do a power shot from there. It was a bit ridiculous. But we always thought from that moment, that was for us when you thought, let's make an esports team here.
Yeah, that was the first time. I have some friends who are very, very into e-games. And so therefore it was, what I wanted to do. And I'm very proud that I did so because the youth, they know me from esports. They never, the youngsters, they go to YouTube and then they watch you and they say, hey, not a bad player at all.
I mean, probably the best player. You're in everybody's team.
Yes.
Over 1,000 players signed up.
I was there. I was in, I think it was Düsseldorf. I was there when they introduced the legends.
Yeah.
And I didn't. On that moment, I didn't realize how big it was.
How big of a moment that would be.
No, I didn't realize that at all. So therefore, to be here is fantastic. Okay, hit it.
R9.
Oh, hit it.
It's a clever skill move there, but Van der Sar.
Yeah, don't just hit it.
Just hit it, says Hullet. Back inside. Here's another corner. Oh, Ruud Hullet, stop it! Did you ever do that on the pitch? Couple of skill moves?
Yes. I must say that Emre does everything to win this game. Nevertheless, you need to score again because it's like normal football. If you don't score the opportunities you get, then all of a sudden they score in the other hand.
Yeah, I think we say in FIFA a lot. When you're on top, got to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
Ginola there getting a corner.
It's not as easy as it looks.
It's another corner. It's continuous waves of pressure from Emre Yilmaz. Was looking for a 2-goal cushion here. Finally does go for a goal kick. Fellow Dutchman, Edwin van der Sar, probably the best goalie in the game.
Goalie in the game, yeah. I think also because he was too footed. He was a good player as a goalkeeper. Normal goalkeepers are not that good, but he was excellent. So therefore, I think he's part of that team. He was tall, and he did really well with Man United.
I mean, can't forget that final against Chelsea, where he was the saviour for United.
He was also lucky that John Terry slipped.
Yeah.
You need that as well, eh?
A little bit of luck on the way.
Of course, you need that.
Ball over the top finds Ginola for Jesus, who's looking for a way back into the tie. Ginola.
Oh, good defending
from Lucio.
Very good.
It's one thing that he's so good at, Rich. It's just these long through balls, and it just catches his opponent off guard every time.
It's that switch of play. It's always on for Jesus, from the right to the left, getting the wide players running diagonally at the goal as well, so you're not taking a fullback on out wide.
Here we go. Come on. Make it count. Make it count.
And get round him, Capdevia. Back to Van der Sar.
If you are just joining us and you're wondering, a little bit of favouritism in the commentary booth, it's because we are joined,
of course,
by the one and only Ruud Hullet.
Oh, again over. This is
Ginola running race. Lucio, superb. Wins the ball back again.
Not that quick.
See if Hullet can get on the ball now. There he is.
He's controlling it.
Hullet and Yaya Toure in midfield
so funny, Yaya Toure is fantastic as well.
I have to ask Hullet.
Yes.
We'll talk in a second when this chance comes in. Valverde will win a corner. When did you decide to get rid of the dreadlocks?
2000.
Fancy the change of style?
Yes, because people recognize you all the time on your hair. I just want and it's also like when you read a book, it's finished. The book is finished. So therefore, I said to myself, now get it off. New start, new chapter. In the beginning, it was odd because people didn't recognize me. People said, well, "Who the hell is this guy?" But I was happy that I got rid of it. Yeah.
Just seeing here, Jesus, David Ginola seems to be the player for him at the minute, out on that left wing. You've played everywhere on the football field, it feels. For you personally, what were your favourite position on the pitch? Where did you feel like you got the best out of yourself?
I was a defender.
Just like that.
I was a defender, central defender. And then comes a new coach and he puts me as a striker. That's a real difference. So, but the advantage I had was that I exactly knew how a defender was thinking. So therefore I anticipated on that. And that's the reason why I adapted quickly. The only thing is you have to move different. You have to I went a lot of training, extra training sessions to adapt myself to this new role.
Was it maybe a mentality shift as well from like, I'm good enough to play everywhere, but I've got to change my body. If I'm a centre-back, maybe a little bit bigger. If I'm a left winger, a centre-forward.
You know what the funny thing is? I played at, everybody knows it, in the summer, in the beginning of the season. You have always the Camper tournament in Barcelona.
Okay.
And we were invited with Milan was there, Tottenham was there, Barcelona and PSV Eindhoven. So I played there as a central defender. And then in the evening, somebody knocked on my door. It was the executive of Milan. Didn't speak a word. Didn't speak a word English. Said, you, giocare Milan. I said, okay.
Well, I have no idea what that means.
I said, okay. I understood that he wanted me to come to play for Milan. So can you imagine? They wanted me when I was playing as a central defender, while you had Baresi.
Yeah.
And when I came to Milan, I played as a striker.
They must have seen something.
Hello. Jesus, chance.
Oh, that's just
off the restart.
Yeah. That's also too quick. But okay.
We have to speak about the Champions League and European football. You were lucky enough to win two European Cups yourself. How special was it to play in those big tournaments in Europe, and more importantly, to go the full way and lift trophies?
I think it's the highlight as a footballer for club. For my country was the biggest.
Emre?
Was the biggest. But for a club, Champions League final is the biggest thing which you can achieve. And the feeling is, you cannot imagine if you win it, that you have this trophy with the big ears in your hand it's unbelievable. So therefore,
Jesus.
He's equalised the game.
Too quick.
2-goal lead, Emre Yilmaz wiped away.
Yeah. Come on, Emre. Come on.
It's that man again, Ronaldinho. Right place, right time.
Yeah, but good passing. I think he's going to change something now. I think he needs to play too open. The thing is, the first half it worked, and then you have to change it again.
It's just so fast.
It was too open in the back.
He needs a bit of centre-back colour, doesn't he?
That's why.
Not striker.
That's why. I would say that the central defender, was ball watching.
It certainly was called
the man with the ball is not the most important thing. It's the guy who goes behind you all the time. So you have to see. So that's where defenders makes a lot of mistakes. Ball watching.
Keep in mind, Emre Yilmaz, if he wins this game, a bracket reset will happen, which means we play another 2 legs of FIFA of Jesus.
But he needs to win it.
And get it done. He will be this year's eChampions League winner. This could fall kindly back to Emre Yilmaz. Ronaldinho! Back in the lead again.
He moved the goalkeeper. He moved him to the wrong side. It was a 50-50. He guessed that Ronaldinho would strike to the left. All the entire right-hand side of the goal was open. And even the great Van der Sar, nowhere near that one.
Can you imagine, when I played for Chelsea, I was invited also at a sort of FIFA game. And that was the beginning of everything. So I played for Chelsea 97, 98. I was invited, and it was in the London studios. And in those days, they put 2 enormous television sets with the back to each other. Yeah? And one was playing at that side, and the other one was playing on that side. That's how you were watching the game. So things, of course, changed a lot with all these, crowd can watch it. It's easy to see
Was you ever good back then?
No, I can't play.
You can't play.
I can't play. Look,
Play your own.
maybe, but I can't do it. I tried to do it, and I said no.
Was there anyone you remember that was very good at playing FIFA back then?
Yes, no. In my days, no. We played different games. It was, of course, the beginning of games.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shots. Jesus, it's headers and volleys in the box.
Yeah, so therefore you had totally different games, and the graphics were poor in those days as well. Come on, if you see the graphics now, it's unbelievable. It looks so real. We didn't have that in our days.
Well, it never looked so good, did he, on the virtual pitch with the long hair running around?
In the beginning I looked vicious.
Elegant is the word now to describe it.
But it's unbelievable. I sometimes I think to myself how it's going to be in 10 years' time. Yeah, if you see already how the graphics are now. So now you see better defense. You see?
Here's a chance.
He changed something.
It's a very high line from Jesus there. Then he got caught out by Emre.
He now needs to be patient. Patience.
It's like a 4-on-3 though. Emre Yilmaz. Is he onside? Yes, he is there, but Capdevila back to defend. You can see
patient.
You can see Jesus is chasing to try and get a goal.
Oh, gambling.
They're really going to be troubling Emre there. Defended well. Keeps it in. Alawaran back to R9. Ronaldinho, David Ginola, they're all there in numbers. Off the boot of Van der Sar. Did not know much about that one.
He saved a lot, by the way, Van der Sar.
Yeah, it's been very good.
Power shot.
No, why? No. Okay. In that area, you need to be patient.
He's winning the ball high up the pitch, and maybe just a little bit too eager to get that next goal to kill the game off.
Yeah, I can understand, but then you are, be patient. Be patient.
That's a good ball. Ginola chests it down and tucks it into the back of the net.
Emre.
That's nice. Very happy with that one.
I'll tell you now, Rich. I think we're in for a bracket reset potentially. We go all over again. Unless Jesus can pull something out of nowhere.
Come on, be patient. Come on. Defending. Yes. Here, keep the ball.
8-6, the grand final.
And yet we still might need to play another 2 legs. Wow. This eChampions League from Istanbul was certainly delivering us one hell of a grand final.
This is good. See, this is what I like. Now, keep that ball.
He's got 10 minutes just to try and see this one out.
Yeah, but that's why. Keep it.
Or does he want to get another one?
No, keep it. Yeah.
Ruud's crying out for him to keep the ball, but I think Emre just wants to score again.
No, he was keeping it in the corner. Look, you see? Keeps it.
4 minutes taken out of the game, only 8 left.
Keep it. Yes, you see? You're listening. He's listening.
Ronaldinho back to R9. Is he going to score just offside? Does give possession back there.
Yes, don't do that. Even though I understand. Okay, now defend. Come on.
You maybe get 2 attacks if you're Jesus, and both have to result in goals. The offside trap coming in, forcing Jesus back. I think
offside.
He's going to get one.
No.
Or not.
Oh, lucky.
Lucio has been so clutch to the back, hasn't he?
Oh, what are you doing? Trick.
Yaya Toure this time comes to save the day.
Yes, okay. Go in the corner. Go in the corner. Go in the corner. Yes.
Game over. Wants another goal. Added time to follow, but there's a 2-goal cushion. Why is Ronaldinho getting in the way of R9? I don't know.
Yeah, keep it.
But we can confirm one thing for those watching. Bracket reset on the cards. It will be Emre Yilmaz against Jesus. Take 2. 2 more legs of FIFA to try and find this year's eChampions League winner.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Now,
that ball.
He's halfway there, Ruud. He's halfway there. He's won this first part.
Halfway there is not there. Keep it. why.
There you go, full time. So far, so good for Emre Yilmaz of Team Ulip.
Very happy.
But for Jesus, it's the first time he's tasted defeat.
It's a big moment now. Emre's done half the job. He's made it a level playing field.
I think he's tired.
Emre or Jesus?
No, I hope so. I'm going to make him tired. No.
But Emre just walking off the stage now. You must be so proud. He's done the hard bit. He's now got 2 legs in front of him.
It's difficult to come back, knowing that you are in a difficult situation and still got it. So I'm happy.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, from someone that's in the FIFA scene, the job that Team Hullet do is incredible. The way you've brought in some coaches and the way you look after players, it's very much you are sort of bringing up this next generation of talent. Emre's a great example because last year was his first year playing FIFA.
And if you saw it in the beginning, we were just in an office. Now we have a headquarters. If you see it, it's beautiful. With the cinema, and we have a bar, and everything. It's amazing. And you can see that when the players come in there, that they say, this is professional. This is not just.
They enjoy going to work.
Oh yeah, because it's a beautiful place, the headquarters of Team Kullet. So therefore, and people know that, and that's why we just recorded a new program.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, that we're going to with some new, new players. Maybe there is something in there. So therefore, we do a lot, and we do a lot also for the game to promote the game.
Amazing stuff. Again, as we said, we still got a second round of games to play still in this eChampions League final. Emre Yilmaz has forced a bracket reset, but can he do it again against Jesus to crown himself as eChampions League champion in Istanbul, or will the Italian bounce back and complete the Italian job here in Turkey? We will wait and see. We'll see in a few minutes' time. Over 4 rounds of single elimination FIFA, one contender will emerge and reach the grand final. In the grand final, the road to this point matters. For the upper bracket winner, all it takes is one win and the trophy is in hand. For the loser bracket challenger, a win triggers a grand final reset. The grand final reset is a 2-leg winner-takes-all FIFA match. The victor will raise the trophy and forever be known as the fabled winner of the eChampions League.
Well, we get to go again here in Istanbul. We have a bracket reset on our hands. We saw that last year. Matthias Bonanno, he pushed Nicholas 99 FC all the way. Nicholas, in the end, was the winner. He was the one who went through the upper half of the bracket. What is going to happen here today? Mike and Kyle are still alongside me. I always love to look at body language in the middle there. You saw that, obviously, Yilmaz went off, as his coach. Jesus just sat there carrying on chatting to Katja. What do you read into that, Mike?
I don't think either player's checked out. I didn't see mental weakness. And as a neutral here, I just can't wait to see another game with that many goals. I hope the second pairing here leads to goal on goal on goal.
One thing I can say, when Emre Yilmaz came back on, I gave him a high five. Sweaty palms, very sweaty palms. Yeah, they were. So he's maybe feeling the nerve.
You went for the high five, that's on you.
And I understand why. I mean, what a first half that was essentially of the grand final. Reset the bracket right now. This is what we want ultimately, because now it is winner takes all, as we heard Brandon saying in that explainer right there. This is it, 2 legs of FIFA, and someone takes this trophy again and again and again. They get to keep it for the year. How exciting is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, in that one though, obviously, Jesus came out firing, kind of unraveled a little bit at the end there. Why do you think that was?
I feel that Yilmaz also had an answer. As much as we were bigging up Hazard and we were really impressed with a lot of the goals that he's scoring, some of those over-the-top plays, the tactics, you name it, there was always a reply. And typically the reply was pretty quickly, which puts you into a position where you don't necessarily feel some of that additional pressure. He never really saw that from Yilmaz. He's setting the tone here in the second leg a little bit.
Yeah, we always said it was so evenly matched, didn't we, in that first leg there. 4 apiece at the end of that when they had the little break. And then Emre Yilmaz couldn't really do anything wrong there, Mike.
And my takeaway in the first leg, I thought that Hazard played almost perfect and he didn't have a lead. And that's problematic, as you see Ronaldinho step through there, a lot to work with there. And he makes the comeback, he battles back. And that's why I said from a demeanor standpoint, both competitors seem locked in. I don't think anyone switched off. We didn't see a bunch of shouting. We didn't see people being upset.
And what does it do when you have that breathing space as well, mentally for you, Emre Yilmaz there, Kyle?
I mean, I don't think there is that much breathing space because, you know, it's a grand final and ultimately you've got it all to do. You've got to reset in a way. But when you get to this stage and you go away 6 up and, you know, actually you're the one with the momentum right here. He can now carry this on into that second half of this grand final. Ultimately, he's been the one that has now reset the bracket. He's beaten his opponent once. He's got one up on his opponent, and now he must be feeling the most confident out of the 2.
Well, I said, didn't I, earlier, I thought Jesus was going to be pushing in that one to kind of get the job done. Do I now sense he's on the bit of the back foot, Mike?
I think we made an error here. I was just thinking, we went and talked to the players. We should have talked to the coaches. They've been more up and down, more emotional. They're a little more talkative on what's happening, how it's happening. That's where we could have got the insider trading.
And Katja, I'm going to say he has a lot of insight at this top level as well. He's been at eChampions League before, not this far in the competition, but we've seen him, haven't we, in knockouts. He's been there, almost got the t-shirt, and is now progressing that knowledge on to his, I guess, Jesus sitting there next to him. How much of a help is that?
I think it's extremely useful. A lot of the best coaches were players, and in this case it's a current player, but even they went from being a former player, an ex-player, and then they really dove into coaching. Who understands tactics better, or being in those situations or those scenarios, especially if they're aging out a little bit, then they go into more of a coaching role.
Yeah, you just know how it feels, don't you? You know exactly what the player is going through at this moment in time. Maybe he doesn't know what a grand final feels like, but 2 people who do know how a grand final is Jesus and Emre Yilmaz, because they're in the middle of it right now as we go for a reset here in Istanbul. I'm going to go over to the boys. Richard, Brandon and Gravison has joined them. We haven't said goodbye to Ruud Gullit just yet. He's going to come back a little bit later on. But for now, guys, reset we go again, just like last year. Okay, I'm ready for this. for you three?
Yeah, we can't wait. I think we thought it'd be fair to Ruud to put him in the crowd because I think he wants to enjoy this one properly. Gravison, you saw that from the sidelines. What a game. What a final. And a bracket reset. We've got to go again.
I mean, this is what we all expected from this match. Goals, domination from Emre in those minutes of the match. But I think Jesus is taking the win now. I just think Jesus, I'm getting my prediction.
I'm going the other way. I think Emre, you don't force a bracket reset not to turn up in the reset.
Who knows? It's with one of the two players. All I know is we've got 40 seconds to go. I'm pretty exhausted. Throw me one of those Pepsi Maxes over.
You sure?
Let's crack this for the bracket reset because this is where things get serious.
Well, we've got 30 seconds until this game gets going, so let us know in the chat at home who is winning this year's eChampions League. Emre Yilmaz, the Dutch player who let me in on this as well. Thank you very much.
The bracket's been reset. Jesus has suffered a defeat. Here we go. 10 seconds to go. Emre Yilmaz versus Jesus. The winner of the eChampions League is on the stage right there. Who is it going to be?
75k awaits one of these and the trophy. It is time to reset that bracket and to do it all over again. Emre Yilmaz or Jesus, who can keep their cool? Just be able to take this to the next level. For Emre Yilmaz, so many games of FIFA he's had to play.
We were joined by Hullet for the second leg, Grav. What did you see watching from the stands different? Why did Emre get the better of Jesus in that second leg?
I was talking with both Diego and Nid. They played against Emre like 3 hours ago, and they said he's just relentless. It's just, you might stop him for a while, but you cannot play perfect FIFA for 180 minutes. There's going to be like some moments where your level is going to drop off a bit. And he just doesn't stop. He's relentless, as we're seeing now.
Hello, could be an early start. Keep in mind, he's kicking from right to left in that Team Hullet strip, as you were saying, Gravison.
Yeah, basically it's that. He doesn't stop, and he doesn't do any mistakes on the build-up. There's many players who in the build-up make mistakes, lose the ball.
Oh, here we go, Jesus!
But he doesn't lose the ball. He always ends up with a clear chance. So he ends up with what, 15, 10 clear chances a game? That's too much to handle. And the variety of stuff, you know, you have step overs, you have driven passes, you have player locks, you have everything.
Hello.
He's in, just offside.
One thing that Jesus has been so good at, Gravison, is those really quick through balls. It's a case of, for Emre, he can't play too high, but also, when he's diving into the tackles, he has to get it right, otherwise he pulls a man out of position. R9 or Ronaldinho, so to speak, have got a one-on-one.
That's the thing about the depth. They're both using like 75 depth in their defensive side of things, so that's why both the defenders are just like going straight to the ball. But if you're not precise enough, you're gonna be on a 1v1 situation.
Jesus has scored Emre Yilmaz has scored 32 goals in the finals alone. Jesus has got 17.
Offside.
17, and that's it. Granted, Emre Yilmaz has played 4 more legs of FIFA, but the goal-scoring numbers that he's putting up is absurd. He's had 100 total shots.
And what's interesting, you had a talk with Emre Yilmaz before today started, Richard. I overheard the conversation. It was something on the lines of, why do you think you are, like, why are you so good? What separates you from the rest of the players?
Yeah, and he didn't really have too much to say. I think it was just the fact that mechanically he is minimising mistakes in his gameplay. And I think he's very modest. He's not going to say that he's just cracked on the sticks, which he is. Like, he is ridiculous. However, the thing I wanted to ask him as well, that ball through the middle again, what's changed from being a semi-finalist last summer in Copenhagen to now being in the grand final, to being arguably the best player in the world? He just says, just practice, just getting the reps in.
I think it's experience. Because Ruud was talking about keeping composure and patience when he was up to goals. And I think for you to be composed and to be patient,
you need to have lost in the past. You have to have suffered defeat. You have to have had heartbreaking moments. He's had that, and he knows how to deal with it and move on.
It's going to fall kindly back to Hullet. A little strike that. It's the bar for Van der Sar. Something else he said in that conversation as well, which was, in the moment, he just gets the advantage of his opponents. Maybe he has got that composure. I remember last year when we saw him come through the playoffs, we didn't know much about this player, qualified for a World Cup, got a top 4, comes back again this year and just takes it to a new level completely.
Offside.
Is he on? He is, Ginola! How have you missed that?
And it was
timed it green!
No way.
How on earth, David Ginola, have you not even hit the target?
I can't believe that.
I'm subbing him off. He's not playing in my team anymore.
Pull him off. Dirk Cow, on you go, mate.
Oh, that was perfect.
He did everything right.
Yeah.
Maybe it is Emre's time in Istanbul.
Pull it. Back to Al-Ryran, who's causing even more nightmares in an eChampions League. R9 is going to fall back kindly. Is there a skill move or two? Yes, there is, because it's Emre Yilmaz. It's what he does. Again and again and again. So unpredictable, and it's just so hard to even guess with the goalkeeper what to do.
He got slightly fortunate that the ball bounced back to him, but it instantly made it work. The little bit of close control dribbling to turn his body around, and then the reverse elastico around the corner.
Yeah, Torre down the other end straight away for Jesus. Ball roll inside. David Ginola's just not there.
Doesn't it remind you of the second goal of the first leg?
Yes.
You know, ball control,
reverse
elastico and a goal. Yeah.
I'm going to make an observation, fellas. I think that miss that David Ginola had for Jesus is playing on his mind.
It might.
R9. I thought that was in.
Yeah.
Saw the net ripple and thought that was flying into the back of the net. I think we have to look into this mentally as well for Jesus. Not lost a game today. To lose it in a grand final in a bracket reset. Prav, you've been in many matches, many finals before. As a player, that must be so hard to reset from, because you don't really get a break. Yes, it's a couple of minutes in an ad break. You're back into it again.
The thing is, you're in an 8-win streak and you feel invincible. You feel like no one's going to beat you. And then it's hard to come back to reality when you get beaten. So all your confidence just goes to zero in a match. And how do you recompose from that? If you're a player like Nicolas, you can do it because you're experienced. You've been...
Shit for Jesus, no disrespect, no one else is Nicolas. There's one Nicolas, and that's why he's arguably the greatest FIFA player we've ever seen.
But I'm telling you, it helps you having Katja sitting beside you.
Because he's been in that situation as well.
Yep.
As you know, it was online, but nevertheless, he made a grand final catcher. Lost to Oliver PN those few years ago, but would know just how to guide his teammate through a game like this, especially when he's feeling like it's not going his way at the moment. 5 shots, 1.7 XG for Emre Yilmaz. Jesus. 1 shot, and was it the David Ginola?
The green time missed the target. I mean, how hard is it? You've been in these situations where something like that happens, whether maybe it's a mistake you've made, whether it's a chance that you feel as though should have gone in. It plays on your mind. You say, forget about it. But it does. It's in the back of your mind. And he's thinking, well, this would have been 1-1. I'd have been in the game.
The thing is it's a bad thought to have, but you cannot like erase it from your memory. You're going to be like defending now and you're going to be thinking, oh man, that miss.
Capdevilla, can he put on a play? No, he can't. The angle was too tight, really, for asking. He goes for a corner, nevertheless, but for a split second there, I thought there was a cutback available. Emre Yilmaz wins a corner, plays it back to David Ginola. Pullets just gets bombarded there by a few shirts. Valverde does enough, but not enough to keep the ball away from a Team Hullet shirt. Another wave of pressure, and it's another stabber goal for Emre Yilmaz. This time it's Ronaldinho adds his goal onto the tally.
That's unreal.
I mean, that pass, that extra pass, what can we say? Brilliant.
No one saw it. One person did. Emre Yilmaz.
I feel like for Emre Yilmaz, I know it's early days, I know we've still got a second leg, but you look at all that he's achieved in the last sort of 12 months of FIFA. What's the one thing he's been missing? A trophy. Alongside just backing up all that top 4 in an E-World Cup. dominance in Europe across many FGS tournaments. Could this be his big ticket, his big trophy? No doubt it will be his biggest ever payday. Just for getting to this grand final.
He's running wild. Just see the bodies going forward. There is no let-up whatsoever in Emre Yilmaz's mindset.
Jesus is really battle at the moment.
And the thing is, he just spun out of nowhere, because on playoffs we had Manuel Bashir not losing a single match, so we didn't talk about Emre that much. But then he appeared out of nowhere, he spun on the World Cup top 4, and from that day on,
to the moon.
There was a crazy story about Emre Yilmaz. It was even like he played online seasons or something. It was just
career mode.
Career mode last year. Started to have a little go on the division rivals for anyone that's watching. Here's another chance. Back to David Ginola, that this time finds the back of the net.
Unbelievable. This doesn't typically happen. Very rarely.
In grand finals.
Very rarely does someone reset the bracket and then pick up where they left off. It is just relentless. I think that's the best word to describe Emre Yilmaz right now. Relentless pressure that he's putting on Jesus.
He's so methodical in the way he plays FIFA. He trigger runs, he dribbling passes into the strikers, he creates runs for the German cross as well. And you cannot stop all 3 of those things. So if you stop one of those, he's going for the other. And there's just so much you can do defensively.
I think the only thing that could defeat Emre at this point is himself. If he starts taking his foot off the gas and allows Jesus back into the game, as he might do here. David Ginola green timed. It's been the story of the game so far, that green timed shot. How things could be different if that goes in.
And it reminds me, I interviewed Carlos Moya, which is a former top 1 tennis player in the world, and he told me, he's coaching now Rafael Nadal, and he told me, if I could change any 3 shots in a match that I would want to, my player would win any matches he will. And I think in FIFA it's the same.
Yep.
Has to go now. Has to be away back in the ties. Just not connecting, is it?
The dominoes aren't falling. And he'll probably feel as though he's not even played that bad, to be honest, in this leg. But Emre has been flawless in the final third.
The ball control.
Great feet again. Last 15 minutes here. Keep in mind, there is a second leg to be played. There is still a chance for Jesus, but if he goes 4-0 down into that leg, I don't think there will be much hope. Van der Sar will just about keep him out. Comes up for another corner. As this wave of Emre Yilmaz pressure continues to build. Capdevilla, Ronaldinho, R9.
Talk to me about that short corner, because I think it shows more about Emre's mindset than anything else. The fact that, you know what, I'm going to play it short, I'm just going to shoot. He's got no... It's almost a bit of arrogance. Like, I don't care what you're going to do. I'm just going to play my way and I'm going to beat you.
For
Ginola, R9.
Oh, what a save. For me, this works because now you're expecting that, so you won't bring the keeper out.
We say that, we pick up his corner, he gives the ball away. Counter-attack's on.
No, but I like that corner because, you know, goalkeeper movement in a corner is usual. But if you do it, he's going to score.
It plays on the mindset of your opponent as well, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. What amazes me about Emre, apart from being relentless like this...
He's incredible. R9 to make it 4. Van der Sar may have saved the day. And again, 2 massive double saves.
I like the power shot idea. I just don't think we're the right place to do it.
Chip it.
Yep.
Green time.
Maybe even a...
Has to score.
Heel to ball roll.
Needs this one, Hula. That is very audacious.
Oh!
But that could be a lifeline in this game. Just something to take into the second leg. Ruud Gullit with a ridiculous strike. We'll see again on the replay. Fires into the back of the net.
if you give me 3 points that I can change the match, I'll win it. From 4-0 to 3-1, it's just a play.
Do you know what that is there? That's, I've laid all my cards down. Give me something. Someone on this pitch, step up and be a hero.
Are we going to see something? We're in a very historic Champions League city, a city of comebacks.
Istanbul.
Surely not.
Have you got something special for us? But this time on the virtual pitch. And Emre Yilmaz happy just to see this clock down. He'll look to play for the last chance of the game. Hezes, do not concede. There is a way back in for you. However, if you concede now, it's back to square one and any chance, any hope of a comeback, you could argue, would be wiped away. 2 minutes of added time.
No way.
Falls kindly. Is there options in the box? There is there. Ronaldinho, Alawiran! That's how you end the game. If you give your opponent a sniff, say no thank you, I'll score again. It's a 3-goal cushion reinstated.
That's a big goal. That's a big goal in the complexion of this game. 3-1 to 4-1 is completely different tactics, instructions, how you go into that second leg. The only thing really in my eyes that could be a detriment to Emre Yilmaz now is potentially a bit of complacency creeping in. I mean, I'm sure people at home, I'm playing champs, I'm 18-0. I'm thinking of the tweet for the rank 1 in my head. I'm already typing the tweet out for the 20-0. Could there be a little bit of, I can see the trophy there, I'm so close, creeping in? You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think he's just so composed and so focused on the prize. I don't think that's happening.
And look, we've seen games turn around at 3-0, but you just think Emre Yilmaz this time is just, he's on the money. He's not going to let his opponent back into the game.
But you protect Hezes before the game starts.
Yeah, I know. He said Hezes was going to win, and I'm
maybe he still is, Grav.
Maybe.
It'd be a miracle, but miracles could happen.
Especially here in Istanbul. Especially. Well,
look, that is the game concluded for now. There is a second leg to come, but before that, I'm going to throw it back over to Rachel and the guys.
Do you believe in miracles at home? Well, we're about to find out, aren't we, in this second leg then. What a matchup we've been treated to so far. 3 is a mountain. We've got a mountain on our hands. Can that be climbed by Hezes?
I think Yilmaz is a robot. I don't know if the fix is in, but the way that he goes forward and attacks, it's relentless. I think we got to check out his fingers. Some of the things that are happening there, it's unbelievable. The man's a machine.
I thought the door was slightly open.
Come on with that goal too.
He shut it a bit, but could it be slightly open for this second leg? In the wise words of Richard Buckley, though, 3-1 to 4-1 is completely different. I didn't know that, but that's how it works, all right? No, what else he did also say, different tactics, different thought process as well going into this one, different instructions from the coach as well. If you're 3-1 up for Hezes coming into this, losing, he knows he's close. One early goal, it's only 1 goal, and he knows he can get back into it. 4-1, that's completely different. Do you go all-out attack? Do you try and do that against Emre Yilmaz, who's just scored 4 against you? You can't do that.
Let's have a look at the highlights from that first half there then. And I want you to answer that question, Mike, though, what Kyle just posed. Is he going to change his tactics, formation completely, Hezes I'm talking about?
I think he has to, at least for maybe the first 25, 30 minutes. If he really wants to take a chance, he could stay similar and see if he gets an early goal, maybe 2. I will say this about these 2 players and the way they've matched up thus far. Nobody's keeping a clean sheet. Everyone's going forward. There are a lot of opportunities. It's just a matter of whether you convert them, and then some of those margins, again, a good bounce, a bad bounce, over the top, a good read, a bad read, playing out of the back, and so forth and so on. This might be the best goal that we've seen of the day. I had no idea you could score this. Weak foot, Ruud Gullit, time green, 26, 27 yards out, off the bounce.
What does it matter though, Mike, when you've scored that incredible goal, and this is what you do in the last seconds?
You're right, Kyle. I'm just saying, I haven't seen that scored. I've watched a lot of FIFA throughout the year. That's spectacular. That moment is special. It's still one of the best goals I've sing of the day, easily, hands down.
Fitting that Ruud Gullit is somewhere as well in the audience, isn't it? When we see him score a goal like that in game. Well, everyone's ready, guys. Without further ado, let's get back to the second leg then of our second match in the grand final and see who is going to lift that trophy in a few moments' time. Boys, we're ready for it. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I mean, look, it's a 3-goal deficit that has to come back from Hezes. But look, I don't think many would expect him to have an upper bracket run like he did today, and he has proved that. But Emre Yilmaz, 3 goals, looking as confident as ever. He's forced a bracket reset. He's already beaten Hezers. Mentally, some would argue, Rich, he's near enough there.
Yeah, I think I said it at the end of the game. Kyle Walker took the mick out of me. Did you know there's 2 Kyle Walkers? That's not the real Kyle Walker, by the way. 3-1 to 4-1 is a completely different scoreline, and I really do think that 4th goal, 92nd minute or whatever it was, Hezers switched off, Emre capitalised. That was where the game was sealed for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Mike said it was a really nice attack on Emre, and I agree with him. But Hezer's defending was too poor.
He checked out. He thought it was 3-1. Game over. Well, here we are. Emre Yilmaz getting us underway, left to right in that Team Hullett strip.
Be an early start here, gentlemen. It will be 4 goals. Emre Yilmaz just kicked off from where he left off. We may as well start engraving that trophy now. 4 goals.
What is this? What's happening? First time passes.
He's got better
Step
throughout the day.
overs. Fake step over because he didn't do a full step over. And then an extra pass into a tap in. I mean.
So, do you believe, and I think there's reason behind this.
Yep.
Emre has got better throughout the day. And that's because he didn't come up when you came up, Gravison, years ago. He came up recently, where online you're playing for 7, 8, 9 hours. This is a long day for him.
I gotta say, that's a fair point because now in FGS,
you're playing all day.
On Sunday, you're playing for what, 8, 9 hours? Yeah. You're playing the whole day.
And he's been at every single FGS making it far in the tournaments.
So that's a fair point.
I think he's a great example, Emre Yilmaz. We speak about sort of the new generation of FIFA players. He's one of those players that is so young, and we're seeing that now, this young generation that are just so hungry to be the best in the world. And I'm talking hours, relentless hours of grinding the game. Here's Emre Yilmaz, great save. I mean, what was it, 10 days ago, Richard, he got a top 4 in FGS 5? Playoffs are already probably in the bag for him not that long ago.
Playoffs are in the bag in February.
But just wants to keep going.
Yeah. He's got 1 goal, and that's to lift silverware. And he is away from getting one of the biggest trophies we offer up in the FIFA esports landscape.
We were asking for the next generation of players, and I think we can confirm it has arrived. Definitely, especially after this tournament.
And Emre Yilmaz driving that race of players forward.
And I think there was a lot of questions as well about who would be the star of that next generation. Would it be Levy? Would it be Anders? Would it be a player that maybe we've not even seen yet? You've got the star right there, and he's representing Team Hullett. He's called Emre Yilmaz.
Roughly, he's about 50 minutes away from being the champion of Europe. Unless Hezers can show us something miraculous here. It's the
Easy to think he can come back, but his defense has been poor throughout the final.
He has to be perfect, doesn't he, defensively? Because Emre Yilmaz is not going to be the player that's going to get clean sheets game after games, but what he is going to do is create and create and create and score more and more and more. Ronaldinho, Alawiran, Emre Yilmaz just dancing in and around the box.
The ball control is out of this world. He didn't do a skill over there. He just run past through a defender, just controlled the ball around him.
And just to put in perspective, when we talk about Emre Yilmaz's attacking influence on the game, as he comes forward again here, Ronaldinho's pass just a little bit off. He's played 12 legs of FIFA, Emre Yilmaz, here in Istanbul. He has had 114 total shots in those games, in 12 legs of FIFA. 114 total shots. The second placed player who's had the most shots behind him is Anders with 39. Just when we talk about attacking intent and going forward.
That's what you mean. Yeah.
He has been relentless as we see a flurry of free kicks coming in here.
And he doesn't really get that flutters on big stages, does he? Emre Yilmaz, so it seems. Played in Copenhagen last year on the biggest stages of all in a World Cup, a top 4 there. If you can block out the surrounding area, the sound, the noise, the crowds, and to do that at such a young age and so early into your career will set you apart in grand finals like this.
Team Hullet develop winners. They develop champions. The proof is in the pudding. When you look back over the last few years since they've been operating,
he's the best example of that.
Ruud was on the stage with us moments ago. He was telling us why they do it and why it is such a good team.
Yeah, Olelito, Cezinho, Levy.
Yep.
I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Even RVP, I don't know how in he is now with Team Hullet. I know he plays for another esports organisation, but last qualifier, he won that. So many stories, so many great success.
Olelito.
Examples to come out of Team Hullet.
Manuel Bashor,
yep.
Dandy Visser, like...
You could go on and on.
It goes.
Here's Hezers now.
No.
Just fluffed his lines there in the final third. That's the composure that's missing from his game. Another chance at it. Again, well read by Emre Yilmaz.
He's in again.
Is he onside? No, he's not. But back to that point about Team Hullet, yeah, the investment in coaches, boot camps, an area for the players to go to and grind and play. So many small things that you might not think, does it really make a difference? But just being in that, I think just being in an atmosphere of winners.
I mean, yourself, Grav, with the relationship you've got with Ducks, I would say Ducks a couple of years ago, I think I even said it on a stage, the best esports org in FIFA right now, just how they develop. And I think what we're seeing with Hullet is very similar to what you've got at Ducks Gaming.
I think you gotta live and breathe for FIFA.
Yeah.
So in FIFA 21, both Adriman, Nid, and myself, we were living at that gaming house, and our life was FIFA. We went to the gym, we learned English, we did stuff, but mainly
it was around FIFA.
Yeah. So when your mind is just thinking about FIFA, what's gonna happen? You're gonna feed off everyone's thoughts, everyone's way of training, and you're gonna be just so complete.
And what do they always say? Success breeds success. You start seeing Neat playing well. Adriman wants to outdo him. At Team Hullet, rising tide rises all ships. Everybody wants to improve. Everyone wants to be better than each other. And healthy competition is the best thing.
And who knows, in that EA Sports Cup for Emre Yilmaz, be sitting there thinking, I want to be in that team.
Yep, absolutely.
If there's that tournament again, I want to be in that team. I want to be taking that spot for my teammate. Of course, Olelito, Levy, superb players in themselves. There's just a level there, isn't there, of top quality FIFA players. But I think the one word we need there, you need to be obsessed. The players that do anything in sport and esports and are great at their craft, they're obsessed by it. It's a way of life. And I think Emre Yilmaz just has that grind, has that determination. Look, he's 45 minutes away from the biggest trophy in Europe, an eChampions League, and he could be on his way to get his hands on that trophy in about 6-7 minutes time. We're into the second half now, and let's see how this one plays out here. Of course, Emre Yilmaz kicking from right to left. Look, he's in pole position. Hezers has to come at him, take the game to him, make it difficult.
It's an impossible task.
What does Hezers do other than the obvious answer of score goals, Gravison?
Hezers, that's a tough question.
He's in though.
Is he on? R9, you have to be composed! David Ginola! Finally!
Game on.
Will find the back of the net in a red shirt.
That's a big goal, because you said the word composed just as he did the ball around the keeper and then passed it back. Didn't take the shot. There was bodies in the line. As a round of applause comes out here for Hezers in the audience. If he can bring this back, this place will be boisterous.
I think the main thing you gotta do when you're losing by 4 or 5 goals, something like that, you're gonna be thinking in short term every single time. Your goal is not to score 4 goals.
Get one.
Yeah, just get one at a time, one at a time.
But how do you respond if you're Emre Yilmaz? like he has done time and time again in this grand final. Please keep in mind, for those that are following at home, he's already forced a bracket reset. He came through the lower bracket that Emre Yilmaz has had to play this game over 4 individual matches. It's been one hell of a run for him. Alawiran back to Ronaldinho. There was the one more pass to Ginola. Wins a corner. There is plenty of time for 2 goals. But as we said, what's the one thing that we've been lacking from Jesus defensively? He hasn't been all that good.
But a few things just starting to fall Jesus' way here.
And if you look at his Swiss record, Jesus' average goals conceded over 2 legs has always been 3 minimum. This game's already living up to that. One thing he has done in the knockouts is score plenty of goals. 28 minutes left. Capdevila scores again, Emre, and it's near enough there. A huge save from Van der Sar, pulls out another corner. Another wave of pressure. Another corner to come in, it's constant.
Every corner's different as well. Sometimes you go short power shot, sometimes you play short into the box.
Ginola! Get that man's name on the trophy now.
And again, I was talking about the corners, just that variation of set pieces. Do you want to go short and fire it in? Do you want to go short and maybe play a little bit of 1-2 inside the box? Ginola, right place, right time.
We always say corners and free kicks win tournaments. We saw it last year with Nicolas.
Yep.
We're seeing it again this year.
Is that where the skill gap lies?
That might be a question. You could say so.
I think you said that though, from Nicolas and Desari. There was the conversation that they make such a difference.
That small percent, even if it's a 0.1%, that you've got a corner in your back pocket, that you've got a free kick, a throw-in. Small things. You can start to play that on your mind or your opponent as well. And we've talked about this all day. Win the mental battle. You're halfway there. 3-goal lead, 20 minutes left to play. What a tournament from Emre Yilmaz.
What a season.
Some would argue it was only a matter of time before this player was getting his name on some silverware.
She went about it a hard way, wasn't he? Just wanted maximum airtime on the stage.
For me, what's impressive, especially with FIFA23, we've not seen players get that consistency. Swiss format, Emre Yilmaz, first seeding. Probably the champion.
Yeah.
And as I said, what's been so much more sweeter, Emre Yilmaz being in the top 2 has allowed another European player to qualify for those FGS playoffs, which do fall next up in the calendar. Outside of this tournament at the end of the month, the best players will meet in London, divide up World Cup spots. Emre Yilmaz will be there, Jesus will be there too. Maybe they may match again.
I think he picks up stuff from other players as well, because the way he just run throughout the whole pitch reminds me of Anders in a way.
He's picking up what players are doing against him, and I'll have a little bit of that, I'll take a little bit of that. That's had success against me.
The way he trigger runs could look like Umut perfectly. So what does Umut make to be a world champion?
What's his best attribute?
I'll
I need
pick
to
it
learn
up.
that, yeah.
What's his best attribute? I'll pick it up. And then what you have in final? Emre Yilmaz, the perfect player.
The ultimate player.
Yep.
One more goal. Doesn't need it, but will certainly take it. 6-3, does he want 7? Well, what a year it's been in the eChampions League, a year full of surprises. A tournament that started online with thousands of competitors signing up, playing all around the world. Took us to London with the best 64 in Europe. We then round that down to 32 before travelling out here to Istanbul in Turkey, the home of many footballing stories. This time it will play its part to an eChampions League day full of goals, knockouts, a bracket reset, and a new name that comes to the forefront in Europe.
And just this entire eChampions League journey, shocks, big goal-scoring margins, the underdog story. Daniel Seven beating Tex in a winner's game. I spoke to him backstage before he played today. He went, yeah, no one thought I was going to win. The only person who thought I was going to win in that venue was me. And look what he did. Just the ultimate trophy on the footballing pitch is replicated so beautifully in FIFA eSports.
Well, there might be a consolation for Jesus, but the headset is off for Emre Yilmaz as he waits for that full-time whistle. It was only a matter of time before this new prodigy from Team Hullet was going to get himself some silverware. And after a ridiculous bracket run in the eChampions League, he will be this year's eChampions League winner. Emre Yilmaz of Team Hullet will rise above the rest in Europe. What a journey, what a player. $75,000 richer. And his hands on the trophy, waiting for that full-time whistle to come through. There it is, set in stone. Congratulations, Emre Yilmaz.
Everyone was talking about the future. What's next for FIFA eSports? Who's the next player? Doesn't matter about the future. That right there is the current. He is the man to beat on top of the mountain as Ruud Gullit, team owner, gets in there and gives it the biggest hug of his life. Gravison, what a player.
What can we say? We saw the posture of him, ice on his veins. He came here and he did it. He lost in the semi-finals, but it didn't matter because he had to do that loser bracket run and he did it. Really, he was already uncomfortable against Need. The rest of them, he was just smashing everyone. What can we say? The future of FIFA is here. It's Emre, the best player in the world right now.
Great example as well for people at home that dream of getting into FIFA eSports. Dream of this. Dream of being in these grand finals. Only last year he started playing. Only last year he started competing. For Ruud Gullit to be in there now. He was all part of this. He created an eSports team, all from Gorilla. I don't know if he's watched or not. There was a special moment in an interactive World Cup final back in FIFA 17 where Gullit was in the crowd. Gorilla scored a goal with Gullit. He's on the camera. He's absolutely loving this. Why wouldn't he? It's his first massive trophy in Europe alongside obviously that EA Sports Cup victory. But look, just a great example of a player that came from nothing. He did come from nothing, Emre Yilmaz. Now he's Europeans' best player for this FIFA 23 season.
You said it gives people the opportunity to dream, to say, why not me? It also shows that hard work pays off, that suffering a defeat, that getting beaten, he didn't win the biggest trophy last year. It might not have gone on and won the World Cup, but it's just going on an eChampions League in, may I say, a dominant fashion. Dominant. He reset the bracket and then made it look like a FUT Champs game. No one does that. No one does that.
I think it just comes up to two words: dominance and relentless.
I'll add one: composure.
So composed, wasn't he, in that grand final?
Look, no tears. He let out a little smile.
It's just like he's playing another game of division rivals.
What's next?
Well, commiserations to Jesus, as we said, a top two finish. He will still be in the playoffs. But for now, we're going to pass over, I believe, to Rachel and Mike that are going to crown that champion in just a little while.
What a grand final we were treated to, and celebrations as well. I'm sure Emre Yilmaz is not going to forget that in some time. Ruud Gullit coming onto the stage and just congratulating him for becoming his champion. He's obviously a Team Hullet player. It's so special to have Ruud Gullit in the house, and he will be coming back on and congratulating him and giving him the trophy in a couple of moments' time. So do stick round if you are watching us at home, because this, though, is our Pepsi Max post-show. We're so delighted to be here and not just talk about the goals and obviously crowning our champion with Mike, but also hashtag ECL Showtime. It's all about skills here tonight as well. There's so many on offer. We've been loving, haven't we, all the skills and the tricks that we've been treated to tonight, Mike, and we can see a few of those as well. We love them, don't we?
We've seen so many. We've had cancellations, we've had the extra details. In this case, we've got some of the simplicities, beautiful ball rolls. Dino, a couple step overs, and a little bit of a skill finish attempt, which is just so rare at the competitive level. We've seen the goalkeeper get walked
Hullet there
around.
as well?
Why not? Why not use the main man again? You're sending him through on these galloping runs through the midfield, extra pass, extra touch, beautiful finish, finds the spacing, take it down, cross the body, R9, right place, right time, Ginola, wait for it, we're not done. Stop, pop, remix, recircle, resurface, recycle. That's a lot of R words. I remember alliteration when I was in school. You gotta break away with space. Give me something special. That was just filthy, undeniable. The chip was done, and then you're bringing back a little bit of that shimmy and that shake.
He loves
I get excited for skills. I don't know which camera, but that's how I feel.
The skills are good. We love the skills here. We also love the goals as well, don't we? Presented by FedEx, of course, is our top goal scorer. And I'm going to let you guess for a moment. Yeah, you're saying Emre Yilmaz, aren't you? Because he obviously had to come through that lower bracket. So that's why he, of course, scored so many goals. Top goal scorer, presented by FedEx. There he is, 38, Mike Clip. And I know, we're saying he went down, but he still was class in the process.
He scored the most goals, clearly, but he also did play the most games, which I will throw out there, but I still would love to see his goal scoring average. Maybe you have, maybe you don't. I know that it's higher than other competitors. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
Just outrageous.
Outrageous. Well, we kind of teased this, the Oppo goal of the day, a little bit earlier.
Ooh.
It obviously came from a man in the house as well, an icon in the game. It came from Ruud Hullet, but scored by who? Jesus, of course. Let's have a little look at this.
I already know the goal. This is special. Look at this takedown. Ruud Hullet into space, weak foot, lines it up, power shot, time green, back corner. I did not know that was possible. And I have played thousands of games of FIFA this year. I did not know you could score in this position. And 1v3 does not matter if you're Ruud Hullet. It's a dream. It's actually a reality.
I'm going to applaud that, and I'm going to say that was incredible. And without further ado, I think we should welcome our second place, our runner-up here in the eChampions League, Jesus.
Give it up for the man.
Jesus, congratulations. I'm going to say you pretty much played the best tournament of your entire career out there. You came a little bit unstuck at the end, but you pushed it all the way. What was that down to tonight?
Yeah, it was a beautiful experience and I played really good. Yeah, maybe the best tournament of my career, and I'm obviously happy for this. But the final, he played better, so he deserved it. And yeah, I am obviously sad, but also happy. Just lose a final is not a great thing, but it is what it is.
And to build off of that, we saw a lot of your support in the room with the Italians. We had your coach, everyone there. I saw a bunch of the Italians online as well, all over social media. Do you want to take this time maybe to send a message to everyone in Italian?
Yeah, Italian?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, vabbè, è stato bellissimo, oltre che rappresentare gli italiani qua, anche perché ci sono degli amici lì che ti tifano sempre, che passi un sacco di tempo con loro, quindi fa semplicemente un botto piacere.
Jesus, obviously it's lovely to be able to talk to your fans. A little buddy tells me you're a Juventus fan, so who are you going for at the final on Saturday? Who are you rooting for?
Yeah, I will go to the final, and I'm Italian. Everyone think I will cheer for the Inter.
Oh dear.
No. Sorry.
Well, you have been wonderful, and obviously you are runner-up. You also get a prize from Turkish Airlines as well, 125,000 air miles. Let's please welcome the Senior Vice President of Communications, Rafet Fatih Agurz. That's pretty special as well, isn't it? 125,000 air miles from Turkish Airlines. That's a wonderful prize. Can't wait to see his pictures on Instagram when he travels around the world on that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Incredible. Well then, I think you know who this is going to go to, our PlayStation Player of the Day. Of course, it's one man, it's Emre Yilmaz. Let's welcome him then to the stage with Mike and I, your eChampions League
Give it up! Give it up for the man!
2023. Emre Yilmaz of Team Hullet. I'm going to let him soak up the atmosphere. We've got quite the Emre Yilmaz fan club in the house tonight. Emre, you're obviously undefeated coming here. You were one of the favourites. The pressure must have been firmly on your shoulders. How do you deal with it to go on and lift that trophy?
Yeah, the pressure was very high, but I think also for everyone, like Umut, Anders, also their pressure was high. So yeah, it was a very tough day. My head is burning, so I don't know what to say.
Well, how does it feel? You win the game, and then this never really happens, but you've got Ruud Gullit is here in person to give you a hug.
Yeah, that's insane. I'm happy to play for it, but yeah, I don't know what to say. My head is burning.
We haven't seen much emotion from you here today. It was very much tunnel vision, very focused. We know from players in the past who have lifted this trophy, Nicholas 99 FC, he's called the Iceman.
Yeah.
Why did you, or how were you not able to show emotion out there? How do you stay so calm and composed?
I don't know, it's just months working on this moment. It's of course my first trophy, so I'm happy that's the eChampions League trophy. But next stop it's playoffs, so that's the focus on playoffs.
One more question for you as well. What do you have to say to Team Gullit and Ruud Gullit? Because ultimately they have made all this possible for you here today.
I want to thank Team Gullit and Ruud Gullit for coming here, of course. We've been working with Team Gullit like months since the beginning of FIFA, so I'm very happy.
Absolutely. Well, again, you also get a prize from Turkish Airlines. So let's welcome our friend Backers again from Turkish Airlines to award you 150,000 air miles. What an incredible prize. That's pretty cool. Widen your world with Turkish Airlines, of course. It's a pretty incredible moment. Well, it is time then to crown our champion, and to do the honours, please welcome along the person who's been a guest commentator today already. He's a team owner, of course, of Team Gullit. He's an icon in the game. He's a Ballon d'Or winner. He's a European champion. I don't think he needs any more introduction. Of course, it is Ruud Gullit. He's also lifted the European Cup 2 times, remember, and we're all talking about the Champions League, of course. Without further ado, please, Emre Yilmaz, go to the centre of the stage and pick up your eChampions League trophy from